Hello and welcome back to the 2016 North America Spring Championships live from the jam-packed Avalon in Hollywood. I am Playoff Beard here alongside Xingyi and Rome, and it is day 3, finals day. We are going to crown a new champion today, but before we get into the incredible matchups we have in store for you, let's take a look back at how we got here.
Hammers Velocity just coming out with a dominating game of performance. Just absolutely flawless play coming out from them.
Another day at the office for Hammers Velocity.
Phoenix Rain, this is the team. They are playing exactly how people fear them.
Yeah, and Phoenix Rain just absolutely dominates matchup against all these parts.
The reigning North American champions against arguably one of the hottest teams in Vainglory right now in Nemesis Hydra. Team Solomon are cleaning house and are going to take the game and the series. Our final matchup of the day.
Yes. Hammers Kinetic, one of the newer teams here, told us, they scrim a lot.
Hammers Kinetic will take the win and the series.
This was only day 1.
Phoenix Rain coming out swinging against one of the favorites for the entire tournament.
Velocity from out of nowhere coming back into this game. Rain just completely fell apart.
They're
If he,
going
for
for it.
example,
They're
hasn't
just gonna
found,
go for
he's
it.
actually going to Alice Pauldron as well.
look at
the
the
crystal.
gun.
Oh, no,
look
they're
at
going to
the
get him. Whoa, what? Oh my God, Rain.
Hammers Kinetic, they are on their line.
Stutter step. He's going to find Mitchie. I just lied right before that fight. Kinetic. They are back in the game. That was all over again.
Absolutely no idea how Hammers Kinetic pulled this one out. TSM looks dead set to win this.
Kinetic. What a performance from them.
Nemesis needed this fight so badly, and they found
Scout
it.
trap.
But
Fonzie got the
ace!
My goodness, Nemesis Hydra.
Ace right there.
Style, baby.
Oh, the Fonzie doing it. And Nemesis Hydra bring it back in the second time, at the second rematch, in the Game 3 line pick.
We will crown a new North American champion. All right, we are back. And with that, we are ready for our semifinals. Let's take a look at the matchups we have. First up, the number 4 seed Phoenix Rain against the number 7 seed Nemesis Hydra. Those seeds couldn't be more misleading. They are both playing out of their minds right now. And then the 2 sister teams from Hammers Esports will square off, and that is going to be quite a show, probably a little bittersweet for them, but will be exciting for us. Let's turn our attention to the first match of the day. It is Phoenix Rain against Nemesis Hydra and Rome. This Phoenix Rain team, they looked incredible in the qualifiers. They've only gotten better.
Yeah, and the thing is, they almost won the qualifiers, coming in first place and taking that first seed. Coming to this, they've been on a roll. I feel like nothing has gone wrong for them. Everything from start to finish has been executed perfectly.
And they got their revenge against Velocity. It had to feel good.
It definitely felt good for them, but it was a three match series, and they were pushing each other to the very limit. And I don't think we've seen a closer series so far.
Rome, it's been interesting to see the evolution of these players. Old school, kind of, you go back to the Gangstars days. He was kind of the baby of the group, getting helped out by Fuji and the like. And now he's grown up completely. The maturity he's shown in this tournament, the confidence he's shown in this tournament, pulling them together and playing incredible. The mechanics are just out of this world.
Yeah, just talking to him, he's actually quite humble. Getting a little bit, just hearing what he's thinking about the matches. They have a lot of confidence. They know exactly what they have to do. But on their way there, they just feel as long as they're playing their best, as long as they're performing to their capabilities, nothing to worry about for them.
And Xingyi, no one is safe with I Love Joseph on the Halcyon Fold. He will turret dive. He will go anywhere, do anything. It has to make an opponent uncomfortable.
Yeah, definitely, especially that tackle of his. We just saw him diving so deep into those turrets just to pick up a kill and somehow managing to make it out. And I think that's one of the strengths of Phoenix Rain, is that they have such good coordination that they can coordinate the aggro and the turrets.
All right, we caught up with Phoenix Rain. Let's take a look at that now.
I'm actually the laner for Team Phoenix, and Joseph is the jungler for Team Phoenix, and Azadox is the roamer and the shot caller.
Then Joseph, he says stuff from time to time when I'm in lane with school, so we know what's going down in the jungle situation. I shot call like the rotations and when we want to pick a fight, when we don't, we want to back off, etc. The person who sets up scrims and practices, I think that would be mostly Old School, because he is a very influential person since he's well known in the community and people tend to listen to him. I think Ezedox has definitely proven himself to be a really good shot caller. He's almost always led us to the correct choice in the team fight. I think our team definitely relies on Ezedox the most because he's like the main shot caller of our team. Joseph and I will kind of give input to him and then he'll kind of make like the final decision.
In the game, I think the person who we rely on the most is Old School. This is because all around, I think if we play at our best, we're very mechanically sound and we're ready to go against anything. But in certain situations, Old School can make us win the game or make us lose the game. If he's feeling confident and he's feeling at the best of his ability, I feel like he can really exceed all of our expectations.
I Love Joseph and Ezedox are players that don't have much live tournament experience, but even though they don't have that experience, I think they're going to be fine on stage. I don't think they're going to get nervous.
We're good mechanically, but I think most of the battle goes upstairs in the brain. We need to be prepared mentally, and we can't just let stuff like tilt or lag get to us and disrupt our gameplay.
Our mentality is really vital to our team strength, just like staying calm and composed during the match.
All right, they are ready to take the stage. It is the winner's bracket team from this series. It's Phoenix Rain. Here they come. I Love Joseph, Ezedox, and Old School. Old School, the numbers he's putting up, the confidence he's showing in the lane. I Love Joseph will be all over the jungle. Ezedox holding it all together. And you know what? All right, some game faces on. A little bit of seriousness there. They're ready to play. They are ready to go, Rome.
Yeah, you know, just looking at this team throughout the last couple of days, I was paying a lot of attention to Old School. I was paying a lot of attention to I Love Joseph. However, I feel when looking back, it is Ezedox who is constantly the one that has to keep up with their quick aggression. All that constant movement within that jungle is a lot to deal with.
And so that's your player to watch.
Yeah, I feel like he is the one that is making the plays like when it's needed. He's pulling in very clutch with these activatables. And he's the one that's there to support the team in general.
Yeah, it's a great point. We're always talking about the playmaking of I Love Joseph, of Old School, but Ezedox is really going to have to hold them together today against a very unconventional team. Let's talk about them now. They are the number 7 seed Nemesis Hydra, but you can't look past the fact that they are the only team that is always here on day 3. Autumn, winter, spring, they always get here, they always perform, and now with the addition of Von C, they're so much more dangerous. Xingyi, this team, what they did against TSM in 2 battles yesterday, so impressive.
Yeah, it was absolutely impressive. And you know, they may have lost the first series against TSM, but they won against the second series. And I think that's the one that matters the most because they really took up, they took a chance away from TSM, the reigning champions and the world champions. That is a big, big achievement for them.
Watching Nemesis Hydra, what they were able to accomplish yesterday, coming through the elimination bracket, Rome, what really stood out for you?
Well, the biggest thing yesterday, leading up to today, is the fact that TSM has been knocked out. And I feel like after we finished the yesterday's schedule, all the 4 teams coming back, they were planning on how they're going to have this road to success, how they're going to have the road to winning this championship.
How they were going to go through TSM.
Yeah, and with Nemesis Hydra, they have put an image within every single team on what to ban and how they're going to draft, and I feel like this is one of the biggest advantages that they have today.
The plays of Von C on that Kestrel kind of changing the 117 meta before our eyes.
Yeah, we didn't really see much Kestrel until this tournament, and we've been seeing so much of it. And I think what made it really more impressive was in that mirror match in the blind pick yesterday against TSM, was when he was facing off against Call the Meek, who was also on that Kestrel, and he was just absolutely demolishing Call the Meek. There was no forgiveness there.
All right, let's take a closer look at Nemesis Hydra. Why so fear?
Bringing Vonsi to Nemesis Hydra, it really helps because he's the best jungle in North America, I'll say, because I'm really confident with him. But before that, before we joined Nemesis, he's really good friends with Lost Boy Taupe. So it really helped that we got him to the team.
Because Lao Ice has a baby right now, he's a father, so he don't have enough time to taking care of Bangalore, so I have to make a choice. That's why I come to Nemesis Hydra.
Bringing Vonsi to Hydra, it helps really good for that team.
I joined Nemesis Hydra, I must do something, make sure we can play as a team and doing really good teamwork. Let's take time in practice.
Vonsi's personality in the team, like he always makes us laugh. But yeah, he's pretty much the clown of the team here, but he's really good at the same time. Vonsi always say, don't fear, just fight. Every time he always in the jungle. And there's one more, a new one. Don't play Battle Royale, especially when Lost Boy Top always stay in lane. And that means like Battle Royale all the time, all the lane.
If I won this tournament, I think I still gonna keep playing Vainglory because I love Vainglory. If I win or lost, this doesn't mean anything for me.
If we win, we'll probably just gonna do some giveaway to help people that support us. And the family in the Nemesis, I'm gonna help them. And especially it will help financially to keep us going as a team. We can take this win, we can take this championship this time. We're not gonna let anybody to take the trophy.
All right, Vonsi's play yesterday really was the biggest story of the tournament. They are ready to take the stage. Let's welcome Nemesis Hydra. Here they come, it's Hardik in front. That is Vonsi, no fear, and a little tap there from Lost Boy Top, who is just an unbelievable playmaker in the jungle. It doesn't matter if it's Finn, it doesn't matter if it's Arden. He can turn the tide of fights, sometimes turn the tide of entire games, and this is going to be a fun one. Rome, this team is just so unconventional. They play without fear all the time, and that includes the draft as well. You really can't predict what they're gonna do.
No, and leading up to the championships itself, they have been on a roll. They've been doing extremely well, and the biggest thing that I have to note out is the fact that synergizing, they've been playing a lot better together, and this is one of the teams that knows how to perform on a live stage. I feel like this is one of their strengths coming to this.
All right, and with that, Xingyi, who would you have to say is the player you have your eye on for Hydra?
Well, we've spoken a lot about Lost Boy, and we've spoken a lot about Vonsi, but nobody's mentioned Hardik. So Hardik is my one. He has grown so much as a laner, and we've seen him over and over again in competitive seasons. And we saw in the games yesterday, he does so much on those signature heroes, such as Adagio and Scarf, that was really forcing the opposing team to try and target ban him, but that just wasn't working because of Vonsi's incredible hero pool.
Getting ready there. It looks like he's got some draft notes there to prepare, and the draft is going to be a key. I want to talk about this with you, Rome. So some people think, obviously, you have to take Vonsi off of the Kestrel, but the problem is Vonsi can play anything. He'll just go to Glaive or an Alpha or pretty much anything he wants. Meanwhile, Hardik, he is known as a Vainglory veteran for being an incredible Adagio player, an even better Scarf player, maybe a little bit smaller hero pool. Do you try to make Hardik uncomfortable through the draft, or do you just try to get Vonsi off the Kestrel and then come what may?
Well, no, I highly disagree with trying to pick anything up against Vonsi. I do feel like he's too versatile, and he can approach and attack you in many different ways. Sticking this to that lane, making sure that Hardik doesn't grab one of that comfort picks is probably the best way to go, and I do hope for the opponents going up against Nemesis that this is something that they've been preparing for.
All right, one last thing now. On Lost Boy Toph, he has been making a lot of plays, whether it's on the Finn, hitting forced accords where others are missing them, whether it's clutch vanguards, whether it's gauntlets stunning players up. He's always on point and really is having a big impact in these fights.
Yeah, we've seen a few of the gauntlets where he's able to stun 2 or 3 of the opposing members out or just peel away, and he provides the plays for Nemesis Hydra to take those wins.
All right, and with that, we are ready for the draft in match 1. This is on update 117 still. This is still best of 3 in the semifinals, but all the blind pick is done. It is now all draft all the way through. The finals, the grand finals, will be best of 5, and it is a Kestrel off the board. They're doing the opposite of what you said.
Yeah, and this is something that TSM did yesterday that I highly had to disagree with. But coming to this, Nemesis Hydra, right now they can pick up that Scarf again. That would make their life so much easier in lane. And Vonsi, you can stick him with Lost Boy Top in the jungle, and they're going to be very dominant.
All right, so they take the Fortress, and interesting, it's a Glaive that must indicate something they had in store or planned.
Yeah, and Glaive's really been one of those power picks so far in 117 with the power to reposition the heroes and just those ganks in the lane.
All right, so the Fortress on one side, the Black Feather on the other. Those are the 117 meta picks. Glaive getting played a ton as well. Ezidox has something to think about now.
Yeah, I feel like this is going to be a huge jungle battle between I Love Joseph and between Vonsi and Lost Boy Toph. whoever wins this jungle is going to win the game. And it's been happening a lot over these last 2 days.
All right, it's interesting here. We'll have to see what they choose to do. Of course, Blackfeather typically in lane, although a lot of things you can do. They finish it out with a Krull. Haven't seen much Krull in this tournament.
So the thing here, Phoenix Rain, they have a triple melee composition.
They have this plan clearly. The Petal
is an excellent last pick. It's going to make sure that he's able to kite away from a triple melee composition.
It's amazing how just 1 weekend ago, everyone thinks Petal's a potato. In comes Gabe Bizzle, changes everyone's mind. It's going to be exciting for the call of match 1. It is Tasty Bacon and Zeke.
All right, thank you, Flapbeard. I'm Zeke, and with me here is Tasty Bacon, and wow, a Petal coming out.
Yeah, Petal right away here in the semifinals. Championship day here in Hollywood. It doesn't get any bigger than this. And I love this Petal pick, especially in the jungle against a Krull. I'm a huge player of Krull, and one of the things I hate seeing the most if I am playing Krull is actually a Petal, because she can kite away from him so incredibly well, get a Shiver Steal, maybe a Frostburn, but most likely Shiver Steal, and Krull just can't get onto those backlines.
Yeah, especially with Hardik on that glaive, the Afterburn's coming out, knocking away those melees. Old School and Dive Joseph and Ezodox, all three are melee heroes. It's going to be so hard for them to close in onto Von C.
Yeah, and not only that, but with all three being melee, they're going to be grouped up. So that Spontaneous Combustion, when it comes out at level 6, is going to do some massive work. I am excited to see this lane matchup of the glaive taking on a Blackfeather. It should be a pretty even matchup in the lane.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect either side to take too much of an advantage. I think Glaive has a bit of advantage just because it's so hard to gank him, as we see I Love Joseph and Ezodox moving up. And I lost my talk, might be caught out.
Yeah, here comes the rest of Nemesis, and it's actually going to be Lost by 12, like you said, taking a lot of damage. However, the Spectral Smite will secure the kill. I Love Joseph is going to drop as well. Von C picking that one up. The Petal getting some work done as now they continue to try and put the pressure on. Ezodox getting taken down very low thanks to both Von C and Hardik, but he will just barely be able to get out to safety.
And a very close trade right there. I Love Joseph going down, and Lost Way Tough on the side of Nemesis also dropping. But Hardik able to rotate down so much sooner than Old School because of that Glaive having that little bit more pressure in the lane.
Yeah, and it's the Glaive, again, like you mentioned, not only very difficult to gank, but also able to set up ganks much better than Blackfeather is. You know, all he has to do is throw out one of those afterburns if his teammates are in position, and they can easily get a kill onto Old School pre-level 6.
Yeah, and once again, we see Hardik picking up those minion candies in lane. He's the only laner, only player in this tournament who has been picking up those minion candies. They put so much pressure on the opposing laner, and if you fight with a large minion wave, you're almost certain to win.
Yeah, and I actually asked Hardik a bit about why he was picking up those minion candies, because he was the only one doing it. A lot of it is also so that he can pop a minion candy onto the minions. It makes the enemy laner have to take longer to clear them, so it gives them an advantage for him to rotate down into the jungle, which is incredibly smart. Like, it wasn't even something I had thought of, just to buy that minion candy just to prep for a rotation down, forcing your laner to have to spend more time in the lane or miss out on farm.
Right, a very smart play coming out from the side of Nemesis Hydra, just making sure they do have that lane control at any given point in time. And right now, Von C with that 1 kill on Petal, I imagine he's going to be going into an alternating current fairly early on.
Yeah, it's very likely. It's a very common first item for Petal. You just want to get that extra damage when you are going for those basic attacks. You can see Von C looking at his farm numbers, doing pretty well for himself. 17, holding up exactly the same as I Love Joseph. In the lane, 20 to 27. Hardik having actually a slight advantage as the melee on melee matchup. Hardik just has so much familiarity with this.
Yeah, you can see Old School taking a ton of damage from these candied minions. And right now I see a big rotation into lane from both sides.
Yep, it's all 6 members are going to be here. Fight is a little bit on the side of Phoenix because they have that turret right behind them, but you can still see the damage that they're putting out onto Old School. That's their primary target. Of course, now Von C is just going to take anyone that's in range. They're looking to set something up. Afterburn will just knock Ezodox away, and it looks like they're just going to go for that disengage.
And this is going to be a very difficult game for Phoenix Rain. If the game goes mid too late, Von C, if he gets a reflex block, he is going to be nigh untouchable in these fights.
Absolutely. There's only the 2 forms of CC coming out from Phoenix Rain, or at least of hard CC, in the form of that Gauntlet and from Hell's Heart. And he'll be able to dodge both of those pretty easily. However, right now, this is looking like it might be a kill, and it will be. The Spectral Smite came out, but wasn't actually enough to secure it. Ezidox picking that one up for himself.
And a very, very good rotation by Phoenix Rain, cutting off both Hardik and Lost Boy Top from coming back into lane. However, here comes Von-C. This could be dangerous for the side of Phoenix.
Coming around the backside. I don't know if I think he was seen by that last minion that was there. And it's a great job by Phoenix Rain to back away from this. I Love Joseph just going and clearing out these back camps, trying to keep this gold lead dead even, which is where it is right now.
Yeah, very, very even game as it is. As it stands, I Love Joseph does make it out of there. Lost Boy Top and Von-C grouping up together in the jungle. And let's take a look at his items. Right now, Hardik sitting on the heavy steel, and Von-C, he is working ever closer to that alternating current. And I can imagine the moment that Hardik hits level 6, when they have all these ultimates on the side of Nemesis Hydra, they will be looking for those fights.
Yeah, both of these roamers also looking for that early Fountain of Renewal, but there's going to be a fight. Hardik having to use that Afterburn to get himself out to safety, but there goes Von-C jumping right into the middle. Lost Boy Top's the first one to go down, but they answer it immediately onto Old School. Spectral Smite comes out, doesn't quite secure the kill, but the Minion Miner was having a bit of fun in that fight as well. I Love Joseph still able to stay rather healthy. Looks like they may want to give this healing camp over to Hardik just to get him back topped up a bit, which is exactly what they do, and they're able to get out.
And a very, very smart play coming out from Nemesis Hydra. Hardik picking up those mini candies is so pivotal because he actually dropped a mini candy on that mini mine, making it a 4th member of their team.
Yeah, it was doing quite a bit of work, which is why Phoenix Rain had to back away from that. Now they're going to go ahead and try and capture that minion mine just so it's not another ally for Nemesis Hydra if they do have another fight in the jungle. So this will give a slight advantage just temporarily for Phoenix Rain because I assume Von-C is going to go ahead and pick up their minion mine in just a moment here.
Yeah, right now, I Love Joseph building a lot of defensive stats. I imagine he's going to go for a Bone Saw and help Old School out in trading that armor. But Old School right now, he has a farm yield, he has a 6th Sense. He doesn't have a lot of damage, and no one on Phoenix Rain actually has too much damage right now. So Nemesis Hydra, if they get a little bit of armor, it's going to be very tough for Phoenix Rain to do anything.
Yeah, this is a composition we saw a couple times yesterday, actually. That Phoenix Rain is running with putting really all of your damage onto one source. It's all going to be coming from Old School. Krull can obviously do a decent amount of damage with that fully stacked Spectral Smite, but he's mostly going to be building tank, wanting to just stay alive as long as he can, trying to get those stacks up onto Von-C and onto Hardik, but that's going to be such a difficult task as we've been talking about once we get later into the game, and there's so many slows and mobility options for the side of Nemesis.
Yeah, things are looking a little bit dicey for the side of Phoenix Rain right now. Right now, I Love Joseph, he has to run across the map to get any sort of farm. It's so easy for Lost Boy Top and Von-C to just chase him, have his own jungle.
Yeah, right now in the lane though, is Hardik gonna have to use that Afterburn, get to safety, just goes and throws it onto Old School for a little bit of extra damage. And once he knew he was safe, however, I Love Joseph, we talked about how he has to go run across the map to get his farm. He's still doing a pretty good job of getting that farm.
Yeah, he is getting the farm, but the side of Nemesis Hydra is just picking up that gold mine for themselves. They know that I Love Joseph is looking for farm. They know that the Phoenix Rain cannot fight them, and they're trying to make power plays right now.
Yeah, they're looking for a fight, it seems, right here as they're chasing down Old School and Ezidox. Old School using that dash to get to the minion so he can just put a little bit more distance. And right now, Nemesis sticking together as a group. They want to try and find a fight because they know that they have this advantage. And they may have just found one onto Old School. He is, however, going to be safe as the Afterburn was still on cooldown.
Yeah, also takes quite a chunk of damage, but it's not going to deter him from staying in this lane. I Love Joseph, though, might be catching out Von-C with the Helmet of his Heart, but he decides not to go for it. Von-C already level 9.
Yeah, and you can see the damage coming out of Von-C with that alternating current also finished. Old School getting dropped to about 50% just from those Munions going in underneath the turret. That's one of the other great things about Petal. You can do damage to someone while they're under the turret without taking retaliation. It's not a whole lot that you can get done, but it's, every little bit helps when the teams are this evenly matched.
Yeah, things are looking so scary for Phoenix Rain right now. Von-C just absolutely tearing it up in the jungle. 49 CS to his name. I Love Joseph only sitting on 36, and all he has an Aegis, he has boots, he has a Switcher, he has absolutely no damage.
Yeah, there's no damage whatsoever. It's all about those defensive stats. And the problem is, how do you prioritize your defense against this team? You have to worry about the weapon damage that's going to be coming from Hardik, the crystal that's going to be coming from Petal, and even a little bit of damage coming out of Lost Boy Top on this Fortress. Even though he's not built for damage, just the flat numbers on Fortress are enough to make you wary. Not only that, but the mortal wounds coming from Fortress is really, really good against something like a Krull or a Black Feather that's relying on a Serpent's Mask.
Yeah, Lost by Top on that Fortress Peak is going to be so pivotal in these fights. If you can get the Mortal Wounds down onto every single member of Phoenix Rain, that dramatically cuts down the sustain that they have, and they're relying so heavily on it. They're planning on staying in these fights for as long as humanly possible, and the shorter they stay, the less damage they can deal.
Oh, here comes a big fight here, though. Gauntlet going down, but everyone's already inside of it, and that is a very quick kill onto Old School. Nemesis Hydra are getting so much work done. Ezidox getting dropped low. I Love Joseph is making his way out of this one as well. You saw Vonsi had to use that trampoline to jump away from Hell's Heart comes out, but it just doesn't matter. That's going to be a third kill for Nemesis Hydra, picking up the first ace of the game.
And Nemesis Hydra is absolutely tearing things apart. Right now, I don't know what Phoenix Rain is going to be able to do. They need to stall a game out, but even if they stall, Vonsi is going to be a huge threat.
Yeah, it's going to be so scary for Phoenix Rain. I just loved the draft coming from Nemesis in this one. I feel like they won the draft really well, and they're converting that into a lead in game.
Yeah, and one of the things about Nemesis Hydra is you go into the game expecting them to play that Kestrel, expecting them to play that Scarf or a Dodgero. Hardek goes with neither of those options, and instead they pull out the Petal pick.
Yeah, I feel like that really caught Phoenix Rain off guard. It caught us off guard when the Petal came out. It's not something that we've seen Vonsi play. He has been playing Kestrel, he's played Taka, he's played Glaive. Petal was not one of those options that we had scouted out from him, so to be able to pull it out here and do so well with it thus far, 1-0-3, 64 CS. He's now 20 farm ahead of I Love Joseph on this crawl.
Yeah, it's looking so dicey for us, the side of Phoenix Rain. I'm wondering what their Nemesis Hydra is going to do next. They're moving towards Gold Mine. They are starting it up. And Phoenix Rain, I don't know if they want to contest this.
Yeah, they know what's going on. A nice afterburn just to knock them away, saying, hey, look, this is our Gold Mine. You don't even want to come near it. And as soon as that afterburn came out, you saw they just immediately backed off, and the gold lead continues to grow now for Nemesis.
Yeah, and things are looking ever more difficult for a side of Phoenix Rain. Lost by Top, picking up that Atlas Pauldron against the Kroll and the Black Feather. That is dramatically reducing the damage on the side of Phoenix. However, we see I Love Joseph getting caught out.
Oh, nice stun into the wall there by Hardek. It doesn't look like it's going to be quite enough to pick up the kill, but they are just getting so much damage down onto every member of Phoenix Rain. It is ensuring that they can't come and try and contest these jungle camps.
Yeah, right now Lost by Top, he is very low, but it doesn't even matter. Right now, Vonsi, as long as he has his ultimate, as long as he has that spontaneous combustion, the amount of healing that he can put out in the middle of a team fight, especially because Phoenix Rain doesn't have a lot of AoE damage, is going to be absolutely huge.
And you can see how easily Hardek can get out of fight. Great, beautiful gauntlet stops that aggression right in its tracks. I was going to say it was about to be Nemesis Hydra looking for a fight, but a great gauntlet from Ezidox puts an end to that and allows Phoenix to now try and posture up and defend this turret.
Yeah, so that's actually very interesting, that gauntlet. What happened was Hardek actually afterburn Ezidox out of that gauntlet and repositioned him. Oh, Vonsi got
from
caught.
Hell's Heart does hit onto Vonsi. He's getting dropped very low. Doesn't even get to heal up from those the spontaneous combustion. And that is going to be a kill, finally picked up by Phoenix Rain. The Spectral Spike comes out to take a second one, and just like that, Phoenix Rain have found themselves an opening.
Yeah, Nemesis Hydra overextending themselves just a little bit. I lost my top.
Lost by top. He should be able to get out of this underneath the turret, but it looks like they're just going to go ahead and die. Phoenix Rain pulling a move out of the Nemesis book, going deep underneath the turret and securing themselves that third kill. Not quite in time for the ace, but it's still going to be enough for a turret.
And Nemesis Hydra, they are overextending. They are pushing a little bit too far. They need to pull back and reset their mentality, and they will be able to take these fights as long as they play them properly. Vonsi cannot get caught.
Yeah, and right there, the timing on that was great for Phoenix as well, getting those kills right around the 12 to 13 minute mark. This is when a lot of teams would normally try and get that big power spike, start picking up infusions, prepare for Kraken to come out. And to get into your opponent's head right around that timing is a great benefit.
Yeah, and right now, Ezidox, he has the Warhorn, he has the Fountain. They're going to be looking to run down the members of Nemesis Hydra. It will be very difficult with Hardek having the afterburn, with Vonsi dropping those seeds. But if they are able to do it, if they are able to get into the middle of the Nemesis Hydra squad, they should easily be able to take these fights.
Yeah, you can see Nemesis starting up this gold miner once again. They've already picked up all three of them now, and 175 gold each, just to, again, help prepare for when the really, really important fights are going to be happening as Kraken prepares to come out of her den. And it's still in their favor, but Phoenix Rain has definitely brought this right back. They're right back in this game again.
Yeah, Phoenix Rain definitely doing very well for themselves after a very, very rocky start. Hardik, he has the Atlas Ball, he has the Bone Saw. They're going to be trying to shut down the attacks of Phoenix Rain, but if Phoenix Rain can get some proper engages, it's going to be very tricky for Nemesis.
Yeah, the interesting thing for Phoenix Rain here is that with the weapon power Blackfeather being their primary source of damage, they don't have any sort of armor shred at all. There's no Bone Saw on either Krull or Blackfeather. So it's going to be difficult to work through that armor, especially if Von C starts picking some up, because you already have that double Atlas Pauldron. If Von C builds some armor into his kit, it should be unstoppable for Nemesis because the damage just won't be there. However, we can see both teams posturing up now, getting ready. Kraken is going to be on the fold in 10 minutes, and we're approaching the point where the team fights can determine the game.
Yeah, and right now it does look like Phoenix Rain are mounting a very solid defense. It's difficult for Nemesis Hydra to press in. They might be looking for a mini mine. Oh, here might be engaged.
Yeah, this is looking like the start of a fight. Neither team really committing fully to it. That's a lot of damage going down onto Old School. Has to use that Rose offensive to get out, as Kraken is available now, so every little bit of damage helps. If you can poke out your opponent, force them to have to recall, that could be your opening to start Kraken.
And this is a good opportunity for side Nemesis to pick up those infusions, as we do see right here. Hardik picking up a weapon fusion. Von C with the crystal, and here's the fight.
This is going to be very likely the fight. That's the attack of the pack coming out. Afterburn going through, but it gets blocked. Here comes the Gauntlet to try and put a delay on it, but I don't think Esodox actually got over the wall like he wanted to. That is going to be a big damage onto Old School. They're chasing underneath this turret. They need to be careful they don't go too hard. This is a mistake Nemesis has made multiple times. Old School is getting taken so low. They're diving under 2 turrets looking for these kills, but they finally get one of them, but now they need to get out of the base. It is going to be 1 kill getting picked up by that turret. So a 1-for-1 trade overall, not really worth it. And now here comes Phoenix Rain making their way back out, but thinking better of it as that spontaneous combustion is used.
Wow, just like an absolutely crazy dive from the side of Nemesis Hydra. I mean, this is what they're known for. They're known for going for these ridiculous dives. They went under 2 turrets, and they were still able to get a kill and mostly get out in one piece.
Yeah, they did give up Hardik in the process, but that's the aggression that Nemesis Hydra has always been known for. They have, I mean, it's Von C's motto, no fear, just fight. That's exactly what they did. No fear of those turrets going extremely deep into the base of Phoenix Rain just for that single kill. It didn't quite pay off for them. They didn't really get any big advantage off of it because that 1 kill was traded back and they weren't able to get multiple kills off of it. Now we see Phoenix Rain starting up the Kraken. This is going to lead to a massive fight. Here comes Nemesis Hydra jumping their way on in. That's going to be that damage boost for Petal off of the trampoline. And they've actually pushed Phoenix Rain off of the Kraken, so they start up themselves, but Phoenix Rain coming back in. Esodox, though, is getting dropped so low. Attack of the Pack comes out, and it looks like Phoenix Rain is trying to disengage from this fight. They've now found the Krull, and that's going to be a kill secured by Nemesis Hydra. They could now look to go for the Kraken themselves.
And that was just over-aggression coming out from the side of Phoenix Rain. They had the opportunity to just play the game slowly. They could potentially win these late game fights. However, starting up that Kraken and leaving halfway through, that is not what they want to be doing.
Yeah, they're going to try and find themselves a kill on Hardik while the rest of the team is working on Kraken. A nice block of the Afterburn with that Rose offensive, but now here's the rest of Nemesis. The Fountain of Renewal is going to go out for the healing, and they turn their attention onto Old School. That's going to be both carries from Phoenix down.
Yeah, and this is so dangerous for the side of Phoenix Rain. Nemesis Hydra, this is almost certainly going to be a free Kraken unless Esodox can get a miracle steal.
Yeah, they're just going to shuffle around the who's tanking the Kraken as they all pick up infusions. Reminder, 117 double infusions are still a thing, and you can see the Kraken getting unleashed by Nemesis Hydra. They're going to look to group up and see if they can push in for the win here. They're not going to get it easily. It's not going to come without a fight. There are still 4 turrets to go through, and everyone from Phoenix Rain is about to be alive.
Yeah, I'm loving this build coming out from Von C. The Shiver Steel, the Broken Myth, the Alternating Current, just outputting so much damage and doing so many slows to every single member of Phoenix Rain. It's so difficult for them to do anything. It's so hard to close in onto the backline of Nemesis Hydra.
And again, the double Atlas Pauldron also making that difficult as well. Here comes the Gauntlet. It is going to stun up VonC on the backline. VonC is the target. They're focusing him down. Do they have enough damage? Spectral Spike comes out, doesn't secure it. The healing is coming through, but it's not enough. VonC has dropped I Love Joseph on the backlines, takes out those puppies from the attack of the pack, and this is Phoenix looking to try and save their game. They get 2 kills now. It is just Lost by Top, but Lost by Top is making the plays. He gets 1 kill. He's working on the last one. Will he be able to survive against this Arden? We've seen this before, but it looks like he's just going to try and help out the Kraken on that turret and back off. Let Ezidox try and deal with this Kraken, but it's just an Arden against Kraken. Kraken will get at least a little bit more work done.
And that was an absolutely ridiculous fight. Let's take a look at it again. Right there, VonC gets stunned up by the Gauntlet. He
on the
gets
back
cut
line.
out.
VonC is the target. They're focusing him down. Do they have enough damage? Spectral Spike comes out, doesn't secure it. The healing is coming through, but it's not enough. VonC has dropped I Love Joseph on the back lines, takes out those puppies from the attack of the pack, and this is Phoenix looking to try and save their game. They get 2 kills now. It is just Lost by Top, but Lost by Top is making the plays. He gets 1 kill. He's working on the last one. Will
All right, in any case, right there, VonC taking off those back camps. A fantastically played fight by the side of Nemesis Hydra. They did so well. They were caught out at first, but they immediately turned it around.
And oh my goodness, a big collision there in the middle of the map. VonC, once again, as he should be the target, he's gonna get taken down so low. The healing from Spontaneous Combustion and the Fountain keep him alive long enough. They get the kill onto Kroll, but it's traded back. And now Blackfeather versus Glaive is the fight happening. Nemesis Hydra is trying to get these kills, but it's Old School coming out on top. Lost by Top, he's the only one left, but he doesn't have enough to try and answer this. And just like that, Phoenix Rain, they're going to try and pick up this ace. Will Lost Boy be able to escape from this? I don't think so. He will not, as Ezidox finishes it off, and Phoenix Rain are right back in this.
And Phoenix Rain just absolutely turning things on its head. Nemesis Hydra, they thought they had that fight, but once again, they were caught out. They need to make sure they have the vision. They need to make sure Phoenix Rain cannot be the ones to be engaging, because whenever Nemesis has the front foot, they're able to just kite backwards and just throw Phoenix for a loop.
Yeah, they're able to also just get in onto VonC and get the target onto him. You know, with Old School and Kroll both targeting VonC, getting those weakness stacks, getting that damage, it's really difficult for him to do anything if he's in the middle of the fight. You've seen the fights that Nemesis wins is when VonC is on the backline. If he uses that trampoline out of the fight and is just throwing in those attacks from the outside, that's when Nemesis Hydra wins.
Yeah, and right now, Nemesis Hydra, they are doing fairly well. Hardik right now, he has Bone Saw, he has another Piercing Spear alongside Starblade. His damage is pretty good.
Here they come with the flare going out, and the fight is on. That's a very defensive afterburn used by Hardik, as it looks like they are actually going to back off of this instead. Which side is going to go for that first engagement? They need to wait for that cooldown to be back up. Looks like they want to try and take this healing camp. It's going to be a little bit extra healing during this fight, but the Gauntlet is down. It does get some stuns. Look at the damage onto VonC, and he is dropped. And this is now going to be Phoenix Rain looking for more. They have Lost Boy and Hardik right where they want them, but look at the health from Old School. He is so healthy. I Love Joseph is the target, but that's not going to help them. Lost Boy is down. Hardik, the last member standing, and Ezidox and Old School are going to chase him. They're going pretty deep underneath this turret. I'm not sure if they want to keep going for this. They're not going to be able to get the kill, so they do back out. But Phoenix Rain, they've weathered the storm, and they are starting to take victories.
Yeah, things are looking very, very dangerous for the side of Phoenix Rain. Nemesis was in such a controlling, I don't know, they were in so much control. And Phoenix Rain finally able to take 2 fights back to back, and now they're in the lead.
Yeah, this is a really great turnaround from Phoenix Rain. You know, one of the things that they themselves worried about was the mental aspect of the game. You know, going on tilt. They fell behind early in this one. They could have easily gone on tilt. Hardik tries to steal the Kraken, but it doesn't work out. That's going to be a free kill for Phoenix Rain, along with the Kraken Unleashed. This is looking very bad for Nemesis.
Yeah, right here also, he has his breaking point. Joseph still not sitting on too much damage, but he's doing just enough. He has the double infusions, and right now Hardik is down. The Kraken is pushing. Things are looking very, very bad for Nemesis Hydra.
Absolutely. 15-11 on the kills. Phoenix Rain has turned this game completely on its head. They have the Kraken pushing in with them, and Hardek is not going to be respawned in time for when Kraken gets into the base. He may come up partway through the fight, but this is on Vonsi and Lost Boy Toff to try and defend their base, try and defend this first game against Phoenix Rain. Here comes Kraken onto the turrets. There's still 15 seconds for Hardek. I don't think they have enough to defend this. The gauntlet goes down. It gets a stun onto Lost Boy. Vonsi doing what he can to Lila Joseph. They are getting close to a kill, but Kraken is on the crystal, and this is going to be Phoenix Rain taking game number 1.
And wow, what a game that was. Nemesis Hydra in control for so long, and Phoenix Rain eventually finally clawing their way back into the game and taking the first one.
Yeah, a great match from both sides, really. Nemesis, they were playing so well early on. They got the advantages that they wanted, but just in the end, it was Phoenix Rain able to keep their composure and find the fights that they needed, able to get onto Vonsi. That was the key. We were talking about how strong Vonsi would be in this competition, but there wasn't enough to protect him at the end of the day.
Right, and Vonsi playing very well in the first half of that game, but come mid to late game, there just wasn't enough peel. That Fortress pick was not there to support peeling for that pedal, but rather to just constantly engage. And we saw, when they were on the offensive, they were so incredibly dangerous, but the moment they fell behind, they just completely fell off the board.
Yeah, I feel like the defense came out from Vonsi late there and just didn't, it was a little bit too late, too late for the armor being picked up. He wasn't able to deny the damage from the side of Phoenix Reborn.
Yeah, but to break it down a little bit more, let's send it back to our analysts at the desk. We have Playoff Beard, Rome, and Xingyi.
Right, thank you very much, Z Kent. So, Phoenix Rain, they weathered the storm, Rome. I want to talk about what was happening there. So, clearly with those comps, Phoenix Rain, they had to get to like the 15-minute mark or so, or even later, when their heroes could reach their power spikes and the match could start to turn. A lot of factors there needing to disengage from the Wolves and try to re-engage when they had line of sight to the pedal or to the glaive with the sword throw. Talk to me a little bit about what was happening in those team fights and how those later team fights were working out better for Rain.
Well, the thing was, with that last pick coming on Nemesis Hydra, they did grab a pedal who's excellent at kiting against triple melee compositions. The best thing that Rain could have done this game was atomization. They knew exactly. Right when they were able to take out Vonsi, the rest of the team fight would go in their favor. Due to the fact that, yeah, Blackfeather or Kroll going up against a glaive after pedal is dead, it's easy peasy. But you're looking at the items. They optimized and they grabbed those early Aegises, they grabbed the tier 3 boots, they grabbed a bunch of armor Alices just to make sure that glaive wasn't doing any damage while they were diving onto pedal. And I felt like this was the biggest thing.
Excuse me. Now, against such a mechanically gifted team as Phoenix Rain, I kind of like Nemesis Hydra showing something that really nobody expected. I can't stress enough, these teams were not prepared to face a pedal in this tournament. They also pulled out Elaine Koshka earlier in the tournament, which is even more off meta. So talk to me about what you saw from Nemesis Hydra there. It made it interesting.
Yeah, it certainly did, and the pedal was a good choice, especially against the Arden and the Blackfeather. You can kite away, and it's very difficult for you to gap close, particularly with that glaive there, who you can use as afterburn to reposition whoever's trying to get onto that pedal, because for them it was all about keeping that pedal safe.
All right, so Rome, one match in the books. Hardek, Lost Boy, Vonsi, they've kind of shown one of their cards now. So where do they go from here?
Well, I feel like it's not really them showing their cards, just due to the fact that Vonsi can be playing any other jungle carry, and he'll make it work very well. I do feel like the synergy between their composition last game, I have to agree with Xingyi, yeah. That Fortress didn't work out too well for them in that late game. They didn't have that peel that they needed, especially when you had to deal with the gauntlets, you had to deal with everybody diving in on one single person, and that person has to live. Vonsi needed more defensive items in order to be able to kite back and do what he does best on pedal.
Yeah, of course, in theory or even in practice, that pedal Fortress combination, very deadly, but Lost Boy is such a playmaker on heroes like Finn and Arden. You put him on a Fortress, there's not as much he can do other than have good engagements with the attack of the pack. So maybe they'll look to put Lost Boy on more of a playmaker where he can really strut his stuff. We are into match 2 2 of this best of 3. All 3 matches, if it goes the distance, will be draft. This means Nemesis Hydra, their tournament life is on the line, and a Black Feather immediately taken away by Hydra.
And that's not surprising. We've been seeing Old School playing so much Black Feather in the qualifiers and in the tournament so far.
All right, Rome. So again, they're saying Von C will not be on Kestrel. That leaves the signature picks open for Hardik.
Yeah, and I do like what it's looking right now. You know, Hardik might be able to pick up this Adagio first. However, Phoenix Rain, they have been banning out this Kestrel over and over again. I do feel like this time around, Hydra will take the advantage of this.
All right, certainly Hardik gets Scarf right off the bat, and so now he is going to be comfortable. That is exactly what he wanted. Phoenix Rain thinking about where they go from here. And Rome, as this comes out, it looks like they're thinking about a Glaive and a Crawl.
So they've been liking this composition a lot. However, note that Exodox does like to play that Rome Glaive, so they can throw Glaive to that flex pick role and they can make things work out for their last pick.
Yeah, that's interesting. Nemesis Hydra, they don't know what's going to happen there. It's hard to correctly, fully counterpick this scenario. Lost Boy now making a selection for the team, and it is a Finn. Shingy, this is going to allow him to set up a lot more plays on their terms.
Yeah, because if what he does is to stand on top of Hardik, you know, he can't be afterburned by the Glaive, or he'd get hit by the Hell's Art from the Cruel.
That's an excellent point. He is unstunnable, so that afterburn stun, that from Hell's Heart stun, not going to happen. Von C on a Sky playmaking machine.
Yeah, I do feel like they will have the advantage in the early game here on the side of Nemesis Hydra. They can push a lot with that Sky in that jungle, and they can make it work due to the fact that you see a lot of melee compositions coming out right now so far. I do feel like that Glaive should be a flex pick and be played in the Rome position.
Yeah, and Crawl, just that Sky for a Crawl, it's just so frustrating to try to get to a Sky instead.
Yeah, it's going to be so frustrating then, but I really do like the Cruel and Fortress combo because you've got the weakness stacks and the Mortal Wound combat combined.
All right, it's going to be interesting to see. Nemesis Hydra, they must win this match or their tournament is over after such an amazing road against TSM yesterday. Can they do it with the call? It's Tasty Bacon and Zken.
All right, everybody. Thank you, Playoff Beard. Once again, it's me, Zken, alongside Tasty Bacon. And this game, this is the deciding game for Nemesis Hydra. If they can take it, they have one more at least in them. But if they lose, they're going home.
Yeah, best of 3. Everything is on the line right now for Hydra. As you mentioned, with so much on the line, they go back to a composition that we haven't seen for them thus far in the tournament. But this Sky was their most picked hero throughout the qualifiers. So it's definitely a pick that they are comfortable on. Obviously, we all know how comfortable Hardik is with the Scarf as well. So it should be something that's very strong for them, even though we haven't really seen it thus far this weekend.
Yeah, we are truly seeing Nemesis go back to their roots. They're making sure they play all their comfort picks, and you can see Hardik already putting out a lot of pressure onto Old School in this lane.
Yeah, and there's going to be the side of Phoenix coming up and finding Hardik in that brush. This could be trouble for him. An Afterburn who is not available due to the cooldown, but if it had been, that would have been an easy kill for Phoenix Rain, so maybe rotating up just a little bit early.
Yeah, it's a little bit interesting for the side of Phoenix Rain. Right there, they brought up Exodox alongside Io Joseph. They did not want to take that early fight against Lofswaytoff and Von C, and that makes sense. The Sky is incredibly powerful against both Fortress and Cruel, but Von C might be getting caught out.
Yeah, as Von C trying to steal away those back camps, and he's going to get found by both I Love Joseph and Exodox, and that will be the first kill being picked up by Phoenix Rain.
Yeah, Von C definitely out of position right there. Not exactly sure what he was doing that far into Phoenix Rain's jungle, but he's going to respawn. He's going to go take his own back camp. And fortunately for Nemesis, they're not losing too much.
Yeah, that's the very fortunate thing for them. That could have been some serious trouble if the timing had been off by a little bit. We see Lostwaytoff going to be spending a lot of time in the lane with Hardik. They really want to get this Scarf far ahead. They also want to let Von C get up to level 6 as quickly as possible, so that death from above can start coming out and affecting team fights. You can see he's already halfway there, level 3, highest level on the team, due to the fact that he's been just farming the jungle solo.
Yeah, one of the big things to watch out for in this matchup is Exodox on that Fortress alongside Cruel is going to be a sustaining machine. And right here, we can see both Von C and Hardik picking up a lot of crystal power, getting double crystal bits and energy barrier for both of them.
Yeah, so very likely going to be that double crystal build going all the way through. We'll have to see if Phoenix answer with that a lot of shield. They are a team that is known for building a ton of defensive items, as Vonsi again trying to fight for these jungle camps. This is what he's known for, but Phoenix Rain are doing a great job of taking advantage of that fact and punishing him for it.
Yeah, Vonsi knows he's going down, so he just stands there, waits it out, and gets taken down by the side of Phoenix Rain. And 2 kills already on the board onto Vonsi.
And not the ideal situation for Nemesis at all. And again, that no fear, just fight style, especially trying to contest every jungle camp. Actually, hold that thought because Hardek just got afterburn, but the damage is coming out from this Scarf. So much burning damage going down onto Ezidox and Old School, but here comes I Love Joseph with the huge Spectral Smite, getting a 3rd kill for himself on the board.
Yeah, and I Love Joseph's just absolutely dominating this matchup right now. 3-0-0 on that Kroll, taking every single kill in this game. 2 on Vonsi, 1 on Hardek. He is just completely shutting down both carries of Nemesis Hydra on an early game Kroll.
Yeah, Kroll doing quite well for himself. The strange thing is actually Vonsi does have more farm than the Kroll, but those 3 kills are going to be giving I Love Joseph a bit of an advantage because the farm numbers are relatively close. The thing that surprises me is actually in the lane, Old School has 10 CS more than Hardek does currently, which is not something you expect for a Glaive versus Scarf matchup.
Yeah, it's going to be much, much more very soon. Old School taking up all these last hits at the turret, at 31, at 33. He's just going to keep going up from here, and he's doing so well against the dual laning of Hardek and Lost Boy Toph.
Yeah, Ezidox doing a great job of helping his teammate out as well. You can see Old School and Ezidox, they still haven't even visited the shop yet. They're both sitting on just their initial item purchase. So that's really, really impressive for how well he has been able to farm, considering he hasn't had any extra items. I mean, you can see the amount of gold he has, 2,000 gold to go spend, and see he's picking it up right now. Ezidox just comes out on his first trip to the shop with a Fountain of Renewal.
Takes a fountain, takes some boots, and he's going to make his team very, very hard to take down. And look at Old School. He's sitting on a Book of Yule, which is a heavy steel, and he has travel boots already. He's going to be so fast around the fold. He's going to be making plays all over the place, and something that Nemesis Hydra definitely has to fear.
Yeah, we thought Flash X got fast Fountain of Renewals. How about a 4.5-minute fountain? That is incredibly early. It means that Phoenix Rain, they can start looking for fights. Nemesis Hydra is a team that is known for trying to find fights early on, and Phoenix Rain will have the advantage in those situations. Shiver Steel is completed for I Love Joseph, so even if they try and go in, they have a very difficult time escaping now for Nemesis Hydra as well.
And Nemesis Hydra has to be worried. Right now, Old School, I Love Joseph are just getting so much farms to themselves, getting so much gold. Ezidox being a little bit over-aggressive right there, but he knows he's safe. He has his allies right next to him.
Yeah, here comes Vonsi looking to try and help out, but I Love Joseph is in this brush. He goes aggressive onto Hardek, and that's going to be an afterburn. That's going to be a kill for Phoenix Rain. They are just playing so well here in game number 2.
And one of the big things to point out in this matchup is how well Ezidox is baiting out the members of Nemesis Hydra. Every single time he walks up, he gets low, he gets almost taken down, but he just slowly retreats back and lets his teammates finish off the work.
Yeah, it's really impressive the way that they're working. It looked like this isn't the Phoenix Rain that started game number 1. It looks like maybe they had some jitters to start off, but they have definitely settled in, and they are moving like a well-oiled machine. I Love Joseph 4-0-0. Every single one of his team's kills are onto that Kroll, and you can see just how well it's working for them as the pressure, again, forcing Lost Boy Toph to stay in lane at all times, as well as keeping Hardek down on these CS numbers. Old School has almost twice the farm of Hardek already.
Yeah, it's looking very, very tricky for the side of Nemesis Hydra, but this is kind of expected. Phoenix Rain, they have a very powerful composition come early game because they have the Glaive in that lane up against the Scarf. That afterward just puts out so much pressure onto Hardek. If Nemesis Hydra is able to weather this storm, if they're able to get both Skye and Scarf into the mid to late game, Phoenix Rain is going to have a lot to look out for.
Yeah, well, again, it's all going to depend on that itemization. We can see there is already a little bit of shield picked up by both Joseph and Old School. So if they continue to go down this more defensive route, they should be okay. That's going to be an afterburn, getting blocked very nicely by Hardek. Could leave Old School in a bit of a troublesome situation as the forward barrage comes out from Vonsi, but they will be able to retreat into the bottom of the jungle and just go back to their farming ways, putting some good vision down, so that they will know if Nemesis are trying to rotate, and that's going to be another afterburn connecting onto Hardek, and another kill for Phoenix Rain.
And they just play Ring Around and Rosie, go around the gold mine, and just come straight back up, take out Hardek, and pick up another kill for themselves.
Yeah, it's just really impressive what they're able to do against this Scarf. You can tell they were prepared for it, as they are going to be now going in onto Von C. Ilov Joseph, you see, he just took a full forward barrage, and it did almost nothing as that Spectral Smite secures himself another kill.
Yeah, Weakness Stacks definitely doing a number onto the damage of Von C right there. But Von C, he has picked up his Broken Myth, he has tier 1 boots. He's going to slowly become more and more powerful in this battle, and right now, a 3,000 gold deficit for a side of Nemesis Hydra, it's looking bad. But I think they can make it back still.
I mean, we've seen much larger comebacks in the history of Vainglory, so the game is never over until that crystal shatters. But Phoenix Rain are just looking so strong here. Finally, the Fountain of Renewal is finished for Nemesis Hydra only 4 minutes later than Rain was able to pick it up. However, there hasn't been a full-on team fight. So, you know, getting that early Fountain didn't actually end up playing out too much. It does obviously mean that Exodox does still have an advantage just in items purely, as we see Hardek actually using that Dragon's Breath just to clear out those minions.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Dragon's Breath at level 1 doesn't do too much damage. It's mostly used for the utility of the speed boost and the slow, but they don't plan on fighting. Nemesis Hydra should not be looking for fights, and as long as they can weather the storm, they can stall out a little bit longer, they will become more and more powerful. And Hardek, he does have enough for a Broken Myth, and that's something that Phoenix Rain definitely has to watch out for.
Yeah, once that Broken Myth comes out, Scarf is going to be doing a lot more damage. Ilov Joseph, so confident though. You can see just walking through the brush, trying to find any scout traps, trying to deny that vision from the side of Hydra.
Yeah, right now Lost by Top, he is level 7, so he does have that Force Accord ready. If you can see Nemesis Hydra, they just keep throwing out ultimates, making sure they can keep the wave cleared, and making sure they just don't lose any turrets. And that's so incredibly pivotal for them. As long as they can get to, I don't know, even like the 15-minute mark, Scarf and Sky are going to be so tough to push against.
Yeah, Scarf especially, you know, the Broken Myth completed, likely going to build into an Eve of Harvest as well, will help to keep him alive in these fights. With the defensive items coming out, again, Ilov Joseph and Exodox, neither of them going to be too damage focused. It's all going to be on Old School. They can, if they can keep Scarf alive, that's their key to winning the match. It's similar to what they had last time, except now they do have Von C. It was Von C that they had to keep alive. But now both of them can hang around. They can both keep themselves alive relatively easily and can both put out a ton of damage. So the composition this time around from Hydra, while it was working out very well in game number 1, I do feel towards the late game it will hold up much better in game 2 here.
And I really do like the Broken Myth picks up from both Von C and Hardek. They know that Phoenix Rain are going to be building a lot of shield, especially because they see the double crystal composition come out. So they pick up the Broken Myth early on to make sure they have that extra piercing, they have the extra damage amplification, and because Phoenix Rain is so tanky, they know that they will get to maximum stacks.
Yeah, the minions shoving in onto this turret because Phoenix Rain went to go pick themselves up a gold payout from the gold miner. Their lead is slowly growing still, and at a pretty steady clip, I'd say. So the pace has definitely slowed down. Only 6 kills here in 11 minutes. Rather unusual for both of these squads. But Phoenix Rain, I feel like they know that they have the lead right now. They can just keep putting this pressure on. And Hydra, they're playing so much safer than usual because of the fact that their tournament lives are at stake in this game.
Yeah, both their tournament lives are at stake. And right now, Nemesis Hydra, they know they have a weaker early game. They just need to wait. If they can bide their time, if they can play the fights right, if they can get the vision control that they need, as long as they don't lose too much, they should still be okay.
Yeah, and that's why we've been seeing the ultimates coming out just to clear out the minion waves. They know they don't want to fight. They know that Phoenix Rain can't go diving too deep under turrets yet. So if they keep the minions at bay, then they can continue to just get their farm and try and make sure that this deficit doesn't increase any further.
Right, and right now we see Ilov Joseph, Exodox, and Old School just waiting it out. Right now they have the Aegis, they have a huge amount of tankiness on both their carries. Well, Cruel is just doing a huge tank in general, but Old School is going to be so hard to take down with the Serpent's Mask, with the innate lifesteal of Glaive. I'm not sure if Nemesis Hydra will be able to get to a point where they can take these two down.
Yeah, it's going to be so difficult. Even with the Broken Myth shredding through shield, the pure amount of shield being built, both of them have an Aegis and an extra shield item in their inventory. It's gonna, their defensive stats are going to be just through the roof, itemizing so well. And again, this is what Phoenix Rain has done. This is kind of the innovation that they brought to this tournament, was these super defensive builds and just overpowering their opponents by saying, hey, these fights are going to drag out forever, and you're not going to have enough damage to beat us.
Right, however, we do have to watch out for what Nemesis Hydra does, because it looks like they are working towards some Eve of Harvest. If they also have Sustain, then the damage output from the side of Nemesis Hydra will definitely be superior.
For now, though, just continuing to farm up in the lane. These farm numbers are going to be pretty massive by the end of the game at this rate. Already up over 140 for Old School. That's a pretty crazy amount of farm to have at 13 minutes, eclipsing the 10 CS per minute mark.
Yeah, definitely ramping it up very, very quickly on that glaive. He's going to be doing some serious damage with the Serpent's Mask. He's sitting on 1.2 thousand gold, and with this gold mine being picked up very soon, it's another lump sum into the pockets of Phoenix Rain.
Yeah, we'll see if they decide to go down to shop. Looks like I Love Joseph wants to make a purchase with his 1,500 gold. We'll see what he grabs there. It is just, again, increasing that shield and then rotating on up. Still no big team fights, though.
Yeah, one of the interesting things on the side of Phoenix Rain is they are holding onto their money. They're waiting for the point where they can all double infuse and just completely sweep over Nemesis Hydra. Nemesis Hydra, though, they're also saving a good amount of gold for themselves. Hardik, he has his Eve of Hearts. He's still trying to bide his time. Von-C, though, he's sitting on 800 gold. He might be going for more items, or he might just go for some double infusions.
Yeah, these fights are going to be so interesting when they do finally happen, because the side of Hydra, they have damage built. They have a lot of damage built, but there's so much defense on the side of Phoenix Rain, but no damage over there. You can see there's only some attack speed for Krull. For Glaive, it's just the Serpent's Mask and now a Bone Saw being finished, despite the fact that there's only one armor item on the side of Nemesis Hydra. So the damage, it's just not really going to be there from either side. So when a fight does break out, it's going to be absolutely crazy. It's going to be so hectic that it's going to last forever as Kraken does come up onto the map. I mean, if a fight were to happen around Kraken, I feel like Kraken would end up with the most damage dealt in the team fight.
I would not be surprised. And right now, we do see the Kraken being started up by Phoenix Rain. Will they be able to take it down? Will Nemesis Hydra be able to defend against this? Joseph not taking any damage, really. Ezdox gets hit a little bit, but it looks like Nemesis Hydra is not too concerned about this Kraken.
Yeah, they're going to rotate down a little bit, but Kraken just gets unleashed. Obviously, they do have the Scarf, and they do have Sky. They can take down Kraken very easily, but this might be just that little bit of an opening that Phoenix Rain needs to start taking these turrets and start opening up the map to them. If they can get the pressure on the map and they can start taking control of the jungle, they can get a big lead, but a huge Quibble comes out. Death from above doesn't quite catch anybody, and now Kraken is working on this first turret. It's gonna get at the very least that first one, but you can see so much damage being done to Kraken just on the way to the second turret now. Will Phoenix Rain go in for a fight? It looks like they're just trying to play very carefully around the outskirts, just get some damage onto that turret, help out the Kraken. Another death from above, and it, again, doesn't really connect much except for onto the Kraken. That's two turrets down. Attack of the Pack comes out. Looks like it's mostly just as a distraction, though, as Phoenix Rain are backing up, but two turrets claimed. It means that they will have so much more ability to try and control this jungle.
Yeah, very, very slow-paced game. Nemesis Hydra, they do not want to fight, and you can tell in their playstyle, they're constantly backing up. The moment Phoenix Rain moved forward, Nemesis Hydra took a step back and just continued doing damage to a turret. They just do not want to engage with members of Phoenix Rain.
Yeah, but at some point they're going to have to. I mean, Phoenix Rain still has this advantage and still has this lead that they're working with. With those two turrets going down, it has grown even further. Eventually, Nemesis, they need to fight. They need to get themselves back into this game. But when is that going to come? That's the question, is will they have the opportunity?
And this is very interesting. Look at I Love Joseph's build. The double Age is coming out alongside the Shiver Steel. He is going to be insanely tanky. Old School, just doing all the damage for his team. And I Love Joseph just focusing on shutting down the carries of Nemesis Hydra. And Ezdox also nearing he has so many items already. It's 17 minutes in the game. He has 4 tier 3 items on that roam.
Yeah, and just to clarify, obviously the cooldown on the activation for the Aegis does not stack. Once you use one of them, they both go on cooldown, but it's still just the pure amount of shield that the item provides is why he picked up 2 of them. It's all about just trying to not take the damage from Sky and Scarf. It's worked out thus far. I mean, they haven't given up any kills, largely because Hydra really hasn't been looking for them. But the question that we'll have to answer is, will Hydra be able to fight them? Will they be able to melt through that shield? And right now, it just doesn't look like it.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very difficult because on the side of Phoenix Rain, their game plan is just to slowly choke out Nemesis Hydra. They don't need to make any flashy plays. They don't need to go for dives. All they have to do is wait, get Krakens, and win the game.
Yeah, and we're at a point where, because of those first 2 turrets going down, Phoenix Rain are able to control the jungle. They're able to deny that gold from Nemesis. The gold lead has gotten massive over the past 3 to 5 minutes, and now Kraken is available once again, and once more, immediately, Phoenix Rain starts working on this objective.
Yeah, Nemesis just has to do something. Right now, they're just being bled to the bone, and right now, Phoenix Rain is taking another free Kraken. Nemesis Hydra will attempt to defend this, but they might be able to, but they're just gonna keep bleeding turrets.
Yeah, they're definitely going to be able to defend it. The thing I'm going to watch is when this turret goes down. Like, it's almost a guarantee that this turret's going to go down unless Nemesis come out and meet Hydra or meet Kraken in the lane. But it doesn't look, I mean, they haven't been doing that at all this game. It looks like they're once again retreating. Once this turret goes down, we see so many teams look to start up a fight as soon as this 3rd and final lane turret falls. So if that's what Nemesis decides to do, I think it will be a mistake. You cannot start the fight after the turret is down. You have to go for the fight while the turret is alive, while the turret can help you out in the fight, regardless of if Kraken is there or not.
Yeah, right now you see Nemesis playing as well as they can, getting the stuns down, dropping a death from above, and right now Phoenix Rain is just backing off. They need to do something.
I mean, Phoenix Rain is perfectly fine with just letting this happen. Kraken is pushing in. They get 1 turret off of it. They're now pushing in onto the crystal turrets. Here comes the Dragon's Breath, and that's going to be a nice pull-in from the side of Hydra. The fight is finally happening, and it is Hydra that are melting the health bars of Phoenix Rain, but the turret is getting smashed by Kraken. That's 1 turret down. There's a catch onto both Ezidox, and it's going to be the kill onto I Love Joseph, and now Phoenix Rain are the ones that have to sort of rethink what's been going on, but at the same time, there's only 1 turret left.
Yeah, it's not too bad for the side of Phoenix Rain. Nemesis Hydra was able to defend that, and one of the interesting things I wanted to point out in that fight is Hardek actually picked up an extra pair of boots, which is kind of strange, but it actually makes sense against this composition of Phoenix Rain. I Love Joseph wants to dive in onto that Scarf, and having the extra pair of boots, extra sprint activation, is so, so beneficial.
And look at what Von C has done with his build. Extra piercing coming out from the Sky there. He's looked at the builds of Phoenix Rain, and he has seen, oh, you want to stack a ton of shield? I'm going to do my very best to pierce through as much of it as I can and still get damage out. And now, Nemesis Hydra, have they now been the ones to weather the storm and start up a comeback? It's still going to be very risky. Again, only 1 turret left standing in their base because they gave up 2 Krakens for free. But we are 21 minutes into this game. A death at this point lasts so long. That's going to be Old School going in deep. The fight is on. Attack of the Pack is out. There goes the death from above, but it doesn't hit anybody. The Dragon's Breath is going through, but it's not working. And Phoenix Rain, they have 1 kill. Von C is down. They're turning their attention onto Hardek, and Hardek is getting dropped so low, but the Goop is doing some work as well. Answers 1, but it's just not enough. Old School and Ezidox are just gonna try and clean up Lost by Tough. Lost by Tough looking to make plays on this Finn. Will it be enough? He's made plenty of highlights. He gets so much damage, double stun, and it is almost getting the kill. But in the end, Old School picks up the ace, and this could very well be the game for Phoenix.
And this is almost searching the game for Phoenix Rain. Nemesis Hydra, they held on as long as they could. They were able to weather the storm for so long. But Von C, he went down in that pivotal fight, and this game, this series, it's certainly over.
Yeah, that's going to be the last turret, and now here comes the Crystal Destruction for Phoenix Rain. They will take the game, they will take the series, and Phoenix Rain are your first finalists for the North American Spring Championships.
And I am very looking forward to see how these young players do in the finals. We will see which team they will be taking up against next, between Velocity, between Kinetic, both very, very powerful teams from the Hammers organization. And honestly, watching the Phoenix Rain team play, they can definitely take it home.
Yeah, they are definitely capable. One thing that they proved the most to me here is the fact that they can win with multiple styles. I mean, they were the ones that had to hold out and turn the game around to game number 1, and then game 2. I don't think we've seen a game be that sort of passive between two teams. We had 12 kills in 22 minutes. That is the lowest kill total we have had all weekend. And Phoenix Rain, they were up to the task. Not many teams would be able to stay that passive the entire time.
Yeah, it was very, very interesting to watch because we see the builds coming out from the side of Phoenix Rain. Shiver steals on everyone. Double Aegis on both their carries. Ezidox just picking up the Warhorn, picking up the early utility items. And on the side of Nemesis, the tons of piercing coming out, it just wasn't enough. They fell too far behind early on, and they just weren't able to take that fight at the end of the game.
Yeah, a really rough go of it there. It was such a good job. But to go ahead and cover go over everything as a whole for the series, we're going to go ahead and throw it back to Playoff Beard, Jinyi, and Rome.
All right, thank you very much. As we see the players shaking hands, some good sportsmanship there. Disappointing moment for Nemesis Hydra. But Rome, we saw exactly what we saw out of Rain all through the qualifier. Some very innovative, very defensive-oriented builds, creating a whole bunch of mind games.
No, I feel like it was a lot of smart strategizing on their part because these top 4 teams, what they're really strong at is winning out the team fights and knowing exactly what to do amidst like a high-pressure team battle. And as long as they're able to draw the longer team fights, they can make the clutch plays. And you saw on the side of Phoenix Rain, they had only 3 red items in terms of, and you're comparing that just on Von C himself, he had 4 blue items. And this was what won them the game. All that defense, making sure that they're able to sustain themselves, using the weakness stacks coming out of Kroll. They had a plan for this, and they executed it properly.
Now, Xingyi, when it was so slow, when it was so deep in the game and it was only like 6 kills to 0, that was not a good sign for Nemesis Hydra. Kills galore yesterday in those blockbuster matches with Team Solo Mid. The whole pace got slowed down and just no chances really for Von C to make plays. Lost Boy Top, he also really had no one to hook there. No good options.
Yeah, there's a lot of problems with that in that they were playing too defensively at the start when they should have been quite aggressive with the Sky against that Cruel Fortress combination. And we just saw Lost Boy Toff just sitting in that lane the whole time, just trying to keep Hardek safe. And we were seeing a lot of pressure being added to Hardek. So it was quite it was a very aggressive approach that Phoenix Rain took, and it made it very difficult for Nemesis Hydra to even fight back.
All right, with that, who would you have to say is your MVP for Phoenix Rain here?
It's going to be Ezidox. So in the first game, they were losing quite badly at the start. Everybody was cheering for that petal, but Ezidox had some amazing gauntlets that really helped with defensively and offensively, actually, once they were able to get a little bit better.
All right, so Rome, any final thoughts on Phoenix Rain? They are moving on into the finals. Just what they can do moving forward, building off of this, and kind of what opponents have to keep in mind.
Well, they did that thing again where they were focus banning onto Von C. It did work out for them. However, I feel like the teams that they will be prepared to go up against in the finals will have something against this. And that's something they have to take consideration of. They are very well known for playing those very high sustainability compositions, and people will start building counters to that.
Yeah.
Aftershock would have been the biggest item last game had it gone through.
Yeah, and just with players who are so incredible mechanically, the longer those fights go, the more chances they have to just show why they are superior. All right, with that, we have Excoundrel with one of the winners.
Ezidox, MVP of the last series. You really played out of your mind. How do you feel? I mean, it must be really amazing now to be in the finals of the North American Championship.
Yeah, I feel great being in finals. This is our first live finals as a team, and I'm ecstatic.
Awesome. Now, I want to ask you a little bit more about how those games played out. In the first game, you seemed like you knew Petal was coming. You banned the Kestrel. You potentially maybe thought about it. Your composition seemed pretty well suited to deal with something like Petal. Was it something that you always had going forward?
We were actually pretty surprised about the Petal, and for the Kestrel ban, we just wanted to shut down Vonsi's playmaking abilities on her. So we actually expected a Finn out of Lost Boy Toph, but he actually chose the Fortress.
All right, and then going into the second game, you seem to have a pretty good composition to deal with the Scarf and the Sky. We've really praised your draft strategy throughout pretty much all of the tournament. Is it something that you're always quite keen on doing, that research for the draft?
Yeah, after every day of matches, I go back and look over the matches of our opponents and try to figure out what draft is going to be best to beat them.
All right, and going forward now, you're going to be facing one of the Hammers teams, Kinetic, can't remember the other one, Kinetic or Velocity, sorry, yeah. So which of the two would you prefer to face in the final, and why would you prefer to face them?
I would prefer to face Hammer's Velocity in the finals. This is because we always face each other, and I think we're really great rivals.
All right, awesome. So obviously your manager wants you to say a couple of things. Have you got anything to say for your sponsors, towards your fans, anything like that?
Yeah, I would like to thank Mob Crush Band and Vibi, and I would also like to give out this shirt.
Right, he's going to throw a t-shirt, guys. Way, congratulations. The man over there went straight for the t-shirt. Thank you, Ezdox. You've been absolutely brilliant. I'm going to hand it back to the analyst desk now, and we'll be getting on with our series shortly.
All right, thank you very much, Xcoundrel. So the player to watch becomes the MVP, Phoenix Rain. They move on. Let's take a look at what's next. It's going to be the two sister teams, Hammer's Velocity, that superstar in Dienzio. Aloha putting up the numbers against Hammer's Kinetic, a team that is already exceeding expectations. Gabe Vizzle setting trends with those Petal picks. It is going to be fun to see two teams that know each other incredibly well, have been scrimmaging nonstop, so perhaps know each other's tricks. It is going to be a fantastic series. So, if you are not following along on Twitter using hashtag Vainglory Live, yesterday you could win an iPad. Today you could win 2,000 ICE, that in-game currency that will help. Oh, so it's in Twitch chat today as well. So in Twitch chat, use Vainglory Live for a chance to win 2,000 ICE. Use that to get some heroes or skins in the game for yourself. Try to emulate what you're seeing from these players here. We're going to take a very short break, and when we come back, it's going to be the two Hammers esports teams smashing into each other. Which one will be the hammer? Which one will be the nail? We'll find out in just a minute. Hello and welcome back to the 2016 North America Spring Championships live from the sold-out Avalon in Hollywood. I am Playoff Beard here with Xingyi and Rome, and now we have a battle of two teams that know each other incredibly well. It is Hammers Esports Velocity against Hammers Kinetic. This is going to be a lot of fun. Rome, I want to talk about Kinetic first. This is a team that is already pretty much exceeded expectations, a newly formed team. We kind of thought they might have to use spring to figure out what was going to work for them. Instead, here they are in the semifinals already.
Yeah, they actually started like right out of the gates in spring. They take down their first qualifiers, beating Velocity on the way. And I feel like this is a team that has all the experience that they need, especially with T-Tigers, with Gabe Vizzle. These two players have that competitive experience, and they have a lot of accomplishments behind them. Throw that with the genius creativity behind with Sui Generis, I think it works out very well. It's a great combo.
Excuse me, and they've been the ones doing some really interesting picks that have really caught people by surprise, so much so that now other people are playing pedal like Gabe Vizzle.
Yeah, you know, it just shows you like a lot of the compositions that a lot of people don't think about, and especially going to a competition. You feel like your safest bet is going within the meta. These guys aren't afraid of that. They're going outside of the meta, and they're making a lot of things work.
Now, Xingyi, you've been in this position before as a member of Angry Pandas. When Angry Pandas Black finds themselves having to play Angry Pandas White, when the two teams know each other so well, just talk to me a little bit about the dynamics that play out.
I think it can either go one of two ways when you're in those games. You either have a really slow game because you're trying to dance around each other. You're not really sure what the other team's going to do next, so you're trying to anticipate their every movement, or you kind of go all out and there's like lots of skirmishes happening. And I think it's just one of those two things, but they're all like vastly unpredictable because you do scrim against each other a lot. You play with those team members regularly from your team or the other team. And I think for these games are the most exciting in every possible way.
Excuse me, yes, of course. And if there is something to get an advantage from, perhaps it's that because Kinetic is still so new, less game film on them, different comps that they might run, where Velocity, you can just study them from all the past seasons, figure out what they're going to do. So maybe a slight edge to Kinetic there, but then on the other side, more experience for Velocity. We caught up with these teams. Let's take a look now at Kinetic.
We won lane and jungle often in most of our games. Most of our games were in less than 15 minutes, decisive. Our ban draft strategy was very dominant in that entire qualifier. We had strong rotation pressure on our enemy team, and Gabe had an amazing Adagio, and not many teams knew how to play against an Adagio as talented as Gabe, and I felt that gave us an upper hand. So most of our games we snowballed in 15 minutes or less throughout most of the qualifier.
It did take some time to, and it is still taking time to create our synergy. We hope that this live championships will improve our synergy even more.
Outside the game, I use my iPad Pro and I actually draw up plays, like strategy plays, like football plays for our team when it comes to certain types of rotations, counter rotations, objective pushing, jungle pressure, lane pressure. We play for each other, not only with each other. And I feel like that gives us a leg up when it comes to the synergy and relationships within each of our teams.
Since we're pretty much two roamers and a laner, I think that we're able to protect our laner better than other junglers. T-Tigers coming from Libx, he was a very notorious laner. He did take a break for a while, but when he came back, he was just as strong as before. And Sui J always been a great roam player. If we did win, we will be known as the #1 team in NA. So that's something to live up to.
If we play together and we play very strong and everyone has a pretty flawless game, I feel like we can take this all the way and we can beat anybody.
All right, and as you saw there, for Hammers Kinetic, Gabe Vizzle not just on a new team, but also in a new position, moving over to jungle. He sure has proved himself already, and they are ready to take the stage. It is Hammers Kinetic. All right, here they come, T-Tigers out in front, the stutter step machine. His Ringo was absolutely insane. The glue of the whole team, Sui J, will sit right in the middle, call the shots, and feeding into him information is Gabe Vizzle, the former roam, now the jungler, the playmaker out of the jungle, who is going to have to be the one to watch today and is going to have to make a lot of plays. You'd think he's going to be on the melee junglers, on the heroes that transition properly from the roam position, but he's shown incredible versatility.
Yeah, and I feel like the biggest thing here that they have going for them today is the fact that their draft is going to outcover and outman the Velocity team. But the smallest, like something that I do feel like they need a lot of work on is that synergy. I do think that Velocity has that advantage there.
Yeah, that just has to come with time. So with that, 3 great players to choose from. Who's your player to watch for Kinetic?
For this match especially, I have to choose Sui Generis. I do feel like his creativity and the way that he approaches this draft lands them with a composition that they have a lot of confidence going up against their sister team with.
All right, the draft is going to be super important. Let's turn our attention now to Velocity. This team coming in as the #1 seed, but it's the team coming through the elimination bracket. So they've rebounded, and now they have to try to knock off their sister team. Dienzio has been the playmaker, but Aloha, whenever he's on the big stage, he's the one putting up the crazy KDAs.
Yeah, and that's what's so special about this team is that all 3 members are equally important as each other. And although we see Dienzio being the one that makes crazy plays, being the one that does the flashiest kills, a lot of it does come down to Aloha and Veins doing what they do.
Yeah, all right. So with that, does Velocity know all of Kinetic's tricks?
Well, considering like one of the biggest advantages of going to a live championship like this is the fact that you have a sister team who is on the same competitive level that you can scrim with day on, day off. And I feel like both of these teams know each other like back, right, and center.
All right, we'll have to see if it plays out that way. With that, we caught up with Velocity. Let's take a look at that now.
The hardest thing we had to overcome as a team was getting that synergy, because sometimes some teams just don't have it. They try to make it, but it's just not there.
I was looking for a team. It's been a really good experience being Hammers and representing them.
We went to Halcyon Hammers. It was like the best guild I think I've ever been in and ever will be in. And then we moved over to Hammers Esports, and that's basically where we are at right now.
We didn't have high expectations when we went to Winter Live Finals. So getting second place it was really huge for us, and we took that as a motivation to get first place this Live Finals.
What we got from that Live Finals is that we came close to winning first, and that doesn't mean we just quit and be salty and stuff. So we need to keep practicing, and we would be first ourselves.
Yes, we're the best team in this tournament.
If you want to stay first, you got to keep doing the same thing, and you don't want to leave your guard down. At the end of the tournament, it's either Hammers Velocity or Hammers Kinetic.
All right, and that is exactly the question. We'll have to find out which Hammers team it's going to be, and ready to take the stage right now, it's Hammers Velocity. All right, that's nice. They're showing some emotion there as they take their seats, getting ready for this pivotal encounter. Xingyi, these 2 teams have been so impressive throughout the tournament. What do you have in mind as we head into this first match?
I just want to see them stick to their strengths, because they have very different plays, they have very different ways of approaching each other, but it's really interesting that they do have the same support in terms of the Hammers support staff. And this is just something I want to see more of that Petal. I want to see some more surprise picks coming out of Hammers Kinetic. For Hammers Velocity, they play such a strategic game, and I just want to see them just take over the game.
All right, with that, who's going to be your player to watch?
Well, it's going to be Veins, the opposing roamer there, and the reason for Veins is very similar to what Rome said about Sui Generis, is that he is the playmaker. They are the one that decides, that calls the shot calls, determines the outcome of the games, and in particular for Hammers Velocity, what we see happening is that Veins and Aloha will just frontline for Dienzio, keeping him alive, and that is so important in these games.
Yeah, and that's so interesting. So many playmakers, and yet it's going to be these roamers who are going to play the pivotal role, certainly having to keep them alive. We're moments away from the draft of match 1 in this best of 3 on 117. Rome, talk me through what's important to you as we see this first draft.
Well, it all starts off with the draft, and I think this is where Kinetic has that big advantage going for them, due to the fact that Gabe Vizzle in that jungle, he can play every single hero, just a lot like VonC. They know the execution behind it. However, with the composition, you do have to have the strategy behind it, and I think this is something they may be lacking in, with the addition of that synergy that Velocity has that they don't.
All right, so step into the shoes of providing that strategy. What would you like to see?
Well, I think they should have a set composition, especially basically drafting against their opponents, making sure that they have all the counter picks right and making sure that the itemizations were right.
All right, on the other side, anything that you would be telling them to keep in mind during the draft?
So I think for Hammers, if I was Hammers Velocity, I'd be telling them watch out for Hammers Connect for Gabe Vizzle's Adagio, because we saw how much it could do in Qualifier 1, and although they were experimenting on Qualifier 2, we did see a glimpse of it in the championship so far, and that's not a hero you want to be coming up against. So I think they definitely should consider taking that Adagio away.
All right, we're about a minute out of the draft. Talk to me about Aloha and what he's been doing so well.
Well, the thing with Aloha is he has been dominating the jungle with Vaynes really well. They coordinate really strongly. They know how to make those quick rotations. So if we notice, every time that Dienzo is making one of those plays up in the lane, they all rotate as a group of 3, and they make sure that they prioritize their targets. During the team fights, they all collide on top of each other, making sure that their body blocking is probably one of the best I've seen so far this entire championship, where when everybody dives on top of Dienzo, it is Aloha and Vaynes that jumps on top of them too.
And when you have Gabe Vizzle meeting Aloha, what's going to happen?
Well, it's actually going to be very hard, and I think it's going to be very decided by who gets the better draft in that jungle, due to the fact that T-Tigers is always the quickest rotators that we've seen so far.
All right, we're in the draft of match 1 in this best of 3 on update 117, and it is a scarf off the board, and they don't want to see this petal coming out of Gabe.
Well, we saw how much that petal could do, because we've played it at least twice so far, and it's been an absolute monster so far.
Rome, you could not have predicted this storyline coming into this championship tournament, that bans would be spent on a petal.
And a Kestrel, but no, so far I do feel like Gabe Vizzle on that petal, the Velocity team hasn't figured out what's the easiest, best way to actually counter against this, so it's best just to get petal out of the way.
All right, so with that Velocity, they pick up a Black Feather and a Glaive.
And this is something they've been doing a lot, is that double weapon dive composition, which has been doing a lot, and we'll be seeing a lot of defense coming out from Hammers Kinetic.
All right, and it is going to likely be T-Tigers again on this. Ringo played out of his mind with the stutter stepping last time.
Yeah, I'm thinking that Kinetic is going to walk away with this game. They do have Fortress going up against 2 very tanky heroes. That with the addition of Gabe Vizzle on, the Adagio plus T-Tigers on that Ringo.
Gabe Vizzle made his name on the Adagio in the first qualifier, which they won. They have to like the comp with the call of this pivotal match. It's Humanist and Excoundrel.
All right, thank you very much, Playoff Beard. I'm Humanist. I'm joined by Excoundrel up here at the desk. We're ready to call all the action for these sister Hammer esports teams. Excoundrel, how you feeling, and do you have a favorite coming into this?
Well, apparently I can only remember one of them when I'm on stage, so it has to be the one that I can remember. But no, I don't have a favorite here. I think obviously both these teams have absolutely deserved to be in the semi-final. They played out of their minds. I know everyone was talking about who they thought could maybe take the series. I was definitely in Kinetic's camp because I think they've played absolutely exceptionally. But we know, that Velocity can just pull out crazy things, and especially Dienzo on that Black Feather. He is a monster on that hero.
Yeah, a monster indeed. But I do have to agree with Rome on this one. I think Kinetic have an incredibly strong composition. T-Tigers is going to be able to blow people up as soon as he starts to get that item progression, and Gabe in there as well. It'll be dangerous.
I kind of agree with you, but I'm looking at the other side of the book, and I'm saying there's good heavy dive here for Velocity if they can isolate and deal with Adagio very quickly. Especially if you see a Crucible come out to deal with the Verse of Judgment. I think there is a chance for Velocity to do well. And, you've got 2 good dive heroes here who can deal with 2 fairly squishy heroes on the side of Kinetic. And I think it really depends on how a lot of the jungle goes, and especially the early game. If Velocity get the early lead, then maybe they can run away with it.
Right. I feel like a key to these fights will be, is Dienzo getting blown up before he gets on top of T-Tigers? He does have the tools to win these fights if he does.
And Black Feather is one of the best heroes in the game to avoid getting blown up just because of that Rose offensive. You can see here.
A little bit of trading in the lane. This is our first bit of action, about 1 minute 30 seconds into this game. Suijay and Vaynes trading punches back and forth, just kind of providing that little bit of shield for their laners respectively. And I feel like it's going to be a little bit of time before we do see like an engage actually happen here.
Absolutely. I think especially for Velocity, they're going to need to pick their moments at exactly the right time. They don't want to get caught up in smaller skirmishes where that range disadvantage is really going to punish them. They want to wait until they can go 3-man coordinated attack, and Aloha just going to have to burn away here. Right. Definitely not wanting to get caught out in that jungle.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the best tools for that glaive. You know, we think of it as that offensive tool, but it's so easy to just disengage out of a fight.
I mean, there's loads of people on some of their most signature heroes here. Gabe Vizzle on that Adagio, they talked about it during the video where they said no one really knows how to deal with Gabe Vizzle's Adagio. He's so good with it. Sweet Generous is on his Fortress, and obviously T-Tiger's the stutter-stepping god on that Ringo. It's a very strong lineup for Kinetic here, but then you have DNZO on Blackfeather, Aloha bringing that glaive. Everyone is sitting on what I would imagine are some form of comfort picks here.
They are indeed, and it's an important situation. You would imagine that they're going to be getting these heroes. Vayne's moving forward, a little face check there. Starts to eat a good chunk of damage, and that's going to be our first blood to T-Tigers, and you have to respect the damage output of this Ringo.
Aloha now looking to avoid the scout trap and try and make it worth it with some of those back camps. I think Kinetic will respond in kind, however, or they might even just chase him down. They know this is potentially happening, and Aloha may get caught between a rock and a hard place here. Nope, backs out just in time. You can see he just teleported back to the base there. But honestly, this is what we were talking about. If Velocity wants to fight, they need to pick their situations more carefully. They want to be coordinated. They need to have a full offensive with both Glaive and Blackfeather making the plays at the same time. They will lose if they continue to get picked off one by one just because of how powerful the single target damage is from Hammer's Kinetic and obviously that massive range disadvantage. You need to go all in to deal with them or you don't do it at all.
Exactly. No, I think you really said it very well there. It's almost like they have to have an element of surprise when they initiate into these fights.
Yeah, I think that would definitely help them, but as long as they actually make the team decision that they are going to look for a 3 versus 3 engage, then they actually do have a fairly significantly decent composition to deal with squishy heroes like Ringo and Adagio. But it is about making those decisions. In the smaller skirmishes where people can get caught off one by one, Kinetic will walk away with this all day.
All right, well, Aloha, Spidey senses tingling. He will teleport out once again. Gabe Vizzle content to just go ahead and farm up his double backs here. And everybody just farming away. Net worth pretty even overall.
So I want to talk about the items, obviously, that we're going to see developing as this game continues. T-Tiger is very obviously going towards a Sorrow Blade. As you would expect, Gabe Vizzle going for that alternating current on the Adagio speaks for itself. And Sweet Generous looks like he's heading very quickly towards a Fountain. On the other side, Shiver Steel already there for DNZO, going to prove very, very useful when trying to deal with either one of Gabe Vizzle or T-Tigers. Obviously, he wants to slow them down as much as possible. So items beginning to develop here, Humanist.
Yeah. And, they definitely are. Maybe an engage, Noah. Another defensive afterburn. Aloha just not ready to commit to the fight just yet.
Yeah, absolutely. Already starting to see some early defensive itemization from DNZO and Aloha. You can see 2 armor picked up here for either of them. And this is obviously because they are worried about the damage output of that weapon power Ringo in the early portion, especially when combined with the Adagio buff. So I like that they are giving respect and going for some form of defensive itemization here.
I think in this situation, you definitely have to give that respect. And I mean, it's such an important series. You lose, you're out. You win, you're going to the finals. So you have to play your best competitive Vainglory right now. And as we look at this Scoundrel, any big item spikes that you think are going to happen that could kick off these fights?
Sweet Generous Fountain just completed here. That will be pretty huge if they choose to fight because they will have that competitive advantage when it comes to sustaining throughout these smaller skirmishes and team fights. And I think Kinetic will be looking to utilize that.
Yeah, I mean, and also...
Oh, and Sorrow Blade.
Speaking of Sweet J, I feel like this guy gets so much work done on Fortress. I'm hesitant when some players pick this up, but every time he has this hero, he's doing such a phenomenal job.
We've actually seen Fortress banned a lot during this championship, but when it has been open, it has been prioritized, and especially by someone like Sweet Generous, who is so decisive. I think when you play Fortress, that's what you have to be. You have to be confident in your shot calling ability. And being decisive is the key. You can't go half measures with Fortress. That's not what he's about.
Not at all. If you're running away with Fortress, you're losing. You have to be running at your target.
And Kinetic plays so confidently with both Gabe Vizzle and Sweet Generous in those positions. I think Fortress suits the team incredibly well. And I'm really looking forward to when this game pops off. And then you can start to see some buffs going on Ringo, and whether Velocity do have that composition that can deal with it.
Oh, let's see. I mean, it could be just a matter of minutes here before things really start to heat up. Everybody getting their ultimates. I'm sure once Vaynes has that gauntlet, they'll feel very confident on the side of Velocity.
Yeah, and because of DNZO stacking up, his heroic perk, he doesn't necessarily need to get huge amounts of weapon power damage early on, and that's why you're seeing him again upgrade that armor. He's looking to delve deeper into the defensive tree early on. They have the execute potential with Blackfeather, and obviously then a good amount of early damage output with Aloha on the glaive. They don't necessarily need to go all in on heavy weapon power early on because of the heroes that they currently have. So we'll wait and see. Maybe if we see Sorrowblade completed here for Aloha, that's when they may choose to pick a fight. That's when they may feel a little bit more confident about bursting a singular target out. I think we'll have to see for Velocity. But again, I think both teams are going to be playing these skirmishes in a similar way. You either go all in or you don't.
Yeah, it's don't hold anything back at this point. I want to point out, T-Tigers, I don't know if you mentioned this with the reflex block, a lot of times that's not picked up until you realize you actually need it. T-Tigers has it right now, and it's such an important tool when you're dealing with the gauntlets, when you're dealing with afterburns.
Yeah, absolutely, and you picked up the two key abilities that obviously that reflex block is going to be used. And I really like that T-Tigers has picked it up early on, because he realizes that he is the key to the damage from this composition for Kinetic. He needs to stay safe. He doesn't want the same thing that happened to Von C to happen to him now. He wants to make sure he's not getting caught in those clutch gauntlets at the edge, and he'll have that reflex block when necessary.
Well, learning from others' mistakes is a wise choice here, and a little bit of aggression out of Hammer's Kinetic. They're moving as a swarm, and I think this is the smart choice.
Yeah, and I think moving as a swarm is I think key to both teams' success, really. There comes the gauntlet.
All right, the first gauntlet's out. SweetJ is the target, but he activates Found, buying a little time. Burst will come out, gonna do a little bit of damage. T-Tigers just eating people up. T-Tigers go down, but the ace for Hammer's Kinetic. When this thing kicked off, it kicked off.
Let's have a look. I mean, it's all about, it's a great gauntlet, but just look at Gabe Bizzle. This Verse of Judgment does serious work. T-Tigers just becoming the focus. The Fountain was brilliant from Sui Generis. They expended so many resources just to try and deal with Sui Generis, then switch target to T-Tigers. You feel like they should have picked one or the other in this situation, but honestly, two key moments, a brilliant Fountain and a fantastic Verse of Judgment.
It was fantastic indeed. Gabe Bizzle, I mean, he lands these better than almost anybody. I remember seeing him in past games landing those over the wall at max range, and it's just absolutely insane.
Well, you know, he's not a master of Adagio for nothing. You know, everyone from Kinetic said, if you want Gabe Bizzle on a hero that he's going to carry, or at least be a carry role with, it's going to be that Adagio. Velocity now on the back foot.
Let's see how they want to engage. Some ultimates are still on cooldown. They jump on a T-Tigers. He's eating a lot of damage. Fountain comes out. It's not enough. A 1-for-1 trade. And now Gabe Bizzle kiting backwards, trying to get that damage. A self-heal does come off. SweetJ poking from backside, but it looks like Gabe is going to... Oh, Gabe, how?
Oh my
God of Adagio. But Vaynes will pay for this, and it's going to be another ace for Kinetic. They're just getting the advantage in these engagements and working out incredibly well.
Let's have a look at that one more time here, Humanist. Gabe Bizzle, this is just after T-Tigers go down. The alternating current is doing so much work here for Gabe Bizzle. His stutter stepping is absolutely insane. And it's all about just some mechanical prowess on this hero right here. And Vaynes obviously going to get picked up by Sui Generis at the end. Another small skirmish and teamfight going.
How crazy was that damage onto Aloha? I mean, he was like
ridiculous.
70% health and then instantly melted.
I think that's why you have to respect alternating current on an Adagio. Given enough time and given the right situation, it can output ridiculous damage.
Yeah, I mean, SweetJ was doing work on the back as well. But they're going to have to respect that. But I mean, that's what I was thinking. Hammer's Kinetic, they have so much damage. Even though Velocity have the tools to get on top of them, can they close it out before it's too late?
Yeah, and obviously combining Gabe Bizzle with Sui Generis on Fortress, your single target damage, if you're focusing that single target, can be insane. And you saw it right there. Sui Generis just, again, that I think he's kind of the unsung hero in a lot of these situations, always focusing the right target, always maximizing the damage output of his carries. It's really starting to show the cohesion between the Hammer's Kinetic team right now.
Yeah, a phenomenal job out of him. And now a 3K net worth lead stacking up for Kinetic, as they will secure the gold mine as well. And look at the scout traps around the middle area of this jungle, just complete control.
Yeah, and actually we've seen, obviously Weapon Power Ringo classically doesn't do particularly well. I really like the Bone Saw, by the way. I said past 15 minutes, but I really like the Bone Saw because that's going to deal with some of the armor that you're seeing. The Atlas Pauldron's finished on Dienzio. But with an Adagio, it does accentuate the ability for Ringo to survive in the late game as a damage threat.
Aloha moving in. He's going to get the Vanguard. They find T-Tigers. It's the Gauntlet down. They are separated. T-Tigers doing good damage, but can he get Dienzio with a burst coming out? Gabe Bizzle doing so much work.
Oh my goodness, Hammers Kinetic taking the advantage over Velocity and winning back-to-back-to-back fights.
They look ridiculous right now, Humanists. Let's get a little look. They're going to go back to the line. Gauntlet was slightly misplaced, but obviously they were trying to isolate T-Tigers. Fountain is keeping him alive at this point, and Gabe Vizzle, and again, Verse of Judgment out of this world. I also want to point out something that I think that Veins maybe could have done differently. When you're playing against an Adagio, I feel like you need to get a Crucible ASAP. I do like the Warhorn. It does give them that opportunity to gap close. But when you've got a Glaive and a Black Feather, do you necessarily need all that extra ability to gap close? These are two of the best gap closing heroes in the game. I really feel like Crucible could save their skins in a lot of these team fights, because that Verse of Judgment is hitting 3 members every single time, getting the stun off, and then just letting Kinetic have their way with these team fights.
I mean, these are the tough choices that these captains have to make. I'm not jealous of these guys right now, but yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense what you said, and prioritizing that Crucible could do a lot of work for them.
But I guess the train of thought that Velocity have is that we do have 2 heroes that can dive and do a lot of damage output and deal with T-Tigers very, very quickly. But honestly, Sweet Generous's Fountain timing has been excellent. He's also picked up that Atlas Pauldron's super good against the Black Feather's ability to stack up his heroic perks. So honestly, Kinetic just playing out of their skins at this moment.
They're looking to close it out. They do miss the engage opportunity, but you see T-Tigers and Gabe Vizzle both infused up at this point.
Yeah, exactly. I was just pointing at the screen to make that point. Infusions are out now for T-Tigers. Not a double infusion, but obviously the infusions you would expect given the heroes that they're playing. This is going to give them that huge spike. If they win a team fight, they know that Kraken is up in 1 minute's time. Those infusions are perfectly timed for this situation, and then they can look to capitalize. Then they can look to close the game out very quickly. They look untouchable right now, Humanist.
I mean, this is what I saw in the draft. I think Rome really caught on to it as well. As long as they're not getting blown up immediately, the odds are they're going to be winning the fights.
Exactly, and I mean, that was the silver lining I gave for the Velocity composition, that they can blow up a target immediately, but it's just not happening. And obviously, the more this goes on, the more I am favoring Kinetic's composition, just the way these fights are playing out. And honestly, Gabe Vizzle on this Adagio doing ridiculous work, as is Sweet Generous. I can't even pick a player from Hammers Kinetic that is performing well, because or outperforming rather, because they're all performing at a ridiculous level at this point.
Yeah, I imagine that Kinetic are going to keep their game tight, not really make any mistakes moving forward. But if for some reason they start to get confident, like you're saying, it feels like they're unstoppable, they make a mistake, Velocity can capitalize on that and come right back into this game.
Yeah, and there is infusions picked up for Dienzio. Aloha has one, he's just popped it now. They are looking to have a big impact around this Kraken. They know exactly what they need to do, and they're going to go for it.
Warhorn forward, Aloha's vanguarded, the gauntlet comes down, T-Tigers, he's kiting backwards onto Dienzio, the Verse is going to come down, landing, oh, Bates and Aloha trading back and forth, Aloha's too low, Gabe Vizzle's doing too much damage, Velocity can't stand through it, Kinetic win another fight, and at this point can do whatever they want.
Absolutely, Humanist. And honestly, the Crucible wasn't needed there because every single one of them used the reflex block at exactly the same time. Let's just have a look at that again. Gauntlet's come down here, didn't have too much of an impact. That Verse of Judgment was blocked by every single member of Hammers Velocity, so they can't even blame blocking the Verse of Judgment to their sort of demise at this point in time. It's just the damage output that Hammers Kinetic have now. They are just way, way, way ahead of Hammers Velocity. They're 7k gold. They're going to take the Kraken. They are looking to close this one out.
Well, I mean, it feels like you have to jump on T-Tigers, right? You need to take this Ringo out of the fight. But every time, he's getting Dienzio almost completely dead before he goes down, and then you have Gabe Vizzle hammering on them from the backside. I just don't see how they have a chance.
Yeah, unless they can deal with... I think... The problem is that when you... Okay, I'm going to say it's after this team fight.
Yeah, well, maybe this is it right here. Gabe Vizzle very low. The Fountain comes out. Gabe's down. This is the fight that Velocity need. They're chasing onto T-Tigers now. He will rotate backwards trying to get out of this, but it's going to be a tough one indeed. Oh, nice job. T-Tigers, he's going to cancel off the teleports because they want to get back to kill off that Kraken. But now T-Tigers, did he overstay his welcome? He's going to pay for this one with his life right here.
So... this is something that I was literally about to say about Hammers Velocity. I think that they are going for T-Tigers, but realistically they should be going for Gabe Vizzle. It is just a weapon power Ringo at the end of the day. If you deal with the Adagio, then
Sweet J. Oh, Sweet J on that Fortress. Getting work done right here. It should be a kill onto Aloha, and there you go.
Absolutely. Look at the Kraken, though, doing some serious work for Kinetic at this point. But if you deal with the Adagio, then you've just left with a Weapon Power Ringo, who at 17 minutes in the game is not going to be doing the insane damage output he was earlier. Deal with Gabe Vizzle, then maybe you have the key to getting through the Hammer's Kinetic composition. Because obviously, like I said, Weapon Power Ringo is the classic early game Weapon Power carry. Later on, he doesn't have that same kind of damage output. He relies on Gabe Vizzle to give him that damage output. So yeah, I think the Hammer's Velocity, they finally keyed on here, and they said, okay, Gabe Vizzle is our target. And I think going forward, you may see them adopt that strategy.
I would agree with that. I've seen this in the past before. Oftentimes you want to go for that weapon carry, but just taking out Adagio will win you the fight.
Yeah, the Bone Saw will give T-Tigers the opportunity to burn through some of that armor. They're going for him
forward.
again.
Yeah, Gabe Vizzle, he's taking a lot of damage. The Verse is going to come out. Oh, God! This Velocity, they have the fight again on top of T-Tiger's face. Suijay doing good work right here. Will they be able to take Aloha down before T-Tigers? No, Aloha's out to the backside of this fight, and Suijay left his own devices right here. Can Vayne save him after going over the wall? Aloha with a nice play to escape out of this, and I think Suijay and Vaynes will go their separate ways.
Here we go. That is exactly what we just pointed out. You deal with Gabe Vizzle, and at the end of the day, it's just a Weapon Power Ringo. He's not going to have that insane damage output. And I think Velocity are finally keyed in here. Hopefully not too late for them. They are starting to bring that gold back. It is up to roughly a 4K advantage. That's down from a 7K advantage for Kinetic earlier on. And it looks like Velocity finally twigging what they need to do to give themselves the best opportunity to win this game.
I mean, both of these Hammers teams, they blend to such an exciting style of game. I feel like these teams both come down to Crystal races so often.
Yeah.
I mean, you're just like, you have nothing left on both sides, and you can never count one of these teams out.
Okay, so that Crucible is there. Vaynes has picked up some armor himself. Obviously, Aloha also going for a set of armor. I like that the tier 3 boots have been completed for Aloha as well. It's basically just we need all the movement speed we can get. Are they going to go for it one more time here?
Hey, why not? The fight's kicked off. Gabe Vizzle, he's actually not blown up immediately this time. The Verse is going to come out, but it doesn't really do much. Gabe Vizzle's low. Will he go down? Aloha finds the kill. Now T-Tigers, he's kiting backwards, getting a lot of damage done. They're low. He gets Dianzio, but goes down. Suijay, that's the attack of the pack. Kraken even wants some. Kraken hammering on Suijay. Aloha's over the wall. He's going to have to burn a wolf backwards. Can Suijay do this? It's the gauntlet down. Suijay gets him. Vaynes and Suijay back and forth. Trading it. Vaynes gets it. It's the ace. These fights are ridiculous.
I mean, this is finally Velocity finding their groove and saying, okay, we know what we have to do, and you're seeing that strategy has been completely changed. T-Tigers is no longer the target. Every single time it's Gabe Vizzle. And actually, Gabe Vizzle, at this point, when that Crucible is there, do you bother channeling your Verse of Judgment? Do you bother wasting the time that you spend channeling that? Because you know that that Crucible is going to be saved by Vaynes for every single time. There's nothing else that they're really going to want to block at this point. In fact, there probably is nothing apart from a Hellfire Brew, but they all have Reflex blocks and Aegises themselves for that. So I think for Gabe Vizzle, what you do at this point is you say, okay, I'm better at just consistently outputting damage. Don't even bother with my Verse of Judgment. Maybe if I see that Crucible used, that's when I could potentially think about it. But that's something that I think Kinetic need to look at when they are moving forward in these team fights.
Yo, I think that would be a good thing to keep in mind. It's kind of like rolling the dice, you know? Is it going to land? Will it be Crucible? But at the end of the day, yes, if you see Crucible come out, then that's when you want to throw it. I think that would be the right call in this situation, but Kinetic have to feel the pressure right now.
But realistically, are Velocity ever going to use Crucible? Because there's nothing else that they want to block on a team-wide basis.
Well, mistakes have been made in the past.
Yeah, true.
So,
I mean it's coming. Let's assume we're in a world where mistakes are not made. And,
well,
you know.
then yes, it will be incredibly hard for Gabe to be landing these verses at this point.
Yeah, I completely agree.
All right, flares coming out from both sides. They know what's going on. Attack of the pack. Kinetic on the offensive this time. A little bit different story than the last couple of fights. Gauntlet's down. Suijay's inside of it. Dianzio's chasing backwards. He wants Gabe Vizzle. Aloha's there. The Verse is going to come out. Pretty good damage landing, but Dianzio's sustaining through this fight. Gabe Vizzle trading back and forth. How is Dianzio still alive? He finally goes down. Now can they get T-Tigers before he can take out Vaynes or Aloha? Vaynes is low. Tigers goes down. Aloha with Suijay. It looks like Aloha wants to get himself out of here, doesn't want to fight this wolf right now.
So, Kinetic, when they are the ones dictating the pace, we'll have a quick look at that again if we can. bring it back up. When they're the ones dictating the pace, they actually leave Gabe Vizel in an area where it's very difficult for all of the carries from Velocity to get on top of him. And you saw that again, he channeled the Versa Judgment, not quite sure. Realistically, I think potentially he thought it would be a good idea, but had he not channeled it, maybe he would have got the damage output needed to take out the final last breaths from Dienzio a little bit quicker and potentially keep himself alive. But when they dictate with Fortress, when Sui Generis makes that proactive play, you know, they are far better positionally to go up against Hammer Velocity's composition, because Hammer's Velocity, they have to travel further to get to Gabe Vizel. You saw Gabe Vizel was right at the back right there.
Right.
So obviously they seem to realize at this point in time, when they are the ones initiating, they can position themselves far better, because actually when you've seen Velocity initiate, it's always been catching Kinetic out in a position where they have said, okay, we can see Gabe Vizel and get onto him very quickly.
My goodness, Xscoundrel, these next couple of fights are going to define this game right here.
What is it? It's like 23 minutes games, all semi-finals.
I know right now, Gabe Vizel already taking a lot of damage, but turns it around. He will fall though. Dienzio with the big damage. Aloha gets out to the backside of this fight as they now turn on to T-Tigers. T-Tigers has melted. Sweet will be next to fall. Velocity have completely turned around this game. It's going to be an ace in their favor.
Oh,
this is going to be a Kraken plus turrets. What is going on?
I didn't want to say I called it, but I did say that Velocity had the composition that could deal with Hammer's
Look
Kinetic.
at this
I know. This is a huge push. I mean, this is a 23-minute game. This is Vainglory going really late game. We've seen this across a lot of semi-finals here. That last team fight, by the way, Vaynes' positioning was great. He never moved out of that gauntlet. He was always on the edge, giving himself the opportunity to apply damage to the team fight and not break the gauntlet. And actually, you saw T-Tigers walk head first into the gauntlet. T-Tigers walked headfirst into the gauntlet. I just, he didn't block it. He got stunned up. That he spelled his doom, and Velocity able to carry this through. They look like they know what they're doing from this point in time. And honestly, it's now up to Kinetic to make the plays to get themselves back in.
I mean, people talked about this before. It was so incredibly hard to predict. Are Velocity going to take this series? Will it be Kinetic? And I think we're seeing exactly why. These teams go back and forth. They know each other so incredibly well. They scrim a lot. They share secrets with each other, and this is just incredible.
Absolutely. And Gabe Vizel and the gang now just trying to desperately defend these last two remaining turrets. Velocity, they've smelt blood now. Kraken has smelt blood too. They're going for the kill.
Yeah, Kraken just lumbering down the lane here. We'll see. I'm sure Velocity need to take a bit of a defensive fight. A safe fight, right? Don't get too ahead of yourself. You can still get wiped right here, and it would spell disaster for them. We see Warhorn activated. Attack of the Pack comes out from the opposite way. It's going to be Gabe Vizel and T-Tigers hammering onto Dienzio to start things off while Kraken hammers on the turret. Dienzio, they're onto the backside of that gauntlet trying to zone out, but it's Kinetic that have the advantage in this fight. It's going to be Vaynes to go down first, and they're on to the top of Dienzio. The Kraken is still hammering away in the base at this point. Aloha made it out of here. They're going to teleport back now and look to close out this Kraken, but that's not the fight for Velocity.
No, and again, it was Kinetic being the proactive team. They used that Attack of the Pack. They made use of Fortress. Positionally, they kept both T-Tigers and Gabe Vizel at maximum range. And honestly, the gauntlet came down, and for some reason, Velocity didn't want to pull the trigger. They didn't want to re-engage and get on top of Gabe Vizel in that situation. I guess they were just trying to buy time for Kraken. That probably was their mentality going forward. They would say, if we can bait them out and kite, Kraken will do all the work.
I think also Dienzio, I mean, he got a huge chunk of damage early on, and he wanted to kite onto the backside of that gauntlet.
And you can see every time Kinetic are the ones to start the fights, they actually come out on top, and it's all to do with positioning at this point in time, Humanist. It's all to do whether Gabe Vizel is caught out within a very easy gap closing range of Velocity, or if Gabe Vizel is at the back line and it makes it difficult for Hammer's Velocity to engage. So they have to spend a lot of their resources getting across this team fight to deal with Gabe, or not.
I think it's one of the funniest moments in a game when you Warhorn at a team and then they let loose the ultimate and you immediately like, all right, we're going backwards.
Yeah.
But Velocity immediately, they decide that they do not want a part of that fight. Let's see if Kinetic can continue the offense and set the pace on these fights. Attack of the Pack is out. Gauntlet is down. Sweet isolated from his team. Now T-Tigers and Gabe Vizel, can they find the damage? They're spreading it around right now. It is Dienzio getting low, but Gabe Vizel is as well. Rose offensive over the wall. Dienzio saves his own life right there. Right back over the wall and into the
the fight. T-Tigers is low. D'Enzio with the plays. He has done it. This superstar of a player making the plays right there and getting it done.
Absolutely ridiculous Rose offensive from D'Enzio to get himself out of harm's way, then back into the fight and sustaining with that Serpent's Max. And there is Aloha. He's going for the end. The ace is through. This will be Velocity with a composition that didn't look particularly good from the get-go, but always had the tools to deal with Kinetics, finally making their way and taking down that Vein Crystal.
My goodness, we knew this game was going to be close, but how often do we go to 27 minutes and back and forth like that?
I very rarely see games go that long, and honestly, that was super exciting. This is a deserved semi-finals between the two cities. Look at D'Enzio. He knows that he really worked hard to get that win. The shake of the head, and looks like Kinetic are going to need to go back to the drawing board. I want to pick up one key thing right at the end there, and it's all to do with the way these team fights were positioning for Hammers Kinetic. When you're in the jungle or you're in these enclosed spaces, that is where Velocity wanted to take the fight. It just made gap closing so much easier. You had those escape options for things like the Afterburn and also the Rose Offensive. But you saw when the longer lane fights happened, when they were in, obviously, the entrance of the base for Kinetic and the attack the pack came through, it was a lot harder for Velocity to make those proactive plays and get to the back line. Let's have a look at the items, and you can see, obviously, there was a breaking point there for Aloha. He was expecting to go very long through these fights. Loads of movement speed. Obviously, they needed it. Atlas Pauldrons to D'Enzio, really nice pickup. I like the early armor itemization. Crucible, key to dealing with Verse of Judgment. Bonesaw picked up, obviously, early on to deal with the armor from T-Tigers, but as a weapon power Ringo, not really going to move rapidly past that. But honestly, just brilliant play from Hammers Velocity.
Yeah, I mean, D'Enzio, once he got to the late game, he was an absolute monster. I think the breaking point on Aloha actually makes a lot of sense because D'Enzio was often the focus in these fights. Yeah. So it worked out incredibly well right there. But congratulations to Velocity in game one right there. I'm sure our analysts back at the desk have more to say about this, so we'll throw it back to Playoff Beard.
All right, thank you very much, Humanist D'Enzio, with the plays. But Rome, this really was a tale of two halves. In the beginning, T-Tigers showing what he can do on that Ringo, the unbelievable stutter stepping. Gabe Vizzle on the Adagio doing what he did all throughout the first qualifier. Fortress, against two tanks, that looked good, but then it all turned. Talk to me about the first half and then how it turned.
Well, the thing is, on the side of Kinetic, they had that buff composition, focused with that Hyper K and the Ringo, and they were doing very well with it. Combined with that Fortress, they had that early mid-game advantage. However, I feel like the itemization fell off on the side of Kinetic. They are going up against a triple melee diving composition, and there was only one Atlas Pauldron, and that was one of the key defining factors. Whereas on the side of Velocity, everybody was holding an Atlas Pauldron. So, you're going up against a buff Ringo, that works perfectly against that. You're going up against an Adagio, that works perfectly against that also.
All right, so with that, Xingyi, they had to wait out until the Kinetic side fell off and it started to favor Blackfeather. And once it started to favor Blackfeather, when it's in the hands of someone like D'Enzio, it really started to turn the tide.
Yeah, and we all saw from that Rose Offensive through the wall how important that is. But I just want to kind of point out was that I really like this how they switched focus, because at first they were like T-Tigers, he is the buffed one, he's the one dealing the damage. And though they were able to take him down, by that point Gabe Vizzle was the one finishing them off. So they switched focus to Gabe Vizzle, were able to take him down because not only was he like the one that was healing and buffing, he was also the one with the least armor there, and this is a double weapon comp, so they were able to take him down very quickly. And because they were so tanky themselves, they were able to switch their focus to T-Tigers and Veins after that.
Yeah, and it's such a good point because they could not get to T-Tigers early in that match. He was kiting back so effectively, and they were really just running headfirst into a barrage of bullets, and then they had to make a change, and they did.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it was working so well. So they got Shiver Steel, they all had like the Journey boots, they had Warhorn. It was all about stickiness, trying to get to T-Tigers, and they were using the Afterburn very effectively as well. And we saw a few nice gauntlets that were able to trap them and separate them as well.
All right, so Rome, we're getting ready for the draft of match 2. Now it's Kinetic with their backs against the wall. What are your takeaways from this first match that could apply to the draft in the second?
I felt like, within that first match itself, Kinetic was supposed to win that one. Without the lack of Atlas Pauldrons was the defining factor here, especially through the team fights where, when Velocity dictates a team fight, they're going to just collide and just jump on top of each other, and it's very hard to pick and choose who you want to target because once they overlap, it's difficult.
All right, here we go. The draft for match 2. This is update 117. If it goes 3, it will be draft in match 3 as well. But Kinetic, they must win or their tournament is over. All right, so first up, Adagio off the board. Gabe Bizzle will not be on that again.
Yeah, so getting that buff composition out of the way, it does give you a lot of leeway into grabbing composition that you feel a lot more comfortable with, just transitioning from that early to that mid game.
All right, Glaive comes off. Velocity, they want to put Dienzio potentially on that Black Feather again.
And that Black Feather was, as you were saying, they have the late game with that Black Feather. And by taking away that Adagio, they prevent Kinetic from having as strong as an early game as they could have.
All right, but they leave the pedal open this time. Gabe jumps all over that.
And, you know, it's going to be looking really good for them because Gabe Bizzle on that pedal, he has the ability to kite really hard. However, one thing I do want to see out of the side of Kinetic is if they're going up against a triple melee composition, will they atomize properly to go up against that, making sure that they grab those Atlas Pauldrons, and even better, grabbing an Aftershock will work so much damage in that short amount of time.
Okay, Sky, this is a two-way street because Sky can eliminate the Munions, but the Munions also body block the forward barrage. What do you think about it, Chingy?
So it's a little bit tricky. I see exactly what you mean. So they
oh, and there is the saw. There is a saw pedal comp. Be still, my heart. All right. I just am going to give it over to Humanist and Excoundrel. They can figure this one out.
Thank you very much, Playoff Beard. Well, I guess we'll figure this one out over here. Scoundrel will be happy to do it. Looks like this is going to be a lot of excitement.
I am so excited to see this Saw Petal composition from Kinetic. I said go back to the drawing board. Well, they took the drawing board off the wall and installed a brand new PowerPoint presentation.
Yeah, they just painted the whole wall with a...
This is essentially a completely different dip into the water here. But I do like it. Obviously, Sky has both her benefits and her weaknesses versus Petal, because obviously those Munions, she can burst through them pretty quickly, but also they will be blocking that forward barrage, and they are pretty easy to regenerate as well for Gabe Bizzle. The Saw strikes me as super interesting, because as you know, a carry, he actually can self-sustain, especially when you pick up something like a Serpent's Mask pretty heavily. And it means that in these team fights where he'll be fairly immobile anyway, he should be able to go toe-to-toe with Dienzio. So I really like T-Tigers, especially, you know, a god of stutter stepping where Saw is essentially the king of that kind of play. This is going to be really, really interesting for me.
Yeah, I agree with you. They have the tools to be absolutely devastating. A bit of an engagement here. Some forward barrage damage does hit Suijay. It looks like they're just trying to steal away some camps, maybe just be a nuisance early on here. One of the things that comes to mind, though, Saw is very static off in a fight,
yeah.
And that's going to mean that the death from above will be very easy to land.
Yeah, this is something I was also going to say. That has like both its strengths and its weaknesses for Saw. Obviously, you can sustain with Serpent's Mask rapidly because your attack speed ramps up, but obviously you become static. That makes you easier to focus down with things like Death from Above. It means you get stuck in the gauntlet more readily. You do have to offer a lot more protection for something like a Saw. And honestly, the protection isn't brilliant from Hammers Kinetic. They are kind of all in on the sense that they're attempting to do as much damage as Hammers Velocity are attempting to put out themselves. So I think this is going to come down again to who picks the fights better, key positioning, the focus of these teams as well. So I'm really excited once more to see Kinetic go toe-to-toe with Velocity here. I couldn't call a winner from this point in time. I'm also wondering, are we going to see a contraption first from Veins? Because they have the Sky, they actually have someone that can deal with the Munions. Do you necessarily need to go for a contraption early on here?
I don't know if that's what they'll go for, because Warhorn just provides so much utility to your team, but we've seen it done in the past. I'm just not sure if it's right here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously most people tend to go something like a contraption. They've got a pretty heavy push composition as well with Saw and Petal. They should be able to burst through towers. This looks like a very early flank coming out from Velocity though.
Yeah,
oh, it's just one member. I thought this was going to be like an all-out team fight, but I just saw that Sky was busy taking away some camps, which is nice presence of mind by Aloha. He knows that the rest of the team is in lane. He can get away with stealing some of these back camps.
I mean, when I see those kind of movements, it reminds me of Von C. That's when you start to get scared there. But it was just those two up in the lane. No harm, no foul. Gabe Bizzle, he's going to move over and look to take away the double backs from Velocity, and happy to do so.
That's good game knowledge from Gabe Bizzle. He saw that Sky wasn't present in lane, so he made the assumption that she was also doing the same to them. So this is an even trade overall between Kinetic and Velocity. and giving everyone the respect they deserve. These two sister teams know each other incredibly well. Velocity with the initial advantage here, and Kinetic, they don't want to go out in a 2-0. They want to prove that they are capable of going toe-to-toe with what most people would have considered the favorites, I think, from the two teams, just because of people like Aloha and Dienzio. But Hammers Kinetic, I mean, what a story they have here at the NA Championships, and they've not been together very long, and suddenly they find themselves in the semi-finals. It's a brilliant run for these guys.
Well, you know what? When I think of these teams, it's incredible talent, right? That you have phenomenal talent on these teams, but they're also captained by people that know the game so incredibly well and control their team.
Absolutely.
And you don't have that with every single squad in the competitive scene, but these teams do it so incredibly well.
T-Tigers already starting to really wail on Dienzio. Let's have a look at the farm here. Dienzio not struggling too much. I'd say he's pretty even. He does have a wave coming towards him at this point in time, so he's done a really good job to keep up in farm here. Sweet Generous looking for Aloha.
Yeah, Sweetjay being annoying. Aloha's going to pump out that forward barrage damage over the wall. T-Tigers is there to dish his own damage out. It'll be that on point into the bush from Dienzio doing what he can, but it's this kind of swarm mentality we're seeing out of Kinetic once again, and it makes a lot of sense with Saw. Now Sweetjay frontlining for his team. They just want to go for this turret, and it's pretty easy at this point. They may trade Sweetjay here for this. In fact, they do, but they have the turret, and T-Tigers happy to get a little extra poke off as well.
Yeah, it's not the worst trade in the world, trading Sweet Generous for a turret at this point in time. I did say they've got a heavy push composition with both Saw and Petal, and you are seeing it here, these two heroes just able to burst through turrets very rapidly, and they didn't really bother with the damage output of Blackfeather at this point in time because he is still in his early phase. So they were just able to take that turret very quickly. I think look for them to do that time and time again. When they pick up a kill, take a turret. When they pick up 2 kills, take a turret. If they pick up anything, take a turret. Is essentially, I think, the game plan here for Hammers Kinetic.
Yeah, I mean, they can do that, but the thing is, I feel that they are on a timer, and as we get later and later into this game, it doesn't matter if there are no turrets remaining. As long as Velocity are still in this game, when they get into the late game, with Sky, with Blackfeather, they will be able to take these fights.
Yeah, I actually think the late game from Kinetic is alright as well, though. I think it really is going to depend on where they choose their fights and the positioning. You know, Saw is incredible in the late game. Yes, his lack of mobility does obviously put him at a little bit of a disadvantage, but the damage output of Saw is ridiculous. Especially when he ramps up. And it's all about whether he can out-sustain the damage from Sky and Blackfeather. But honestly, you can't disrespect the Petal as well. Petal has been shown that her damage output, especially once alternating current has been finished, is absolutely ridiculous. We've seen it across VIPL and this tournament. Gabe Vizel especially, incredibly practiced with this hero.
Yes, yes, indeed. And, you know, Petal actually one of my favorite heroes. I think a lot of people don't understand exactly what you can accomplish with this hero. You're simultaneously healing your team and dealing damage to your enemies with this ultimate, and there's not a lot of abilities like that in the game.
Absolutely. So you'd say your favorite hero is Petal?
One of my favorite heroes.
See, my favorite hero is Finn.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That makes a lot more sense.
I absolutely love Finn.
Well, you know, actually, I'm maining Sky right now, but it just feels, I really do think that Velocity have the advantage in scaling here, but everything you said does make sense.
Yeah, no, I think that there are benefits to both team compositions, and again, I think it really depends on how they're going to play them. And also, you know, again, it's one of those things about who do we choose to focus. It's a little bit more clear-cut, I think, obviously, because initially they were split between T-Tigers and the Adagio, but it's a little bit more clear-cut this time that maybe they want to deal with the Saw before they deal with the Petal. But I think it really depends on who's becoming the threat at what point in the game. Now that Gabe Vizel's got that alternating current, I think he will be a huge damage threat, and maybe you have to try and put your pressure onto the Petal. But obviously the healing that Petal's ultimate can do it can be really influential too. I honestly, I can't predict how these are going to go, but I think in the early to mid game, Hammers Kinetic definitely have the advantage, because I just don't think the damage output is going to be there for Hammers Velocity.
Yeah, all these Hammers team teasing us here a little bit, making us do all these predictions. Only 1 kill 7 minutes into the game, very passive. Kind of a different story than a lot of our other series where we've seen just absolute bloodbaths in the first few minutes of the game. But both of these Hammer squads, they know that very important game here, and they're taking their time.
Yeah, absolutely. And also the fact that T-Tigers is going to be so immobile, that means that if Blackfeather is wanting to focus him, he will also have to be in a moderately immobile position himself, which makes him a little bit easier to focus. Because if you're going to start Rosa fencing away from the Saw, he's going to be able to sustain very rapidly. And honestly, I think Blackfeather is going to be the main threat to the carries from Hammers Kinetic. So there's loads of intricacies to these engages and skirmishes that I think we really need to see play out to see how it's going to happen.
Now, I don't know if you called out the Atlas Pauldron yet, but with this complete on Dienzio, with the Shiver Steel, this is actually a very big spike for him. And if he can activate Atlas onto T-Tigers, it's going to do a lot of work.
If he can get on top of Shiver Steel and get it on top of the Saw, activate the Atlas Pauldrons, that's going to make T-Tigers a very easy target to burst, especially as obviously Serpent Mask is not quite there yet for T-Tigers. Sui Generous, though, he's looking for it.
Yeah, this could be our first fight kicking off. That will be the Gauntlet going down. Suijay eating a lot of damage. Looks like Suij is going to get Attack of the Pack out. Aloha doing damage. Suri Strike over the wall. Aloha finds the kill, kiting backwards with Forward Barrage. T-Tigers out of position. Velocity have found the fight they needed. And now 3-0 as we get 9 minutes into this game. But Gabe Vizzle trading with Aloha. Gabe Vizzle finds the kill. OP on that pedal. And, that's why you got to respect Gabe. But I think, also Aloha taking a bit of a chance there.
Yeah, we'll have a quick look at that again. It was just an absolutely beautiful gauntlet from Arden. Vaynes just stunning 2 people up in this situation. I think that at this point they kind of left Saw for dust in the backline, and it was very difficult for him to start putting out the damage he needed to. A really nicely timed Fountains keeps Sui Generous in the right position, but Aloha jump across the rules, split the focus of T-Tigers, and meant that he was stuck between both carries of Velocity. And again, it was just a really good way to split up the Kinetic composition.
Yeah, Kinetic got baited into that very hard right there. Now Vayne's eating a lot of damage, but he will be able to get himself out of harm's way there. But yeah, in that last fight, I think Kinetic, they smelled blood, thought they could get Aloha, and it was just too little too late.
Yeah, again, I really like, when Sui Generous is so proactive on this fortress, but you need to be realizing that you're relying on T-Tigers to do the majority of your damage. Obviously, Gabe Vizzle will be putting out a huge amount of damage as well, but if you're leaving T-Tigers behind where he's not able to have effective focus, then he's kind of just a useless tool in the machine of the Hammers Kinetic team fight. So you need to make sure that if you're going to make these proactive plays, that you're not going to leave Saw behind, especially because when he's ramped up that perk, he's going to be incredibly slow. Kind of counteracts how Fortress wants to work. So they need to be a little bit more kitey, a little bit more maybe defensive with their plays, and try and bring Velocity towards them instead of trying to move towards Velocity. Saw not known for his ability to get on top of targets.
Yeah, well, I mean, Fortress not really known for his ability to bring targets to you either.
Exactly,
that's a run-at-you type of hero. We've talked about this before, so I'm not sure if this is the best choice for them. Of course, they had a plan coming into this, and I'm sure they'll try to execute it moving forward here.
I guess the weird decision is, do you Roadie Rush in? I'm going to say the team fight happening right now.
Yeah, Vaynes drops the Gauntlet, but it only lands on a Suijay. Dienzio, he's going to have the Rose Offensive, but it doesn't buy him enough time. He's down. It's Aloha finding the kill on Saw, now dipping backwards. Gabe Vizzle goes down. Vaynes finds that. Can Suijay get Aloha? Yes, he can. And now it's going to be Suijay left with Vaynes to trade back and forth here. Looks like Minion Mine even wants a piece of this action, and Suijay, he's going to do his best right here, but I'm pretty sure Vaynes is going to be able to get this one. Yes, he will. And it looks like a pretty decent fight.
A little fist pump from Dienzio there, because they do come away with just the ever so slim ace. Honestly, look right now at the Suri strikes from Aloha. They are absolutely ridiculous. Good death from above, gets a good stun onto T-Tigers. That takes him down very quickly. Gabe Vizzle outputting a lot of damage at this point in time, but Aloha repositioning, Suri strike doing huge amounts of damage, Forward Barrage picking up the kill. Honestly, Aloha really, really playing to his strengths on this champion. His repositioning in these team fights has been on point.
Yeah, it has. And actually, while he did play that incredibly well, the Forward Barrage was a little bit off there at the end, and it felt like he really wanted to escape. If he had committed on that, it made it even the kill a little bit earlier.
Definitely. I think it was just good that he picked up Gabe Vizzle with the end of it. The end of the Forward Barrage did pick up the kill onto Gabe Vizzle, but obviously maybe he could have escaped. It would have been a tall order regardless. But honestly, they seem to be playing these incredibly well. As long as you stun up T-Tigers with the death from above, you're looking pretty good for a burst here.
Man, these teams were passive
aggressive, but no longer. Oh, the big Suri strike to reposition, but Gabe Bizzle is going to be happy to eat him up as he's isolated from his team. And now Dienzio is going to have to tuck tail and run. Rose offensive over the wall. He'll be with Vaynes holding hands and running away from Suijay and the rest of Kinetic.
Yeah, there's only 2 members from Kinetic that can go for these kind of chases, but they are going to manage to pick up Vaynes here.
Well, they're looking for the dive. Actually, no dive needed as Vaynes will dip back farther away from Dienzio to buy a little bit of extra time. And with that, Kinetic, an amazing fight and a turret.
Absolutely. And just as I praised Aloha for his ability to reposition, he completely isolates himself on the other side of the team fight there and just allowed Kinetic to chase him down and come away with the win in that smaller team fight. Let's have a look at some of the items. It looks like Vaynes going towards his own Atlas Pauldrons. They realize the importance of that item. Dienzio has a couple of options for his item choice here. He's got loads of tier 2 weapon power items, so we'll have to see what he chooses to pick up. Aloha looks like he's going for an Eve of Harvest at this point in time, so that'll be aiming to sustain. I think given, you know, the situation that he was just in, that Eve of Harvest will come in incredibly useful when he goes for those repositioning. He'll be able to keep himself healthy with a forward barrage. On the other side, though, we've got a Crucible for Sui Generis. He's also picked up a Shiver Steel. Now, that's something that's kind of interesting, and I think it allows him to slow down and also slow down a target, and that allows T-Tigers to deal the maximum amount of damage to the target that Sui Generis is currently slowing down. So I like the pickup of the Shiver Steel here, and I think it's especially good for trying to slow down something like a Sky or a Black Feather that is trying to deal with your Saw very, very quickly.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I think your analysis is very right on point there. And this game is just blown wide open. Suijay trying to start things off here for his team. Will jump forward, but everybody not in position to follow up, so they'll go ahead and retreat back into the jungle here. And I mean, this was very passive for the large portion of this early game, but now with these items starting to come together, both teams looking to take these fights. And at 14 minutes into the game, if you have a bad fight around this time, that could spell Kraken.
Yeah, and actually the Crucible timing for Sui Generis is going to be really important. I actually think it's more important to block death from above than it is to block something like a Crucible, because if you can block death from above, which could potentially lock up both Gabe Bizzle and T-Tigers, and then you're going to block the stun from them, and that allows T-Tigers to continue to deal damage during these team fights. Look for Sui Generis, look for the timing of that Crucible. That could be super important. Obviously, his fountains are always on point anyway. And obviously now they're going to go towards setting up for the Kraken. They're going to take the last of this gold mine before it respawns. So Kinetic, they are looking like they're in a commanding position. But we did say that before, and Velocity did come back.
Yeah, they definitely did. We have infusions coming out across the board here for a lot of velocity. I'm sure Kinetic will look to pick theirs up. Actually, well, it's T-Tigers is timing out right now on his infusion. Does not have the money to pick up another.
Yeah, I'd like to see Gabe Bizzle try and pick up one before they fight next, but obviously, like you said, T-Tigers is going to need a little bit extra gold in his back pocket. He's picked up a Bonesaw, super good on the Saw to deal with things like the Atlas Pauldrons, but obviously, if you slow down the attack speed, that is going to reduce the efficacy of that item, and I do like the double attack.
I'd like to see Velocity take this fight right now, and they're doing it. Dienzio, he jumps onto Gabe Bizzle's face. The gauntlet's down. The trampoline over the wall. Now Dienzio's going to have to rethink this. It's Aloha dishing out that forward barrage damage as Vaynes tries to kite backwards. He can't do it. Drops that fountain right before death. Attack of the Pack lets them know exactly where everybody is. It'll be Dienzio with the Rose defensive over the wall, leaving Aloha alone. Rip Aloha. Now Dienzio's going to look to teleport out.
Yeah, as soon as Gabe Bizzle maybe look to pick up a Frostburn or something like that, he will start to have huge impact in kind of slowing down enemy heroes for T-Tigers to catch up to. But that was all about that amazing trampoline. Just a bit of a pause coming out here, but just as we praised Dienzio for his ability to negotiate these walls in the jungle, that trampoline was just ridiculous from Gabe Bizzle, because they blew everything because he was stuck in the gauntlet. He jumped over the wall, and then suddenly everybody from the side of Velocity was like, okay, what do we do? Like, we're now stuck. We're stuck way away from the carries.
Fight's over, boys.
We've used all of our gap closing abilities to deal with Gabe Bizzle, and now he's gone. And that just allowed them to then continue and try and pick up the kills. I do like the way Kinetic are playing. They are definitely, I think, when they are getting engaged upon, that does put them in a slightly advantageous position, especially if they can obviously use that Crucible to block the stuns from death from above. Maybe if they're worried about the Crucible, the Gauntlet, get through the Gauntlet walls. But honestly, I actually think they play better when Velocity are rushing into them, because that kind of allows T-Tigers on the Saw to be in position for him to deal incredible amounts of damage. It's very difficult to know where Velocity can seek these team fights.
It's an incredibly touchy situation. You have to almost bait them in and then go right back in yourself. We'll see Kraken being unleashed here, 16 minutes, 15 seconds into this game. It's only 6 to 7 as far as kills, but you do see about a 5K net worth advantage going to Kinetic. They have the Kraken, and fusions are coming out. They seem to have advantage in the last few fights, and it looks like everything's going their way.
Double infusions as well, and also that double item spike of Broken Myth and Alternating Current, which has been there for quite a while for Gabe Bizzle. So he's going to start obviously doing huge amounts of damage. T-Tigers with that Bone Saw, completed Aegis, he will be ramping up. These Atlas Poldon timings are going to be really important for Velocity. It looks like Aloha potentially working towards his own form of armor. Maybe we'll see triple Atlas Poldons coming out here for Velocity. I like Skye. I like Skye with the Atlas Poldons because her repositioning ability allows her to be in obviously the ideal position to use it. So maybe we'll see, but it might be too late.
I do feel that Aloha would have more success when he's kiting backwards instead of that forward aggression. But here we go. T-Tigers engaged onto a lot of damage, but he's still alive. He's trading on the Dienzio, but they do find the kill on the T-Tigers. Bizzle will be next to go down. They were very far forward and got caught out, and this is going to be an easy Kraken kill for Velocity. 500 gold in their pockets.
Absolutely awesome from Velocity. And actually, that was all because T-Tigers was way separated. They didn't stick as a team. They didn't try and provide a layer of protection, or at least attempt to even body block for T-Tigers. When you isolate T-Tigers like that and the rest of the team is so far away, it's so easy to take him out because obviously then you don't have to deal with Sui Generis and Gabe Bizzle. They're just annoyances on the side. And honestly, Velocity picked the right time to fight right there. Good gauntlet from Dienzio, from Vaynes as well.
Yeah, Vaynes with a very nice gauntlet there. And Aloha, Dienzio, their item progression is really starting to come together. And this, 18 minutes into the game, is where Blackfeather and Skye start to become just freakishly devastating.
Yeah, and you can see right there, they had the damage output to deal with T-Tigers very, very quickly. I'm kind of interested now to see the use of this gauntlet going forward. I think use it less to try and lock up T-Tigers, use it more to isolate the other two members away from him. You saw it there. They used it to basically separate Sui Generis and Gabe Bizzle from T-Tigers and then let T-Tigers be an isolated target that was easy to take down. Keep doing that and you'll give yourself a really good platform to win team fights with.
Yeah, that does make a lot of sense. We see flares coming out from both teams. Vision is everything. Just knowledge of where your opponents are. You can't have them with the element of surprise at this point. If you're engaged on without knowing what's happening, you're going to lose this fight.
Yeah. Actually, Dienzio with that Serpent's Mask as well will be providing that extra potential to sustain through these fights. Obviously, Rose Offensive works very nicely with that, especially if you can hit multiple members of the enemy team. Let's have a look at Vaynes' items. He hasn't picked up anything super interesting, just I think that's a clockwork. I can't quite see, I don't have my glasses. But he has got the Warhorn and the Atlas Poldrons as well, so good positioning, and all these Atlas Poldrons really doing work against T-Tigers at this point.
Yeah, he does have that clockwork ready to go. Aloha dipping into the bush with the forward barrage damage. Kraken out on the map. We're 19 minutes, 30 seconds into this game. Such an important fight about to take place right now. Velocity, they have the pressure against them, but if they can continue to win these fights, they really could do the same thing as they did in game one here.
Yeah, Gabe Bizzle is actually becoming less and less threatening as well because he's obviously only got those two items and it's starting to be less and less effective. Sui Generis going and Dienzio potentially caught.
Yeah, Dienzio, he jumps onto T-Tigers, but blown up before he can find the damage. We talked about this was the danger. Aloha is going to jump around the fight, dishing out that forward barrage damage, but Vaynes, he's left to his own devices. Vaynes is going to go down. That's 2 kills going the way of Hammer's Kinetic. This is going to be a Kraken, and it could be the game.
I don't know what Dienzio was thinking there. He basically isolated himself very easily for Hammer's Kinetic to make the initial engage. He ran into a complete barrage of damage coming out from Gabe Bizzle and T-Tigers, and it left a lot of work for Aloha to do, and he couldn't, unfortunately, have that damage output needed. And Kinetic now looking to level the series. They've picked up the Kraken. We've seen it get worse than this for Hammer's Velocity, and they've come back. But honestly, it's looking really good for Kinetic now.
You know, it's kind of strange. I don't think that it was actually Dienzio's fault in that last fight. I think he did the right thing. It felt that Velocity were slow to react because Kinetic walked right into that bush. Suijay was there. He face-checked the bush, and they could have easily reacted to that.
I think it was potentially just a miscommunication. You
Right.
know, I think Dienzio was trying to make the play happen, and he is again.
Yeah, he finds T-Tigers. Death from above is down. It's going to be the Gauntlet to isolate them out to the backside of it. T-Tigers still alive. He will go down eventually. Now Gabe Vissel's the next target. Forward Barrage is there. Arden finding both kills, actually. And this looks like it's going to be the ace going in favor of Velocity. Look for the Suri strike. There it is. That's the Forward Barrage. Suijay dips out to the west, buying himself a little more time. They're going to have to get back to base to kill this Kraken now, but they should be able to do it at this point. I'd imagine it's going to be pretty close here.
It's going to be pretty close. The Kraken really starting to do work here, but Aloha should have the damage to deal with it. It's a race against time. Do they have the damage to deal with it before it can take out the Vein Crystal?
Yeah, they got it.
They got it. But this is close with Velocity, probably closer than they wanted. Kraken finally goes down 3 attacks away from taking that Vein Crystal.
This is what gets Velocity hyped up.
Yeah.
Yeah, when they're like, yeah, we got no turrets left. All right, time to win the game now.
So yeah, Crucible is again being used time and time again for Death from Above from Aloha. So it's what I expected that Crucible to being used for, because obviously that can be a huge, devastating blow to T-Tigers if it isn't blocked. If he gets stunned up, that's 0.5 seconds, where a lot of damage can go down in 0.5 seconds.
Look at the net worth right now.
Absolutely ridiculous.
Dead even 22 minutes in. Do these teams stack up against each other or what?
I know, and there's still loads of turrets on the map for Hammer's Velocity to take at this point in time as well. They've got way far to push up before they even have a chance to get in towards that Vein Crystal. But obviously one ace at this point in time could spell doom. I think having to get through those turrets, they require at least 2 good team fights now to finish the game, but they're definitely starting to make their way back into this. Dienzio being very proactive, looking for these engages. And I think you're right, you know, Dienzio is making the right calls here, and this time all of Velocity was on the same page. He wasn't caught out by himself. I think that is the key to dealing with Kinetic. Again, you have to go in as a team. Don't let Dienzio take the brunt of the damage. You kind of need to force them to split it.
Right, and it's so natural to be hesitant in those kind of situations, but this is what separates the pros from the pubs. Right here, we're going to have the fight break out. Death from above, it lands on the T-Tigers. He's getting melted. Dienzio does go down as well. It's going to be a 2v2 situation. Aloha with the Suri strike to reposition. Forward Barrage, broken into stacking up.
Gabe Vissel, though.
It's pretty, oh no! Will they be able to get it right here? Gabe Vissel kiting around. It's going to be another death from above. It will miss though. Aloha with the Forward Barrage. They get the fight. This is everything they need right here. Velocity have won the fight.
Oh, they just need a couple more of those, and they are suddenly looking at a position in the final here for Hammer's Velocity. I've got to give it to Aloha. This guy is absolutely insane right now. These forward barrages in the team fights, every single blow is landing right on top of T-Tigers, and the damage is just too much to cope with. The Eve of Harvest is making it very difficult to deal with Aloha at this point in time. He's just sustaining throughout these team fights. And honestly, when you're seeing these proactive plays from Velocity, they are looking incredibly strong, and they're going to pick up the Kraken as well. Let's have a look again.
All right, we're going to have a little bit of a replay here on that last action. As you said, Excoundrel, Death from above, coming down.
And that forward barrage, yeah.
As well, just absolutely melting. And Aloha, it's great positioning using the Suri strike to his advantage.
I said, you know, right at the start, most of his positioning throughout this game with the Suri strike has been absolutely insane. I thought there was a glimmer of hope for Kinetic here, but Gabe Vissel just looked like he didn't want to finish off Veins, tried to split onto the sky, and unfortunately the damage output just went through the floor. Here comes the Kraken though. That first turret has been finally taken by Hammer's Velocity, and they are looking to secure this, and it's been another 25-minute thriller almost here. These games have been insane, Humanist.
Yeah, yes indeed. I wouldn't expect any less out of these Hammers Esports organization. And right now, it could be the deciding fight. The Gauntlet has them split. T-Tigers is trying to run away, but Dienzio's very low. It'll be the Fountain to buy a little bit of time. Dienzio will kite backwards and reposition himself. Aloha, he's doing as much damage as he can, but Hammers Kinetic, they start to get defensive after their initial aggression in that fight.
Yeah, unfortunately, they just weren't able to capitalize on T-Tigers. After a fantastic Gauntlet, they couldn't quite follow up, and especially when you're trying to fight between 2 turrets that are alive, it does make it kind of difficult to force the same kind of situations you were when you were making defensive plays around your own base. So Hammer's Kinetic coming away, just having to deal with that Kraken, and honestly, it's still looking even. I feel like it could go any way, but Velocity definitely appearing the minor favorites at this point in time.
Yeah, and that's pretty crazy to say. You know, the way this game's been going, Kinetic have been doing everything right, taking objectives, but Velocity, it's just when their back is against the wall, and with this late game scaling comp so incredibly well.
And look at all of the infusions. Everybody is double infused at this point in time because it just means so much when it comes to these clutch team fights. You need to have those infusions. Even the roamers can make huge benefit from them too. So everybody saying that we know it's going to come down to one singular team fight at this point in time, and we want to make sure we give ourselves the best platform.
Oh my god, the anxiety is actually crazy right now. I couldn't imagine being one of these players on the stage at this point. What is going through your head? I'd love to know what's going on in the team communication. They're staying together. All of their practice, all of their hard work has come down to potentially one more fight right here on the Halcyon Fold. 26, almost 27 minutes into this game, we see the team starting to approach each other. Hammers Kinetic, they do keep that defensive positioning.
Yeah, also Reflex Block and Aegis there for T-Tigers too. So I think they're really saying that we're worried about Sky. You know, we're worried about Sky's damage output. And less bothered about Blackfeather, I suppose, because Blackfeather only has that Serpent's Mask. Obviously, we know that Blackfeather's late game damage output, just because of the way that his hero abilities work, is absolutely insane. He has massive execute potential too, but you could see that T-Tigers is more worried about things like forward barrage and death from above.
Yeah, it does make sense with the item builds. I do agree with you there, Scoundrel. But here we go. Veins jumps in. It's the gauntlet down. They found T-Tigers, but he's healing back up. No, he's down. Aloha finds the kill. Dienzio wants some. Gabe Fizzle, can he live through this? They do have Dienzio, but Gabe's going to go down. One more shot. Will they find it? There it is. Now Sweet J on the run. Velocity have taken the fight they needed. And look at these respawn timers. 53 seconds for Gabe Fizzle. 42 seconds for Saw. Sweet J's on the run. Let's see, do they want to dive? It's the Suri Strike. The forward barrage is there. Just not that crazy damage to go ahead and clean up on Sweet J there. But another great fight out of Velocity.
Everybody is clustered here for Hammers Kinetic, and Gabe Fizzle is unfortunately right in the middle of things too. When we've seen Gabe Fizzle on Petal previously, he's always been just out of reach of these, you know, melee assassin types like Blackfeather, but he's right in the mix of things, and it's making it very easy for them to clean up T-Tigers and immediately switch focus to Gabe Fizzle. T-Tigers obviously has to be the focus as the Saw, and because he is so immobile, now that Sky has picked up huge damage items, it's just so easy for Velocity to get that damage down, especially Death from Above, which is so easy to target the Saw with as well.
Yeah, and I think Aloha realizing that, picking up the Piercing Shard on top of the Broken Myth. Kraken will be unleashed here for Velocity. Everything really going their way in the last few minutes of this game, and let's see what they can get accomplished with this.
Damage items have been stagnant for Hammers Kinetic as well. They've settled on just 2 for both Gabe Fizzle and T-Tigers. They're really, really pumping into defense at this point, and those infusions, making sure they keep those infusions up, and that's kind of eating all of their gold now. You know, every time they have the gold to refresh an infusion, that will be taking place. I imagine T-Tigers is going to want to pick up another weapon power 1 before this next engage, because his is about to drop.
Yeah, I mean, he needs to have that weapon infusion to fight in this, and I'm surprised that they're hanging around as much as they are. It looks like Turret will go down pretty easily. Death from Above coming down. T-Tigers eating a bit of damage, but he should be just fine. Death from Above will be ready in 5 more seconds. Kraken lumbering forward into the base of Hammers Kinetic. This fight will decide the game. Aloha pumping out that forward barrage damage. Sweet J lets out the attack of the pack. Now let's see, can they follow? Veins with another gauntlet. Everyone's inside. Dienzio's down. T-Tigers getting good damage off. The Kraken hammering on the turrets, but now Veins and Aloha will look to retreat out. Can they do it is the question. Aloha back over with that Suri Strike. They found the kill on the T-Tigers. Look for the forward barrage. Another Suri Strike. Aloha! He gets it! Aloha! Amazing, amazing Sky right there. And Velocity are going to take the game. What an amazing fight.
I cannot believe how good Aloha has been this game. We talk about Dienzio every single time, but Aloha absolutely monstrous on this Sky. Those Suri Strikes out of this world, and Hammer's Velocity, well, they bring down the Hammer on their sister team and secure the place in the final. I cannot believe how well they played. That was a brilliant series from 2 amazing teams.
Yeah, I'm so excited for these guys. Look at them, a sigh of relief. They're stoked. The handshake coming out of Dienzio, just letting Aloha know he appreciates that hard work right there. And you know what? I got to give a lot of credit to Veins there. Gauntlets were on point for the majority of that game, always landing.
I mean, we talked it was just because Aloha was so obviously putting out huge damage. His positioning was out of this world, but it kind of makes it easy to focus on him. But honestly, everybody from Hammer's Velocity just looked out of this world. They were absolutely crazy. Honestly, I think that the key here is just how well they stalled it out, and obviously they pumped more damage into the Sky, realizing that she was going to be the main threat as the game went on. Yes, the Black Feather is always going to be threatening, but I think he was there more just to use that Shiver Steel, slow down the Saw as much as possible, even though Saw is already incredibly slow, and then just allow Aloha to reposition, always use those Suri Strikes effectively, and honestly, I'm stunned. It was a brilliant last team fight.
How long was that? Like a 28, 29-minute game?
Both games were like 25 minutes
ridiculous.
plus. It was just a testament to how close these teams are in skill.
I'd love to see the friendship between these two teams, though, like, hugging each other on stage, shaking each other's hands, congratulating each other after the game. They, either way, Hammer's esports team was going to be going to the finals, but now we know it's going to be Velocity.
Well, everyone mostly said that they expected Velocity to be in the final, especially with players like Dienzio and Aloha and Veins. All of them just incredibly individually skilled. But honestly, there's so much that happened in that game. I think we need to hand it over to the analysts because they're going to have loads to say, I'm sure. Hand it over to Playoff Beard, Xingyi, and Rome.
Absolutely running out of room for notes. So, okay, let's start with kind of how this all turned. Velocity finally figured out what to do against the Saw. Right? It was this combination of Black Feather goes in, the gauntlet drops, followed up by the death from above. Kind of one too many things to deal with to block all of that. And once they figured out how to deal with T-Tigers, everything changed.
Well, that was the biggest advantage that Velocity had coming into this matchup against their sister team, was due to the fact that I feel like their team fights are a lot stronger. Although they did lose the draft, and this actually gave Kinetic a chance to win in the first and the second game. Like, they were dominating at the early game, mid-game, and it was the late game that things really started to fall off.
Yeah, so Xingyi, let's go all the way back to the beginning for a second. So Saw got the early turret that he needs. Things were looking good. Saw very damage heavy early, then successfully transitioning into a tanky build. It looked so good in the early game.
Yeah, it looked so good. And I think the reason was that first off, the Saw works really well with the Fortress, applying those the mortal winds, the bleed stacks. So that was working really well, dealing a lot of heavy damage, and they were able to push down the turrets very effectively in the early game. However, in the late game, we all know that Saw is a very immobile character, and it's very easy to land those gauntlets, as Veins was doing every single time. And although he did have those 2 blocks, he wasn't using them for those gauntlets, which was catching him off, and they were just focusing him so hard. And by that point, Gabe Vizzle and Sui Generis just weren't really offering much in those fights after that.
Talk to me really quick about the dynamic between the highly mobile Sky, the completely immobile Saw.
Yeah, so you could see Sky using her Suri Strike. She was able to use the Suri Strike to get out of the range of the Saw, and I think that really makes a big difference because it's very easy for Sky to land that death from above from Saw, especially when he is fully spun up, as he should be in a team fight, outputting as much damage as he can.
Yeah, Rome. We just have to give a huge congratulations to this Hammer's Kinetic squad, and I hope the crowd can let them hear it because this is a new team that came together and they did so much here, so many flashes of brilliance. Gabe Vizzle with the trampolines in this match, just an incredibly bright future for them with how much they came together in their very first season together.
Yeah, in terms of mechanics, they have it down pat. And the drafting, they have the advantage in the drafting due to the fact that they can make so many different compositions and make it work. Some things that they do have to work on moving to the future, as I believe communication during the team fights is one of the biggest things. Like, looking at the last match, for example, they were always diving onto Dienzio, who was tanky as that Black Feather. Instead of leaving Aloha open, making sure that Aloha was getting up his stacks, that was probably one of the biggest things that defined the late game team fights. And one of the other things was just itemization, making sure that their itemization is always built ideally to go up against their opponents, not just for themselves.
Yeah, but this is what you would expect with the new team. They'll put it together. They will be back in summer with that for this incredible Velocity team. Who would have to be your series MVP?
I think I could say Aloha, just based on that Sky gameplay alone from that last game. It was incredible. He's using his Suri Strikes to get to the other side of the enemies, 1v2ing. Yeah. Even he was just doing so much with very little health, and he was just able to reposition himself so well. And I think that's, Sky is a difficult hero, and she's very difficult to master, and he just showed us exactly what an expert a Sky looks like.
Yeah, Aloha, he showed up again, and really for this team, they picked all the moments. They really picked all the fights, got all the engages. It ultimately worked out for them. Okay, with that, we have Tasty Bacon with one of our winners. Let's go to an interview now.
All right, thank you very much, Playoff Beard. I am here with the captain of Hammers Esports Velocity, Vanes. First of all, congratulations on the victory and making it to the finals for the second straight season. Now, that matchup against your sister team in Kinetic was absolutely crazy. I think everyone here was on the edge of their seats. What was going through your guys' heads? Because it was such a close game, such a long, hard-fought game, especially game 2. I believe there were like 4 Krakens taken. How do you guys keep your composure on the stage?
I think just me keep talking to the guys, telling them to calm down, and everybody just trusting each other, basically.
All right, and now you guys are obviously, again, with the sister teams. You've played each other a lot. You scrim against each other. Were you prepared for the Saw pedal to come out? Is that something you had in the back of your minds that you knew they might pick? And what did you guys do to then counter it and end up taking the victory after they got ahead early?
We know T-Tigers plays a lot of Saw. He's been practicing it a lot. But the thing about us is that both games, we were targeting the wrong person, and then we were figuring it out, and we were adapting. So I think that's why we won.
Yeah, especially in the first game. It seemed like a lot of that changed. And, of course, going forward now in the finals, you have a rematch against Team Phoenix Rain, who had dropped you down to the losers bracket earlier in the tournament. We already heard from Dienzio yesterday. This was the matchup he wanted, and he said you guys were going to win 3-0. Do you share that same confidence? What is your plans going into that match?
I'll back up my boy Dienzio. I think we can 3-0 them. We just have to adapt mid-game.
All right, thank you very much, Vanes. And with that, we're going to go ahead and throw it back up to Playoff Beard, Rome, and Jinyi to get us prepared for a special surprise.
All right, thank you. Nice to hear from Vanes there. Congratulations to Hammer Velocity, and it will once again be this grudge match. In the qualifier, it was Velocity with the reverse sweep. Here, it was Rain knocking Velocity into the elimination bracket, and it's so fitting that they will go head-to-head in the grand finals. I do want to remind everyone to use hashtag Vainglory Live in the Twitch chat for a chance to win 2,000 ice. Let's take a look at where we are and what's happened so far. So Phoenix Rain, 2-0 over Nemesis Hydra. Hammers Velocity, a very deceptive 2-0 over Hammers Kinetic in those marathon matches. It will be the 1 against the 4, but these are the 2 teams that it was their qualifier incredible matchup that determined who the number 1 seed will be, and Phoenix Rain was right there, ready to take it, and it all slipped through their fingers. So this is the ultimate potential redemption moment. But because we have the time to do it, we were hoping we would, we're gonna give the teams a little bit of extra time to get ready for the grand finals, and we're gonna have just a fun all-star game. On one side, we're gonna have Marto from Liberation X, that roamer, the big dog who had just the tournament of his life, and Hardik, we love Hardik, and of course, what a job out of Nemesis Hydra, going up against Beowulf, one of the Hammers substitutes, Von C, the fan favorite, and Xenotech, the streamer favorite. So it's just a chance to have some fun. So we are going to take a very quick break. When we come back, we're going to let them have a blind pick match just for fun. See how that goes. I'm sure lots of big plays will be made when it's just exhibition. And then after that, stay tuned for the grand finals. It will be best of 5, all draft, all the way through for Phoenix Rain against Hammers Velocity. Do not go away. Hello and welcome back to the 2016 North America Spring Championships, live from the sold-out Avalon in Hollywood. I am Playoff Beard here with Rome and Xingyi, and after those two marathon encounters between Hammers Esports Kinetic and Hammers Esports Velocity, we have to let Velocity catch their breath for a minute before going into the grand finals with Phoenix Rain. And that gives us an opportunity to have a fun all-star game with some players that we've seen under the bright lights, and also a chance to get onto the big stage a couple of the substitutes who did not see action so far. So this is going to be fun. First up, I guess we'll call them the blue team. They're going to be led by Hardik. Let's have them come take the stage now. All right, Team Blue. All right, Hardik there with Marto and the Big Dog. It's good they have a natural roamer there. That is definitely going to help. The Big Dog, when he came in for Phoenix Reborn in this tournament, it was unbelievable. They scored one upset. They almost got another, and we'll have a chance to go up against Xenotech again. And so, Rome, really quick thoughts. Obviously, these players don't normally play together, but three very distinguished players in their own right.
Actually, I do think they play together quite often.
Really?
That is how the ranking system goes with us.
All right, fine.
We pick people in the top tier, and we only play with...
Well, the matchmaker certainly will do that with these elite Vainglorious tier players. Any quick note on this team?
Well, it's good to see Marcel getting some play, and we've seen him a lot during the Liberation X Awesome Championships,
Yeah.
and he was certainly doing work, and it'd be good to see him back up there.
Absolutely. His Arden is phenomenal. Liberation X, they often make swaps in and out as we go, so he will be right at home. Hardik coming off of a little bit of a heartbreaker earlier, but a chance to blow off some steam right now. I'm sure he'll have fun. And with that, let's bring out Von C's team, Team Red. All right, you can see the intensity level not quite as high as when we were in the semifinals, but you know, for these three players, it's going to be a lot of fun. So Von C with Xenotech, and Beowulf will hold down the fort, but Von C with Xenotech, that's going to be fun.
I think Xenotech's quite conservative usually. He can be a little bit aggressive, but I think certainly paired with Von C, that's going to be a very unusual pairing right there.
Oh, I'm sure though, Xenotech, he's capable of playing no fear, just fight.
Well, the thing is, before Von C moved over, he was actually on the same team with Xenotech, so they do have a little bit of experience together. However, for this all-star match, I do hope that both these sides, you know, they find fun compositions and they make it work.
Yeah, that was a very short window of time there. But, you know, it is blind pick, so they can have fun and just throw out some things we might not normally see. We didn't get to see any alpha out of Von C, or even crazier, we haven't seen any Ozo in this tournament, any Rona in this tournament, so maybe we'll get some new looks.
Yeah, give those heroes some love, you know. And I think those compositions that will work out as long as you're able to itemize and make that
stab someone
work.
over the balcony with your pen?
I hope not.
All right, so Xingyi, you see this collection of talent going head-to-head I mean, it's not a serious encounter, but are there any takeaways here? At least maybe, you know, Hardik head-to-head into Von C will be fun.
Oh, I think that'd be brilliant. You know, Hardik's so used to playing Von C. I'm sure he'd be more than a little bit wary of Von C and his aggressiveness. So I think hopefully he'll be playing that Scarf for Adagio.
All right, so we're giving them a couple of minutes just to figure out what they want to run. You see a lot of laughter. They're on the stage as they figure out their comps. If you're joining us midway and you're wondering where are the grand finals, they are coming up right after this all-star game. We just are giving Hammers Velocity a chance to catch their breath and a chance for both of these teams to think about their strategy going into playing each other for the third time recently. It's going to be fun. Rome, any thoughts on this all-star encounter before we get into it?
I don't know. I do have to choose a side with Von C just based on the fact that I have a feeling he's going to throw something really fun out there and make it work.
All right, so If you were there, if you were just going to call the shots, just pull the strings, be the puppet master, what would you like to see one of these teams play?
In terms of composition, I do feel like Catherine hasn't got enough love throughout this entire tournament. And this is one of the things that both Hardek and Vonsi can do. They can play Catherine up in that lane as a carry. And
all right. So you want to see not just the off-meta heroes, you want to see the off-meta positioning.
Yeah, like this is the time to really be creative and to let all the viewers and everybody here see, like, these are the potential of these heroes, and this is the way that you can play them.
I want to see a jungle weapon Catherine then.
No.
All right, Shingy,
No.
if you were going to get one off-meta thing that would be fun for you, what would it be?
I haven't seen a Celeste yet, and I would love to see a Celeste. I know we won't be seeing the tier 3 skin just yet, but Celeste is brilliant. I mean, those Helios everywhere.
Yeah, we
Who wouldn't
saw,
want to?
I think, only one Celeste in the entire tournament, so that would be fun. We are ready for this all-star game. They're getting into it, and with the call, it's the incomparable Action Jackson and Forecourt Jester.
Thank you very much, Playoff Beard. We're here with the All-Star match. I'm really looking forward to this one. We're seeing some people we haven't seen in a while, like Marto stepping in. It's going to be awesome. Marto, of course, being on the same team as Hardek is pretty funny, actually, given what happened back in autumn. But hopefully they'll be able to get over that old rivalry.
Yeah, perhaps. So Big Dog, Hardek, and Marto. Didn't get to see a lot of Marto, but Big Dog definitely made a name for himself this weekend when he did come in off that bench. But on the same side, Beowulf from the red side, from Halcyon Embers. That sub also saw no play this weekend, so it's good to see him finally here into the fold.
Absolutely. So far, just let's have a look at the compositions. We didn't have a chance to break them down on the analyst desk. Looks like Vonsi picking up that Kestrel as per usual. He's not doing anything fun. He just wants to crush people's hopes and dreams.
Yeah, that's actually a quote that you can now use against him. Use it with responsibility, ladies and gentlemen. But Xenotech, we were talking a lot with our good buddy Tasty Bacon about how many Weapon Ardens are we going to see this weekend. And while we didn't see any in play, this All-Star game, Xenotech looks like he might actually be rocking it.
I'm kind of excited for it. I mean, we saw someone who looked like they might go Weapon Power Arden. He ended up going more tanky, but hang on, we've got a fight kicking off. Hardek, look at the damage he's taking. The Afterburn stops Vonsi from capitalizing, but Xenotech is going to follow up for the kill. First blood to the red team.
Yeah, when you're on the wrong side of that as Sky, you got really no answer in order to get that out of that situation. So Vonsi, he's going to do what he does and loves most. No fear, just fight, goes right into the back. He's not going to find him because Big Dog's a terrifying Taka, by the way.
He absolutely is, but Vonsi, I mean, he was MVP of that team yesterday for a reason. Now moving into the jungle with Beowulf backing him up, but here comes Hardek. It's going to be the 3 versus 2. Vonsi, he can't get Marto. Beowulf wants him, but he's too slow. Finn just cannot close that gap. Xenotech making his way down, but he realizes the error of that decision and backs off right away. 2 quick returns going across to the blue team.
Yeah, so a little bit of fear might have actually been a little bit better there for Vonsi, but you know he's just going to do it once more sometime. And this was something that TSM brought up. If you're predictably aggressive, you can almost always be predicted in terms of where you're going to be. So if Vonsi, if they get a kill, if they got an advantage, look to those backs. It might happen again, and Vonsi might actually go 0-2.
Oh, Beowulf, he is going to get annihilated there. So much damage going across. See Xenotech and Hardek just fighting up in the lane for the time being, not doing too much action.
Vonsi is going to find Taka there in that jungle, but a kill this early on, one-on-one, I'm just not entirely too sure it's going to work. So back into the laning though, Xenotech again, with that more laning Arden, I'm very curious if he's going to go more tank, a bit more damage, because Weapon Arden is something we talked a lot about, but didn't quite get to see. And Beowulf on that support, I mean, like, that is a heck of a lot of survivability, and if Arden can get that damage out, I think that complements Vonsi, especially for his style, very well.
Yeah, I've got to agree with that. So looking up towards this lane, it's interesting that both of the roamers are sticking so close to their lane partners. Do you think that's a smart decision here, or should they try and help out their junglers?
Well, Hardek's already down 0-1, and with that Sky, especially if Vonsi comes around behind him, like, there's no escape mechanism, right? You gotta either pop the boots or hope that Xenotech doesn't get hit right there, but I mean, they tried real hard. He is going to get to safety. Big Dog just not able to finish it off. But as well, I mean, if you keep this guy safe and she farms up, Hardek will be definitely a force to be reckoned with. And if Marto can come up and that they're already pushing, that Afterburn might get them a kill next time.
Yeah, the good thing about having Xenotech up in the lane is he can get out quite easily, but here comes Vonsi trying to go in. Get some damage on the Hardek. Quibble landing. He's going to set up maybe for this one, but he can't quite find enough of the Glimmer shots. Hardek is going to get to the safety of his turret.
All right, and it does actually shaping up for Von-C to be on the weapon, so it's not going to be a Crystal Kestrel for that 1-1. It is Xenotech actually going more Crystal, or not weapon. He started off with that book for the survivability, but it looks like he's transitioning more into a little bit more Crystal.
I'm cool with that. I mean, if he can just get some big gauntlets down, perhaps.
Well, I mean, he has the chronograph, and he's very likely going to be looking into a clockwork sometime down the line. So
Uh-oh, Von-C. Actually, Big Dog backing away from him. I'm kind of surprised he decided to run out of there. Von-C just going to get that camp for free. Big Dog being kind of altruistic there.
Well, no kills, but Xenotech, not exactly the angle that Marto was looking for there.
Yeah, he couldn't quite find the best afterburn, but Xenotech quite low. Could be hard for him to help out in this fight, although Hardek, look at the damage out of Beowulf. Xenotech just jumps in there with the blood for blood, finds the kill. Von-C didn't even do anything in that fight. He just kind of watched.
Yeah, but, I mean, he was still there. He was part of the team. Xenotech, yeah, sure, he gets the glory, but as they go back into the laning, again, if you can predict that Von-C will be aggressive, you know where he's going to be.
Yeah, but Marto has not predicted this well enough. He's going to get stunned into the wall, but he actually would have preferred, I'm sure, to have the knockback. One shot, one kill. He's just so barely alive. Xenotech rotating down from the lane is going to put a stop to Marto's dreams of escaping there.
Xenotech's like, I can't see you, but this is going to hit you. And he vanguarded himself for the kill, gets himself an aftershock as well. So Xenotech, I mean, his early game is basically complete right here.
Yeah, he's in a pretty good spot. He's going to be able to jump in with Blood for Blood, do a lot of damage right off the bat in these fights.
Boom,
you can see
boom.
it right there, Big Dog. 1-2 punch, taking him down a decent chunk of health.
Float like a butterfly, sting like a bee. Because that's definitely the advice I think that he's going to be going for. So on the flip side, though, Hardek, with that Sky, it's not actually Crystal Sky. Hardek's actually building weapon.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice. I mean, we haven't seen so much of it so far in the championships. We haven't even seen that much Sky, to be honest, but it does do a lot of damage. Marto caught out here. Quibble not going to land. Great afterburn right at the last second as Von-C gets collapsed on 2. He's going to back away to the turret, and all 3 members of the red team closing
Hardek's
in
on the wrong
Blue
side.
here. Hardek getting wiped out. So much damage coming across from Von-C, and Beowulf with these Blight companies keeping people in range. Xenotech wants Marto. Down on the bottom side, Big Dog having to Kaku out of there as well. Xenotech, unless he can keep building up charges for Blood with auto attacks, it's so hard to keep the fight going, and an afterburn gets Marto to safety. Big Dog might be in a bit of a bad situation.
One shot.
Oh, 1 shot, 1 kill. Nah, it's not going to land. Marto was able to predict that might be coming and go a bit of a weird way.
Can
Look at the
Xenotech
damage
actually
on the
do this?
Big Dog. No, Kaku's coming across right at the last second. Big Dog should be able to get away. This is a very action-packed All-Stars match.
6 minutes in, though, Finn picks up that fountain, so that's actually going to be really superb here for Team Red. So, and again, like their early game, it's looking better. 4 kills to 2. We have actually 3 of those on Xenotech, and I mean, it's not going to be that weapon, Arden. Sorry, Bacon, but the aftershock has proven to be somewhat effective here in this early game. You just don't expect that kind of burst.
Yeah, you absolutely do not, especially from someone like the Arden. So he's able to jump in there, be very threatening. That buys time for Von-C to deal damage on the back line. And of course, Beowulf keeps both of them quite healthy. So it's a nice combination. Not something obviously we see in normal games, but something that is working in this more fun environment.
All right, so Von-C's going to clean up the backs there. I'm looking at Big Dog now. He has himself that piercing shard. So if he's going to go into that broken myth, it's going to be a CP Taka. I was kind of waiting a little bit just to see if his pistol bit and that swift shooter is going to be doing something different.
Xenotech just chunked Hardek out to half HP from just Blood for Blood and Vanguard, basically. It was a tremendous amount of damage right away.
Laning Arden, man. And Sky, she picks up her Sora Blade. He had the 7:45, so it's a little bit late, but Hardek has been having a heck of a game. 0 and 3. There is actually a lot to be said for some of the players in their interviews that said if you can just keep Hardek down, the game's pretty easy.
Yeah, I mean, he does seem to be one of those emotional players where if he falls behind, it can be tough for him. So Red Team here, they're playing to that. Even though it's more of a fun game, they don't want Blue Team to be having any fun.
Well, I mean, this is an all-star match. If you can't win the trophy, you can at least get the consolation prize of the fan vote.
Absolutely. So right now, Red Team, let's take stock of how they're doing here. Oh, never mind. We got a fight kicking off. Xenotech with the gauntlet in. Force the core does not land. And actually, Marto just able to back out of there after the gauntlet fades. 1 shot, 1 kill is going to hit Marto. That's a lot of damage, but Von-C is the target for the Blue Team. He goes down. Xenotech, can he manage to do the damage he needs to for his team here? He finds 1 kill, looking for a second. Polite Company keeping him a bit healthier with that fortified health. But Big Dog should be able to just Kaku away. Xenotech can't close the gap with Marto either. So even though that was a very all-in fight from both sides, it ends up just being the 1-for-1.
Yeah, Vonsea just kind of stuck in the middle of it all. He does go down very quickly, and Hardek eventually does drop 0-4 now for him. But I did love how Blue, at the end of it all, they actually split. Marto went left, Big Dog went right. Big Dog's going to get the backs for his trouble. And Vonsea actually a little bit late to that party. He was not looking for an invade because he was dead, and now he's getting denied a little bit of farm. He will find Big Dog!
Oh, he's not going to get the recall off. Big Dog needs to get out of here. One shot, one kill, and lands! Such a sick snipe from Vonsea. This is why we all know him as the Kestrel player of the tournament. And he's making it happen here in the game.
I am a little surprised Big Dog did not immediately U-turn. As soon as he might have thought there could be a one-shot, you just U-turn. But hey, all right, great stuff from Vonsea. Puts another kill on the board. Marto's not looking so good here in this lane, though, Jackson.
No, he's really struggling with the amount of damage coming out of Xenotech. Every time Xenotech jumps forward, it chunks Marto out so much that he has to respect that in an extended fight, Xenotech's going to get blood for blood back up and be able to do it all over again. You've got to really get away during that situation.
He has a little bit of armor, he has a little bit of shield, but has a good bit of crystal.
Oh, man. Big Dog wants to stop this one, but look at the burst damage. He's going to kite down away, but it's not enough. Hardek pulled by the Force Accord. Marto can't get in position to even contest. Hardek should be going down here. The fountain keeping him quite healthy, but another one-shot, one kill. That is 2 snipes for Vonsea this game, and 1, which was very close. So he is really on point with that ability so far.
Vonsea's threading the needle with these shots. He has started really racking up some of those kills. And if you recall yesterday, at the end of it all, between Nemesis Hydra and TSM, he was 18-3 on this Kestrel, and now he's bringing it into this All-Star. He has that one Sorrow Blade, but it doesn't look like he's going to go for a second.
Vonsea, he is going to get the stun on Marto. Might be able to find at least one return kill. Oh, he gets it. Big Dog cannot do the damage in time. It's going to be the 1-for-1 trade, but obviously that is going to be probably quite beneficial for the red team. They have the numbers advantage to maybe do something in the lane here, for example.
We do actually have quite a few Dragon Hearts out and about as we are going to be building up into the next tier of item. But again, Hardek 0-5 now. He's struggling a bit with landing some of this damage. He has that Sorrow Blade and he's building into his next, but it doesn't matter if you're dead. Dead damage dealers just don't do any damage, Jackson.
That is a very good point. You got to be careful about that because your team's relying on you to deal that damage.
Yeah. Now Big Dog, he's looking a little bit more reliable here at 4-2. Again, a terrifying Taka player. We saw Big Dog in the last championships just with a separate team, and he did play this Taka in the the winter championships. So didn't get to see it here today, but I still say he's doing the mark here.
Marto very boldly after burning back in there, maybe expecting Xenotech would dive a bit too deep. One shot, one kill finally going to be missing. Vonsea cannot hit quite all of them.
Look at that damage on Hardek.
But even still, I mean, yeah, look at these Glimmer shots. Just 1-2 of them in total onto Hardek, and he's down to half HP.
Hardek has a breaking point, which I find kind of funny because he can't live through these fights.
Yeah, he's going to be trying to build up stacks, obviously, but as it currently stands, he's being burst down before he can accumulate them. Vonsea starting to go in, trying to get the AoE down.
Whoa.
Big Dog stunned up, but he's going to Kai-10 back. Look at the AoE on the backline. Hardek, everyone hooked in. Beowulf with a beautiful Forced Accord, and red team wipe the floor with blue. Very strong engagement from everyone on the side of the red team, and Big Dog needs to try and get out of here, stop that ace buff. A flare spots which direction he's going, but he's going to have Kaku again fairly soon. Is he going to be able to get out of this one? Oh, he's going to Kai-10 X-Retsu, sorry, over Kai-10 Vonsea. Still able to pick up the kill, though. An ace coming across for the red team, tripling the kill score of blue right now.
It was actually an ace, yeah, right down to the wire. Hardek just coming back onto the fold, but just not enough. We did actually have the one-shot, one kill come up for Vonsea during that chase, so if there was some kind of crazy escape, he might have been able to do another one of those famous predictions. But still, 12 kills for Team Red, doing real well. 2,000 gold up now on top of things. We have an alternating current now from Xenotech, so he saw the Aftershock. I wasn't sure that he was going to be going into that alternating, but again, like that double crystal now, he gets himself that turret there in lane. He's sitting at 4-0-4. The Immortal Arden is reigning pretty good right now.
Xenotech's doing a great job. He's, as you said, 4-for-0 for 4, and with the amount of damage that he has, but also how tanky, for example, his heroic perk makes him innately, it's very difficult to justify killing Xenotech, but also difficult to justify not worrying about him jumping on your backline.
Now Marto with this roaming glaive, he does have that fountain, he has that war horn, and here goes the gauntlet.
Right on top of Marto. Force to Court lands onto Big Dog, but it's not the best target. He should be able to Kaku. Oh, he gets stunned! That might be enough. Vonsi picking up the kill. Hardek, gotta be careful here, not going directly to his turret, but actually going around the long way with the Surrey Strike too. That's gonna put everyone on the red team in the wrong position to keep the fight going. Turret gonna be the main focus here though.
Marto needs to leave.
By him lonesome, can probably not defend this. He gets out just in time. But, I mean, things are looking pretty scary for the blue team right now.
All right, so Marto, again, on this roaming glaive, well, they think they can get Beowulf.
I don't think they can.
Well, he thinks he can.
Death from Above is going to stun him up, but they're actually swapping target onto Xenotech here. The Fountain keeping him quite healthy. Vanguard as well. Xenotech might get away from this one. Marto can't get the kill. Big Dog, he's going to X-Retsu onto the back line. Finally picks one up. Hardek is likely to find Beowulf. Vonsi, can he do the 1 versus 2? He's got the damage for sure, but he's got to be careful of the burst coming in from Big Dog. He's stealthed up. No one's walking into the trap, and finally blue team are able to take a good fight. They pick up the ace and close that kill score a little bit.
That's some signs of life. Hardek actually living through that fight made great uses of those breaking points, so kudos to him right there. But you saw the burst damage from Big Dog with that crystal. As soon as he had that X-Retsu and the Chitin combo, I mean, that's almost hitting 500 apiece. Like, that is nothing to sneeze at.
Oh, absolutely not. Big Dog is really coming in with some massive burst here. He got to be careful.
Is he going to win here?
Oh, that was a little bit close.
Here comes Hardek. He'll be the cleanup duty here.
Yeah,
that would have been fantastically awful if Big Dog died to the cold fly.
Oh! Don't do that to me, Vonsi. That was pretty close.
Is this your first Vonsi game?
You know, actually, I think it is of this tournament.
Welcome to the roller coaster.
It's great. I love it. All right, so let's take stock here. Red team, they were tripling the kills of blue earlier, but now only double, still maintaining about that 2,000 gold lead. So in terms of the net worth, not much has changed in the last few minutes. Blue team starting to get some momentum, though. I mean, those last fights, much better than earlier ones.
And we'll have to see if they can keep on top of that. Vonsi has 4 seconds until that one shot, so everything's ready to go.
Xenotech going in again with the gauntlet. Force to Court gonna get blocked by Hardek. He can't capitalize, but look at this. Big Dog just walks into the gauntlet. Massive misplay. He's gonna Kaitan over, buy some time. That was a bad prediction from Vonsi, but you know what? He can afford at least a few of those. Hardek now being chased down. Beowulf doesn't land the Polite Company pull in, but it does not matter. Hardek and Vonsi able to keep that going. Vonsi picking up another kill.
Hey look, the Kraken has joined us.
Kraken has finally joined us on the map, so it's pretty good timing for the red team. They're going to be able to pick it up.
All right, so that's going to be fantastic pushing to it because we already are down to 3 turrets there from blue, that choke point, and then the 2 on the crystal. Here comes Big Dog just kind of circling around, but it's going to be a little bit too late. I think he's going for the minion mine instead, but Kraken pushing down and a score of 16-7. This is actually looking very favorable for Red, especially with all those infusions to go with their kit.
Yeah, and you got to remember, this is the final game of the series. It's only a best of 1 show match.
The final game, that's a fun way to put it.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it makes it more emphasized. Hardek does get chunked out a little bit. Vonsi just poking people down with that ultimate. Marto got to back away here. But as I was saying, final game of the series, only game of the series, it all comes down to this. Can blue team defend the push? Right now, they're not doing too much in the way of trying, but Xenotech is caught in by the Death from Above. Gauntlet goes across. Look at the Force to Court. 3 people hooked in. Vonsi gets splash onto everyone with the Glimmer shots, but he's got to be careful. Stunned into the turret. Quibble lands on a 2. It's going to be Vonsi and Beowulf steamrolling through the remainder of the blue team.
Is that it?
And the red team, they're going to be closing this one out. They are your all-stars of all-stars.
Yeah, the spring championships here at the Avalon in Hollywood. These guys are just really pumping out the numbers. And Vonsi once more, 14, 5 and 4.
He just
by the
killed
end of it.
himself on the fountain.
Bad manner. Beowulf, you can't hook that, bro.
Beowulf, he should be able to get this with the Kraken.
Oh, yeah, no, 100%.
Big Dog's not closing
Big
it out.
Dog has some burst, but it's no sustain. You need sustain for that Kraken, and it's done. The crystal's down. Red is going to be taking this one, and again, like, I got to give it. Vonsi, 14 kills in 5. He didn't go for the double sorrow, which is more of his style. He does actually have a breaking point by the end of it, but the double weapon call from blue with Hardek on that weapon sky, and then the crystal burst Taka. I'm not too sure I would have played it that way.
I think Vonsi was just upset he didn't get the Kestrel earlier on today, so he was like, you know what, before you know, I got to pick that one up before I go home. So really well played by the red team. They did a great job all throughout that game, actually. You know, they really at no point looked like they were struggling particularly, barring that one ace that the blue team were able to pick up. So
yeah, but that was from an overextension.
It was from a bit of an overextension. We saw that a few times. They were playing very aggressively, of course.
Yeah.
But they
No
could
fear, all
they
fight.
could kind of afford to.
Yeah. No fear, I'll fight. It's all good. So Vonsy, before we do actually throw it back, I do have a special announcement though. Happy birthday, Beowulf. Congratulations on your Sweet 16.
I didn't realize that. Congratulations, absolutely awesome. He's going to be feeling pretty good about that win.
This was like our birthday present to him.
Ah, I see. Okay,
Yeah.
that's why we did the All-Star match.
Yeah, and that's why we put him on the winning team.
All right. Well, in any case, that was very entertaining. I'm sure you guys enjoyed watching the All-Stars play up against each other, but we've got the culmination of the tournament coming up very soon. We're going to be passing it back to our analysts so we can get that underway.
All right, thank you very much, Action Jackson. Those one-shot, one-kills were a lot of fun. And I think Xenotech, he really wanted the weapon Arden played in that critical Noble Esports match when Uni went tank. So maybe he took it into his own hands there, had some fun on the Arden. It was nice to see. But that was just to give our finalists a breather. When we come back from a very short break, it is going to be Phoenix Rain versus Hammers Velocity in the grand finals. That will be best of 5, all draft, all the way through. Let's take a look. Phoenix Rain, they beat Nemesis Hydra 2-0. Hammers Velocity 2 marathon matches against their sister team Kinetic, setting up another rematch between these two teams that are fast becoming rivals. Make sure you go ahead and use hashtag Vainglory Live in the Twitch chat right now for a chance to win 2,000 ICE, that in-game currency that you can use to get heroes and skins. And when we come back from this short break, it's our grand finals. Don't go anywhere. Hello and welcome back to the 2016 North America Spring Championships live from the sold-out Avalon in Hollywood. I am Playoff Beard here with Rome and Xingyi. The time has finally come. We are going to crown a new North America champion in the grand finals. It is Phoenix Rain against Hammers Velocity in yet another rematch. They met in the second qualifier. They met earlier in this tournament where Rain got their revenge, and now they meet a third time. Rome, it's hard to predict what's going to happen.
Yeah, maybe it was just fate for things to keep coming back over and over again. But these teams have played against each other so much previously, and I feel like there's one small advantage I have to give on the side of Velocities due to the fact that, they played each other in the finals for the second qualifier, and Velocity reverse sweep Phoenix Rain, and this is something that is done. It has a huge impact on you mentally, and not only that, I have to question: is Phoenix Rain able to run these 5-game marathons? With the extra games added into the duration, will they affect them in any way?
Yeah, that is an excellent point. So for these two teams, they've gone back and forth and back and forth. Really the young stars of Vainglory now tangling. Do nerves play a factor when it gets to this point?
I think so, because this is the finals. This is what everything that they've been doing for the past few months has been leading up to this very moment, and it's all about holding that trophy in their hands and just knowing that they are the #1 team in America. So I think there's certainly a kind of an element of nerves there, but they have been so cool-headed these games. They have been composed, they have been calm, and I think they're professional. They will be fine during these ones.
All right, let's talk about Hammers Velocity first. This is a team, if there's one story perhaps from today, Rome, it's their ability to make mid-game adjustments, make changes as it goes, whether it's the focus of a hero, whether it's an itemization, and able to turn matches around.
Yeah, and I feel like one of their biggest strong points is their ability to run into these team fights and position themselves in a way that gives them the advantage. And we talked about it left, right, and center throughout the last 2 days. It's the fact that they like to collapse on top of each other, making sure that they are hiding whoever they need to hide.
Now, Blackfeather has been a big key, really, for both teams, but we certainly saw Dienzio dancing in and out of fights, denying the focus on him. It's really been an important hero.
Yeah, and we a lot of the time we do see the opposing team trying to be like, we're going to focus on Dienzio. They've been talking so much about him. He's got to be the one we have to take down. And Dienzio, he knows exactly when to use those reflex blocks, knows exactly how to anticipate the attacks on him, to use his Rose Offensive to block in and out.
All right, and when that happens, of course, then Aloha just does his thing. Talk to me a minute about, so Rain, their itemizations have been so important throughout. Velocity, they're going to have to be just as on point with their counter building as they were in that second qualifier.
Yeah, and this is something that we did notice when Velocity was playing up against their sister team, Kinetic. They were losing that early game, mid-game, but their itemization was a little bit better, and it made that big impact on how they were actually come back from the deficit and make those late game team fights for them to win.
Yeah, if you see Rain running those double armor builds, watch for Velocity to actually rush bone saws, or it might be the piercing, the shield piercing that they might need. Really, really good at counter building when it counts. With that, for anyone who might have joined us late, let's take a closer look at Hammers Velocity.
The hardest thing we had to overcome as a team was getting that synergy, because sometimes some teams just don't have it. They try to make it, but it's just not there.
I was looking for a team. It's been a really good experience being Hammers and representing them.
We went to Halcyon Hammers. It was the best guild I think I've ever been in and ever will be in. And then we moved over to Hammers Esports, and that's basically where we are at right now.
We didn't have high expectations when we went to Winter Live Finals, so getting second place was really huge for us, and we took that as a motivation to get first place this Live Finals.
What we got from that Live Finals is that we came close to winning first, and that doesn't mean we just quit and be salty and stuff. So we need to keep practicing, and we would be first ourselves.
Yes, we're the best team in this tournament.
If you want to stay first, you got to keep doing the same thing, and you don't want to leave your guard down. At the end of the tournament, it's either Hammers Velocity or Hammers Kinetic.
All right, Dienzio said we will be first. Now is his chance to fulfill that promise. And with that, let's welcome to the stage Hammers Velocity. All right, you see Dienzio there with the crew. They're getting ready. They're excited. Obviously, it's got to be fun for Dienzio to be on the big stage. With that, I'm very curious who will be your player to watch for Velocity in the best-of-5 Grand Finals.
Well, he was an MVP in the semifinals, but for me, it's going to be Aloha as well for the player to watch. First off, he is just excellent in the jungle position. He's got a massively wide hero pool, and he's able to use them. He's able to adapt to these different heroes, adapt to the strategies that's being used by the opposing teams, and I think that's what makes him so potent as a jungler on Hammers Velocity.
Yeah, and it really is the story where everyone so naturally focuses on Dienzio. It opens up that window for Aloha to put up the huge numbers that he really, not just in this tournament, he just puts up in every tournament. He is Mr. Clutch, and we'll keep an eye out to see if he does it again. Let's turn our attention to Phoenix Rain. They came so close to winning that second qualifier and securing the #1 seed. They were up 2-0. They were up in the third and final game, and then it all turned around. They got one unlucky break, and it all unraveled. Here comes Hammers Velocity with the reverse sweep. They came into this tournament saying, we are going to get our revenge on Velocity. They did, but Velocity fought their way through the elimination bracket, getting to this moment, setting up yet another incredible rematch here. So for Phoenix Rain, they've played each other a lot, against this Velocity team now at this point. What are your takeaways as these two go head-to-head?
Well, the thing about both of these teams is one of their similar characteristics is that they're very transparent in terms of the compositions they like to run and their play style. It's very out in the open. There's lots of VODs on it. And I feel like they have a plan prepared to go up against their opponent today.
Yeah, absolutely. And with that, let's take a closer look at this Phoenix Rain team.
I'm actually the laner for Team Phoenix, and Joseph is the jungler for Team Phoenix, and Azadox is the roamer and the shot caller.
Then Joseph, he says stuff from time to time when I'm in lane with school, so we know what's going down in the jungle situation. I shot call like the rotations and when we want to pick a fight, when we don't, we want to back off, etc. The person who sets up scrims and practices, I think that would be mostly old school because he is a very influential person since he's well known in the community and people tend to listen to him.
I think Azadox has definitely proven himself to be a really good shot caller. He's almost always led us to the correct choice in the team fight. I think our team definitely relies on Azadox the most because he's like the main shot caller of our team. Joseph and I will kind of give input to him and then he'll kind of make like the final decision.
In the game, I think the person who we rely on the most is old school. This is because all around, I think if we play at our best, we're very mechanically sound and we're ready to go against anything. But in certain situations, old school can make us win the game or make us lose the game. If he's feeling confident and he's feeling at the best of his ability, I feel like he can really exceed all of our expectations.
I Love Joseph and Azadox are players that don't have much live tournament experience, but even though they don't have that experience, I think they're going to be fine on stage. I don't think they're going to get nervous.
We're good mechanically, but I think most of the battle goes upstairs in the brain. We need to be prepared mentally, and we can't just let stuff like tilt or lag get to us and disrupt our gameplay.
Our mentality is really vital to our team strength, just like staying calm and composed during the match.
All right, these young players, they are ready to take the stage for the grand finals. Here comes Phoenix Rain. All right, they got their game faces on. You see I Love Joseph going off camera. That is old school, and they are ready to play. A lot of signs in the crowd, a lot of excitement in the crowd, a lot of Phoenix fans here hoping that they can close the deal. And with that, Rome, no bad choice, but which player do you have your eye on?
This is a team that has fought tooth and nail to get here today. And you know what? This is the final series of the entire championship, and I have to put it on the captain. I have to put it on Old School due to the fact that he is leading them. He's making sure that they're communicating. He's making sure that they're performing the best that they can.
All right, co-captain there with Ezidox and Old School. He has been incredibly strong. His CS numbers have been very good, and he will try to do some work. Xingyi, any final thoughts on Phoenix Rain before we get into this first match?
I think every time that they have come up against Hammer's Velocity, they have been pushed a tiebreaker match. I think this should be no exception because these two teams will test each other to the very, very limit, and they will put on a good show for us.
All right, so we're moments away from the draft in match 1 of a best of 5 that will be all draft throughout Rome. Tell me what's important going into the draft for these two teams.
It's just itemization. So far, everything that Phoenix Rain has shown us is the fact that they know how to itemize and they know how to draw out those long team fights that they're very good at. And the same can be said going with Velocity. Every time the team fights last longer and longer, every time they're able to sustain themselves, they find the ways to make those clutch moves, especially when you can depend on Dienzio going in, front running for everybody, while Aloha is just standing in the back, making those huge plays for them.
All right, the draft is ready for match 1, Rome. I do want to get your thoughts, though, on the draft itself. What are the keys in the draft itself for each team?
Well, what we have seen from Phoenix Rain so far is they like those compositions that are very sustainable. They like to be able to fight as long as they can and make those huge gap closing moves onto the side of Velocity.
Xingyi, interesting to see the Glaive ban.
Yeah, and they've been using Glaive and Blackfeather a lot. Both of these teams have, so by taking that out, they're kind of narrowing the hero compositions that they can play.
All right, but Dienzio likely back on that Blackfeather. He's been so skilled.
Yeah, and it feels like Velocity has put a lot of thought into making sure that they get the advantage within this draft. Looks like they will be going up against a buff composition. So, and with this Cruel pickup, getting those weakness stacks on whoever's the hyper carry, it is really good on their end. They have to make sure that they get through that early game, though.
And Aloha is one of those quintessential menacing junglers, loves to be in your face. Really, 2 melee heroes now that can get up in your face.
Yeah, I really like the composition out of Velocity. However, if they let Rain snowball the early 5 to 10 minute game, they will lose it. So they have to make sure they need their items. They need to build a lot of that defense, and they have to make sure they're not picking the wrong fight.
Yeah, that's such a good point. Krull is going to take a little while to get on track here, and they're going to have to be careful about that. Respect where the power spikes lie. I Love Joseph comes back with a Taka. He's a great Taka.
Yeah, he's been an assassin, diving in and out of the action there, and we'll be seeing Old School probably on that kind of more attack-based Adagio.
If you enjoy fearless play, this is going to be the match for you with the call of match 1 in this best of 5. It's Action Jackson and Forecourt Jester.
Thank you so much. I cannot wait to get the grand finals underway. It is going to be such an intense showdown. We've seen these teams play before. This is a rematch after rematch after rematch situation. And at the moment, it certainly seems like either of them could take it.
Well, before even Rain got picked up, of course, they were known as Excrucio, and coming into that qualifier, it's like, all right, this is a raw talent team. Let's see how far they can go. And they nearly take the entire thing, came all the way to the best of 5, and now they've already met up here in the finals. Now, again, another best of 5 to determine who's actually going to go home that #1 placement and the champions in North America.
Make some noise for your finalists, guys. It's Hammer's Velocity versus Phoenix Rain. We're on to the Halcyon Fold. Let's get this game going.
So I was a little surprised that it was going to be a Taka there by the end of it all, because between the Blackfeather, the Cold, and the Arden, there's not exactly a squishy target on that. So Phoenix picking up that Adagio, is clear that they wanted somebody a little bit more weapon-based so they can go with a buff comp. I was thinking more like a Ringo, but then, the thought of, is it going to be that Taka? And I Love Joseph, he knows his way around a Taka. So will that work? Will they go a bit more bursty, a bit more sustained? Is it going to be a tension bow? Because we haven't seen tension bows in like forever now.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a very popular item. You have to get it so early for it to be very effective, and you really need to do a lot of work with it early on to make it worth its cost. But looking at the draft itself, I want to touch on a few things here as we just have some passive play in the beginning of this game. Although, saying that, we might not have so much passive play as Joseph goes right in on a Dienzio. First blood in the grand finals, going the way of Phoenix Rain.
Turrets don't see invisible guys, and Joseph just kind of walks right up to him with the box. Might have saw it coming when he backed up, but man, good kill early on.
Vanes is on the wrong side of the map right now. He's running into Old School. Joseph hunting him down. Where is Vanes going? Forecourt, he was so far out of position. You cannot do that in the finals.
Cannot go on tilt this early, guys. Absolutely not. But still, Phoenix Rain, it's going to their strengths. Their early game gets one. They capitalize on a second. A little bit of invade here, taking away that healing camp. Now taking away the forwards as well. And even Taka, he's going to be into the back. We gave that farm for the invade here to Old School, and that's going to really just start the snowball process.
Oh, absolutely. This is about as good a start as Phoenix Rain could have asked for in the finals, with a composition that is so clearly geared towards it. On the flip side, though, Velocity, don't count them out yet. I mean, that was one mistake that Vanes made and one well-played gank out of Rain. That's not enough to decide the game by any stretch of the imagination. We've seen Velocity, the analysts mentioned this too, they're great at adapting in the middle of a game. They're going to be aware of the fact that Joseph goes for those very bold dives and try and stop it happening again.
Well, they're looking to get into that rotation. Dienzio clearly just going to be heading up there, but the double flare, we are really trying to make sure that we have some vision game here, especially on top of I Love Joseph. You're going to be looking for traps and flares just throughout this game, just trying to make sure that they can keep on top of him.
All right, Aloha, he's got to be careful here. Going quite low in the fight so far. Ezidox weakened up a decent amount. Does he's back up, but Joseph should have the damage here. I don't think Ezidox has the smite. He doesn't even pull it off. Old School stops Dienzio from rotating down. A third consecutive kill for Phoenix Rain. They're off to a flying start.
If you can deny that cash in on those Spectral Smites, you're not going to get the heals, and by the end of it all, it just didn't matter. And so, again, jungle, Phoenix Rain is just owning it up right now. They've already done one invade, more kills into that 3-0. Their early game momentum is massive here.
Do you think, given this amount of momentum, that Attention Bow actually does make sense for Joseph?
Well, that was something that I was definitely thinking. It's like, if he can get farther and farther and farther ahead, and he can get that sometime in the 5 to 6 minute mark, I mean, yeah, you could. It does not seem to be a meta item right now, and going off meta in a very important match like this, I highly suspect it's just going to be a first item Soroblit.
At the same time, though, Rain's someone we know well for going off meta. In the second qualifier, the whole exceptional amount of tank items early on wasn't something that was very popular. It's become more popular since, and Rain, if anyone's going to do something a bit out of the ordinary, I would expect it to be them.
Right, but those were defensive mindsets. They do actually go more and more for the defense early on. But so, again, like that, plus the fact that, I just not seeing it kind of coming together yet, I'm just not expecting to see it.
Yeah, I think it is likely that we won't, but as I said, if anyone is going to do crazy stuff, it is Rain. Right now, let's take stock, actually, across the board here. Very good gold lead for Rain, considering it's only 4 minutes and 20 seconds in. They're 8,000 gold to the 6.5 of Velocity. Looking across the board at the items, they've got a great deal of their component pieces already completed.
Yeah, they are, and then more and more pressure now landing on top of Velocity. Not only are they going to be consistently pressured in the jungle, but Old School has just been pushing this lane and again and again and again. 45 farm to something we don't see a lot of. Dienzio's at 27. He is really actually losing this lane.
Yeah, he's struggling a great deal, and part of that is, for example, when he tries to deal with the invades, he gets caught out, takes too much damage, and then he's in a little bit of risk if he wants to go and farm afterwards. You got to keep that in mind. Old School, look at the harassment. He's healing the minion under the turret to make sure that he's getting the buffed up damage onto the target that he's hitting with the Gift of Fire burn. So he's really doing a good job of forcing his advantage as much as possible.
All right, so Old School's going to try to push. I expected to see a rotation there, but he's going to take the opportunity. He has as much damage as he can on top of Dienzio, but with that Book of Eulogies, it's not going to be really the end of the world for him. So Dienzio coming up on that level 6. I Love Joseph already does have that level 6, so you now know that X-Retsu is going to be into the mix.
When do you think we can expect to see the first big team fights in this game? Are Rain going to force them early, or can Velocity kind of play around the jungle and avoid those at all costs?
Well, the gold lead is fairly variable at this point, so it's not really staying like that K&a half, now it's down to 900. It really depends on how much counter farm and really the state of the lane from Dienzio. As soon as we start seeing those first items completed, if we can get all 3 completed for Rain, I think they might have enough of a lead to force a fight, but that window it's not going to be a huge one to kind of use.
All right, well, Vanes is going to walk into that bush, does take a decent chunk of damage right away. With Joseph not quite close enough, they can't commit for the kill. He's going to stop Aloha from going any further, though, as all 3 members of Rain sit up in the lane and threaten to maybe put some pressure onto this turret at the very least.
Yeah, more flares. As said, vision game is going to be very important, especially with that Taka invade coming in.
Whoa, Joseph going right in for the kill. Aloha already burst down to half health. Vanes does not have an easy way out right now. Doesn't have the afterburn yet. Old School coming in, slowing them down. Look at the damage. The burn, it might be enough, but he's going to regenerate enough health through his heroic perk to not actually fall to that. Thankfully, it was the Arden who got all the heat there, because I think if it was maybe Aloha, he would have gone down.
Yeah, Arden with that 1% regeneration definitely doing well, but Aloha, he does not have the same. If he stays around, he is going to drop.
I would not have walked back around the turret there. Bit of a risky play. He's going to back off to base now. And with all three members, again, sticking together from Rain, they don't want to give any opportunities to Velocity to catch them out of position. They're going to have the numbers advantage and allow for themselves to take the gold mine.
So Velocity definitely losing out on this early game. That gold mine will start catapulting that gold lead for Phoenix Rain, because that's going to be pushing up to, there it is, just a little bit over, just under the 2,000 mark. So 3 kills now, again, not the end of the world, but immense gold payout. There's the alternating current and the fountain on the side of Phoenix Rain. Now, basically, their subset is ready to go. At the 7-minute mark, we have lots of armor across the board for them. I Love Joseph even picking up some shield. We got even armor on Old School with that alternating current. If they're looking for a fight and they want to use that advantageous window, the next 60 seconds is basically it.
Yeah, I mean, they did hit a huge power spike here and a decent chunk before Velocity will hit theirs. So like you said, if they can capitalize, they want to. Velocity are aware of this, though. They're smart guys. They're going to be keeping an eye on the item builds coming across from Rain and making sure they do not fight into those unfavorable odds. Sorrowblade, in fact, now for Joseph, too. So everyone picking up their first tier 3 item.
Yeah, reflex blocks his armors and just push. Old School is consistently pushing in. Dienzio has no chances to link up with his time, do those 3-man rotations that we saw and were very successful in some of their previous games. So we're keeping Hammer split. The invades have worked out with 3 kills and a little bit of a lead, 2,000 or so here for Phoenix Rain. Now, while they do have an advantage, there's no actual need to teamfight if they can just keep up this pace. It's a slow and steady win, but that being said, you know they're going to be thirsty for it.
And in addition to that, you got to be careful about letting Black Feather grow too much, letting Kroll grow too much. They're heroes who do quite well in the later stages of the game, and the fact is that a lot of Rain's damage is up front from Joseph. If they can just sustain through that and then hit back twice as hard, Velocity should be in an okay position. I like the draft here, though. I was mentioning this earlier, but didn't quite finish the point. Velocity picking away a lot of things I think Rain would have liked with that Black Feather first lock-in and the Glaive first ban.
Yeah, Phoenix Reborn do have a lot of those favorite picks, but Black Feather on Dienzio, I'm a big personal fan on him. Every time I see him, just the chances of winning in my mind just go way up because you can do so much with him.
Yeah, he's going to take a bit of damage there, but look, he just scoots on out of there with the boots active. Speaking of Dienzio on Black Feather, who saw him jump over the wall earlier and then back into the fight in that crazy game? Hammers versus Hammers, that was insane.
Yeah, the bloodbath was definitely immense. Marathon casters from our good friends. So ridiculous games, and well, who's to say that this won't go all the way to the end? There's going to be a long haul between these teams, and I hope these guys are ready for it.
Yeah, best of 5 is not for the faint of heart, and of course in the last best of 5 that these two teams played, Velocity did reverse sweep. That's got to be weighing on Rain's mind. They got to be careful. Going for the gold mine again here. So far they have not been contested for these, but Vane's looking to change that, making his way in here. Gauntlet back! Oh, no! That's the wrong direction. The gold mine is not stolen. Phoenix Rain in a great position here. Vanes, he's going to be going down from Hellsheart coming across, boomeranging back, hitting onto Ezidox, but Joseph going right in onto the back line, diving onto the turret. Aloha, very, very low. Joseph could go down though. He falls. Aloha, they can't chase him up, but Dienzio is going to be another casualty for Velocity. Rain come ahead, 2 kills to 1, but they do not find the ace.
Yeah, this should be a turret though, so no gold steal and a turret plus 2 kills again, all coming up here for Phoenix Rain. You say that was the wrong way. I think that they were actually expecting an engage right there, but yeah, with no gauntlet, basically the doors are open and we just rush him down. Vanes has nothing left in that pocket. Now the stun on Ezidox, that was great and all, but it's too little too late at this point. They didn't get the kill for Aloha, so no ace. Props right there to Aloha, just staying alive, and Dienzio does get a kill. Again, he can do so much with this Black Feather, but with this gold gain, we've now up to 4,000 gold in the lead for Phoenix Rain.
That's a tremendous amount for the nearly 11-minute mark, but certainly nothing that Velocity can't come back through if they just stay in this for a little bit longer. Let's take a look at the item builds real quick. See how Velocity is stacking up to Rain. We've got that Serpent's Mask and Shiver Steel onto Dienzio now.
Yeah, now that's post-fight. That item advantage was definitely still there for Phoenix Rain. And Vanes, I mean, he does have that fountain, and it looks like he's going to be going into the Warhorn, but it's just not there yet. Aloha, I mean, he's tanking up. That is what you need to be doing here with this Kroll. He needs to be the rock of the team, going in and taking those hits. And if he doesn't come out alive by the end of it, it's going to be a 2v3 situation. So he's been tanking. He has that Aegis ready to go. He has that coat of plates. And, well, it's very likely going to be that Pauldron as soon as he can, because he got to start curbing that damage from Joseph.
All right, so looking across at Rain's side for a second, what's Old School going for here? You can see he's got the battery and a heavy prism. Interesting choices here, I think.
Big thing comes to mind is Eve, but I mean, a broken myth is the more typical after that. If you do have that alternating current, you're going to need some of that punch through, especially if Loha's going to be taken up. We got that reflex already on Dienzio. You get that built-in shield for Vaynes. In fact, Dienzio looks like he has that kinetic. He's looking for an Aegis as quick as he can as well. So I think that that Void Boundary is just there for the sustain, so he doesn't have to go back. And there's the broken myth. So that is what I was definitely expecting.
Yeah, so it's interesting that he decided this is what we were talking about. Component items are often picked up by Rain, but look at this. Ezidox caught out a little bit. Old School does not reflex block the gauntlet. He gets stunned again. Look at the damage. He's very weak right now. A Smite could do it.
Wow.
Velocity find themselves a good return kill. They're first in quite some time, and they have position on the map to really pressure the turret. Can Joseph do anything here? He's going on to Aloha, but the sustain is really keeping him quite healthy right now. Joseph does not have the damage. He's got to be careful. He's falling very low by himself. Kaku out, Ezidox cleaning up the kill, and Turret still alive. Joseph wants more. Going in against Dienzio. What? Vaynes, he can't chase him down. He doesn't have blood for blood. Joseph gets out of there. This guy is the Houdini of team fights.
And there we go. Now we got that Pauldron from Aloha, but again, too little, too late. The advantage from Phoenix Rain is really proving a little bit too much. Hammer's Velocity gets a great 2v3, because they caught them, but then on that return under that turret, it was basically right back to parity, and Joseph really coming in strong onto that one, has that Piercing Spear. I really am expecting to see that Bone Saw coming out here too sweet, and an immense gold payout on top of it. Again, like what looked bad for Rain now is just going into their favor. They're up 5,000.
That was an absolutely insane play from Joseph. I really cannot give this guy credit enough. But off the back of that, considering Velocity had the edge moving into it, you've got to imagine they are really hurting mentally right now, just from how close that was. They weren't even able to get more than just about half the health of the turret from picking up Old School. That really showcases just how far behind they are right now.
Well, it's not worth, and now we're coming into the Kraken territory because we're about to hit that 14-minute mark. This is where you start need to get those that gold store built up, because you're going to need some of those infusions for some of these fights, because you need to be in tip-top fighting form, especially past the 12-minute mark, because those infusions will last all the way to the Kraken. So with the item advantage going right easily to Phoenix Rain, and the fact that they've had so many gold mines, it's hard to say that they're not in the better position to look and force this Kraken fight.
Yeah, they are absolutely in a great position to do that right now. And Velocity, they've got to be wary of it. They can't really go set up scout traps. They've got to rely on flares here, which can be a little bit problematic. It's a costly way to get vision, seeing as they do not persist for very long. So Velocity, they're going to have to use their intuition to really work out where Rain's at right now.
Yeah, well, that's good. Hopefully going to be a little bit better than a gamble at this point. Another flare. They're looking to see what the opponents are doing. Tiny gold payout is going to be the last one of the game, because the 15 seconds she's coming through. There it is.
That's going to be a gauntlet. Actually lands onto two. They were busy shopping. Joseph and Old School need to come back into this fight. Dienzio juking all over the place. The health bars are stacked on top of each other. I can't see who's going down. Old School, he's kiting back though. Very healthy still. Dienzio and Aloha very low on the other side. Dienzio likely going to fall here. He can't even get Old School to the reflex block.
No way.
What? He survives. It's an ace. A clean ace for Phoenix Rain. An insane team fight.
And the Kraken's coming out there as well. You know that's going into their pocket, but not taking down Old School was huge. He even got stunned out at the beginning of that gauntlet.
They didn't realize it was coming.
But they did actually block out with all their reflex though. They do block out that first, but it's still just not enough. Old School's not taking any damage. There is so much armor built up on Rain that all this damage from Dienzio is basically negated. The auto attacks coming out from the Kroll, just not able to capitalize. A great reflex by the end of it, and Vaynes just not able to get it from the heel from Old School. Absolutely amazing stuff. Here comes the Kraken. She's going to be going down that lane for the Phoenix team, and 10-2 and 7,000 gold later. You're looking at a strong game one from Phoenix Rain.
I am not sure that Velocity can defend this push, to be honest. They could not even do significant damage to Old School quickly enough to contest the last fight. If the Kraken is also pushing in on the base, you've got to deal with that and the team. It's just too much for Velocity right now. They need a Hail Mary play to stay in, but here comes the push. Let's have a look. Dienzio, Vaynes, and Aloha all just trying to sit on top of the turret right now, do what they can, but with Old School landing the Gift of Fire onto all three, they know they have to be careful. I mean, they don't have a Crucible to their name right now, but here comes the fight. Joseph getting taken kind of low to begin with, weakened a decent amount by Aloha, but he's gonna dodge out here. The hook, oh, it's not gonna be enough. Joseph jukes out of the way of the Hell's Heart. Aloha, great gauntlet, but it's not gonna be enough. Vaynes goes down. Game one to Rain in command commanding fashion.
13 kills to 2. You cannot say you see that often against Velocity. They are just so mechanically gifted, and they were the #2 placing in this Winter Championships. Now, if they can't do any better than this, they're going to do a repeat second place.
Yeah, they got to be careful of becoming always the bridesmaid, never the bride, right? It's certainly a tough position for them to be in mentally, but if anyone can bounce back, it's them because they've done it before in another best of 5 against Phoenix Rain. They did it in the qualifiers. They do adapt very well. That's one of the strong points of Velocity. So they need to keep in mind what happened in this game, what went wrong, and how they can change that moving forward.
There's actually never been like a 3-0 or a 2-0 between these teams. That has always gone right down to the wire. So we're not going to count them out yet. One big thing, though, is, again, just like what we talked about a bit earlier, their style that they developed, the early defensive items. There was so much armor. There's at least 6 sets of armor across the board for Phoenix Rain. And when majority of your damage is going to be against Dienzio, who, well, he had the Serpent's Mask, you know, kudos. But, I mean, Joseph, by himself, 2 coats of blades. Look at Ezidox, had that Atlas, and then a metal jacket on top of another light armor for Old School. Good luck punching through that with no bone saws. And really, when you're that far ahead, you're not going to be getting one in a game at 16 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, during the play, I was like, how is Joseph surviving? Well, now looking at the items afterwards, you can see how he was surviving. Yep. He was way too tanky for anyone on the side of Velocity. And even with the weakness stacks buying a lot of time for them to get the damage down, they still couldn't do it. They had a lot of room to maneuver, and it just didn't work.
Yeah, the weakness stacks will curb the damage that Velocity took, but it doesn't do anything about damage puncturing, so there's just no way to get around that armor. So, I mean, next time, maybe not Crow, maybe something a bit more CP, but we'll have to see for Game 2.
All right, well, Playoff Beard and Co. probably have a lot to say about that one, so let's pass it back on to them and get the Grand Finals moving on.
All right, thank you very much. So interesting first salvo there going the way of Phoenix Rain. It is a best of 5. And Shingy, interesting. Phoenix Rain often start off extremely defensive, but in this case, going into the crawl, it was actually Isle of Joseph building much more damage early on, really able to make a dent in the early game.
Yeah, and I think that's because we've been seeing a really typical trend for how the Crows have been built, is that they've been building very, very tanky and just relying on attack speed. However, when you do have a composition like Rain had, all they had to do was just focus on Dienzio on that Black Feather, who is the main damage outputter, and that is what was happening in those team fights.
Now, some of the choices, the mechanics and the choices out of Old School throughout that game, and especially toward the end there, getting the heal, getting the reflex block when it counts, just finding a way by the narrowest of margins to stay alive and win those fights.
Yeah, and actually that team fight, that big one where the entire Velocity team died trying to chase down Old School, was due to the fact that they were fighting on the terms of Phoenix Rain. Like, they were fighting in that jungle shop where everybody just infused. Old School himself has a metal jacket, and this was like probably what led to the entire downfall of Velocity in that last match. Even though they were losing early in that mid game, I did feel like as long as they're able to draw the team fights out, as long as they're able to draw out the match, they would have had a better chance in that late game when they hit their power spikes.
Now, a concern there for Rain going in, it wasn't going to have a lot of peel for that Adagio, but tell me how they overcame that.
Well, what happened, although they didn't have much peel, they had aggression, and with that, they had a very early game composition, and also both Taka and Fortress do apply mortal wind stacks, and if they can apply that onto a single target, which is that Black Feather, as they were doing, you know, you can negate a lot of the damage coming out from the Black Feather and just quickly snowball the game.
Now, you saw Velocity trying to be just as patient as they were against Hammer's Kinetic, trying to get to the point where Kroll could really come online. Kudos to Rain, though, for not letting it get that far.
Yeah, it also was like they took advantage of a lot of like the mistakes that were happening on the side of Velocity in that early game. And I feel like, you know, Velocity needs to get those jitters out. It feels the early game they weren't playing like themselves. There was a lot of minor mistakes within their own jungle that led to like giving that opportunity for Rain to actually come in, make the most out of it, and just keep constantly invading. We did see Isle of Joseph was so much further ahead of Loha.
Yeah, and so as we move closer to match 2 here in this best of 5, what would you be telling Hammer's Velocity in terms of turning that around, either in the draft or the game itself?
I feel like there was too much difference in terms of the draft, where you had one team that was going very heavy into that late game, and the other team that had that Fortress for their counter, that had that Taka for the early game, and a Diadagio, they just kept pushing and pushing until they could snowball.
Angry Panda is known to play a ton of Taka there. Talk to me about what Isle of Joseph was doing with the Taka, why it was working so effectively.
So what he was doing was Taka, he was using that to dive the turrets, and we saw that happening a few times. And there was a few times where it was looking a bit close for him, but they were able to switch the aggro there onto a different target. And what he was doing was he was constantly invading into the enemy's jungle, taking away their farm, denying Cruel and shutting him down quite early. And because he is able to use his Kaku, they aren't able to track him down. And what I think they should have done is put down a little bit more vision, because they could have, you could have anticipated that he would be doing that.
Yeah, so one thing that's really different for a lot of people watching at home who are playing, in rank, trying to rank up on their own, is the emphasis on defense. Can you just talk to me how at this highest level of competition, why they're making the choices around defense that they are?
Well, the thing is, a lot of their compositions are based on like how much defense they have. For example, we have seen a lot of Blackfeather, and he pretty much goes on how many stacks of bleed he can get. And this is the same thing like we said for Fortress, same thing can be said for Cruel. As long as they're able to get as much stacks off as possible within the team fights, they'll end up winning it. And to be able to last that long, to be able to sustain that long, they need a lot of that defense.
All right, we're moments away from draft number 2 in this best of 5. Talk to me about what you want to see from bans as well as picks for each of these teams to set them up for success.
I felt like the bans coming out of that last match was pretty good on both sides. However, there should be a little bit more balance on the side of Velocity, given the fact that they did see that Rain picked up that Fortress very early. To be able to find a composition to go up against that, you don't want to be too heavy into that late game.
Xingyi, any thoughts of your own on the draft, the keys to the draft from your perspective?
Yeah, and I think, I do have a few thoughts, and I feel like that they should stop trying to push this double weapon composition, because what they're doing is building very, very tanky, relying on mainly a Bonesaw and a Serpent's Mask, and what's happening is it's giving Phoenix Rain a lot of opportunity to capitalize this and build a lot of defense. So what they're doing is it's mitigating a lot of the damage that they are trying to deal, and it's just not working for them.
So a little more leading than just absorbing and counterpunching.
Yeah, and I feel like maybe they should try and play about with maybe a crystal weapon, because obviously that leaves a little less room for defense items. You have to choose, again, Aegis, and it does leave more options for who should we focus. Who, if I've got an Aegis, maybe I should be the one that's stepping back from that tackle.
All right, so Rome, Old School really made a difference in that match. If you are on the Hammers Velocity side, what do you have to do to contain him better?
Well, it was just making sure that they didn't lose their jungle that early game. They knew their opponents, the side of Velocity Rain, had a very strong early game composition that they would be invading. And we didn't see too much from the side of Velocity to counteract against this. They didn't have too many improvisations in place to really deal with this. Instead, they were just trying to farm what they can and get out.
Excuse me there. And so for I Love Joseph in particular, what can they do in terms of isolating him better or mitigating his influence?
And that's the hard thing about going up against Ataka, especially one that can just dodge around and evade all your attacks and your abilities. And one of the things I doubted that last match was when Aloha picked up that early Alice Pauldron. I felt like buying this item, going up against Ataka, is probably one of the most hardest things you can really knock off. Considering that Kaiten just goes over everything, he can box out, just waits for that cooldown to hit, and then he can jump back within the team fight.
Xingyi, talk to me about rotations. The rotations of Rain were just superb.
Yeah, they were absolutely brilliant. And we saw them rotating down to the jungle early. We saw them actually putting a lot of pressure onto the lane, onto that Blackfeather. And that was actually resulting in DNZO getting a significantly less farm than Old School, which was having a heavy impact in the early to mid game. And because of this, they were able to push down turrets very early on.
All right, we're into the draft for match 2 in this best of 5 in the grand finals. Scarf and Adagio off the board. Blackfeather Fortress first picks.
So you're seeing this Blackfeather first coming on the side of Rain. That means Velocity has to be very aggressive in that early game due to the fact that they are going to get outscaled from their laner specifically.
All right, so Xingyi, what is the setup in your mind?
Well, I do like the combination of that Fortress Glaive, and I think what I really don't want them to go for is another weapon here, but it looks like their options are a little bit limited right now.
All right, interesting. So, Rome, what are they going to do differently with this crawl?
With this crawl, is that they're going to have that late game, and this is something that we saw last game, where you have to take the advantage of it early, and Velocity has to make the most out of it. They do know that every time the Old School rotates down, everybody will rotate with them. So grabbing that Ringo gives them that early game advantage, but they have to make the most out of owning that jungle.
All right, this is going to be a very early game comp out of Hammer's Velocity. The tables are turned, Xingyi.
Yeah, and I think this does leave an option for a Crystal Ringo, which we have not seen at all. You know, it could be weapon, it could be going for that heavy attack speed damage.
Oh, that'll be interesting to watch. So watch Ringo's build. It's going to be a big indicator if it's going to be like a Nuke Mage style or if it's going to be tons of early aggression. We'll find out right now with the call, it's Action Jackson for Court Jester.
Interesting that we're seeing the lineup swap around here. Exact same composition going over to Phoenix Rain that Velocity played last game. They clearly think they can do it better. They said, we like your comp, we're going to take it.
Well, I mean, it's a good comp. It just got shut down because there was no bone saws. They fell behind a little bit early. They couldn't puncture that armor. But, Hellstone Hammers with this Rengo, it was definitely something that crossed my mind. As soon as they saw that Fortress Glaive, like, they want to go diving, but if they are going to get somebody Crystal, I mean, Scarf was already banned out, Adagio was banned out, and who do we really outplay? Sky, but you're not going to run Sky into Black Feather Cloard, and that's just cruel.
Yeah, I mean, I really do think the draft was very smart from Rain this time, actually. So we'll see if they can make a repeat performance of Game 1. We're onto the fold for Game 2 of the Grand Finals.
All right, so just like they said, Dienzio playing this Ringo. We have not seen a lot of Crystal Ringos out there, and I'm very hesitant to say that it's going to be the place that you bring it out here. A lot of double weapon has prevailed through the tournament, through the qualifiers, and I think that's right up Hammer's Velocity's alley.
Oh, I agree with you there. I think the Velocity probably should just go for that, get the Bone Saw, do exactly the kind of thing that Rain's been doing a lot. But at the same time, I think to a greater extent even than last game, if Rain can just hold out for later on, they are going to be able to crush through, I would imagine, Velocity.
Yeah, well, the late game just looks absolutely scary here for Rain because Black Feather just gets better and better, and so does Krull. I mean, he is kind of like, we always talk about Krull, well, mostly in Europe, but when he's here, we do tend to play him a lot more late game. In Europe, sometimes you'll see these early game bumps, but the late game potential from Rain, if they keep an early lead, I'm not too sure that Hammer's Velocity will be able to punch through it again.
That's a good point too. So Velocity really need to try and get that. They need to try and be proactive. It's a very big departure from the playstyle they utilized last game. Last game they were not trying to be proactive at all because they were on the back foot basically from minute 1. This time, if Rain does fall behind, Velocity have a good opening, but Rain, we'll have to see if they actually end up doing that.
And Dienzio on his shop, he has those boots, he has a weapon blade, and then a little bit of armor on top of that as well, because, well, you're just not going to see a Crystal Saw. Saw? Well, you're not going to see him, he's not here, but you're not going to see a Crystal Krull either. He's going to be that tanky guy. Sure, his damage from the smites will be Crystal, but you don't really need to worry too much about that, at least in the early game.
It's very interesting that we're seeing both of these teams with 3 members up towards the lane so early here, and also that we see such an early armor picked up from Aloha and Dienzio. They're very wary of the fact that that's basically Rain's damage in a nutshell, so they're trying to deal with it early.
Now, this is actually the 3rd time we've done this loop-to-loop. So Hammer's Velocity, Dienzio is in lane, he farms, he comes down, he shots. The rest of the team is there, they hook up early, and they do a 3-man roam. Now, they haven't run into any resistance, but then he went back up to lane and did it again. Now he's farming after a 3rd shot, and now he's going back up to lane. So they are really just trying to make sure that as soon as they get enough cash for a go, they are actually spending the money.
Aloha is going to be able to afterburn over the wall. They're trying to recall in the bush.
They're not going to go for it.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Velocity's even going to attempt that, really. It's just obviously a situation where Rain is not quite close enough.
All right, so now if Dienzio does actually go down with no support on the map, well, you're going to see him in face check into 3. And so he's a bit too smart for that. Instead, he's going to go home and spend a little more cash, 900 now to his name. So Phoenix, Rain, and Crew, they're not going to bounce off each other yet, and there's not going to be any kind of big fights, at least for a little bit.
Yeah, the pace of this game is so radically different from the last. Velocity, I guess maybe they'd like it to be a bit faster, but if they can continue stealing away back camps, that can be just as good as forcing fights.
Yeah, a little bit of advantage here, a little bit of advantage there. They got 500 gold already to their name. It's not too shabby compared to how the beginning of last game did. So a little bit slower is definitely not worse. And as you said a little bit earlier as well, and, analysts, these guys know how to adapt. Hammer's Velocity can adapt mid-match, mid-series, mid-tournament, like anything. I think this adaptation might be the result of what they learned.
Old school afterburn back out of the action, but Ezidox being here is kind of dangerous for Aloha. Look at the smite. Oh, man.
That was close.
That was too close for comfort, I think, for
Velocity. Be like, maybe they didn't learn anything, but no, they get out. That's good. Vanes, he's not going to be in any trouble. Dienzio will go back to farming. This is a pushed up lane, and Old School is not actually going to rotate with his team. This is kind of leaving him in a 2v1. Ezidox, does a U-turn, and yeah, they're going to have to do that U-turn to keep Old School going.
Look at the damage Dienzio is outputting already. Yeah. He's picked up a heavy steal, so he's really hurting with those basic attacks, and it's putting Old School in a position where maybe he needs assistance from Ezidox to stay competitive in the lane.
Well, again, like with that 2v1 situation, if we did have vision on 2 going down to the shop and it's just out Old School in lane, it's not level 6, he doesn't have that escape. All he would really have is boots, which I think he actually burned through the last fight, but either way, they're down now. And Old School, he's got to be careful. If he does continue to push up and up, you know, Aloha can just come and visit, and that's something we haven't really seen so far, right? We haven't seen that lane pressure. You know, Hammer's velocity, they could keep Danzio, they're dangling for bait. Aloha comes in with the afterburn, they knock him forward, and that's a kill. But they're not doing that. They are really staying to themselves.
So Glaive is obviously excellent at pulling off these lane ganks, but in comparison with Joseph's Taka from last game, not quite on the same level. Taka is exceptional at that just because he can go so deep, so quickly, and so safely. Aloha is struggling to find the openings, and that's in large part due to Rain playing with one another very well. They're clearly keeping an eye on the fact that if they lose out in lane, if Old School does fall behind, that could be the momentum that Velocity need.
So the 3-man rotation, they're going to go into the back, so at least they're looking for. Minion Mine is going to be the bonus here, and there's actually no actual pressure coming out from Rain. They're actually pushing turret.
Yeah, this is an interesting choice. I do think they're going to be able to clear out the wave and maybe deny a few minions to Velocity, but that's about it. Oh, in fact, they can't even finish pushing out the wave. So ultimately, they didn't get any kind of an advantage traded for that minion mine.
Well, they did get the farm for Old School, and they forced 2 people back to lane. Now they know where they are. If there is going to be a jungle invade, it's only Aloha. And Kroll, well, he's going to get at least one. They're not going to look for the backs. By now, they probably figured that Aloha got them and got out. But because they did split up the team, there was a potential to pick up at least a kill. But it's more of an information warfare. It's a mind game for that tactic.
All right, so across the board right now, Velocity extending their lead a little bit. They're at 1,000 gold ahead of their opponent's Rain.
Slow and steady.
Partially due to the fact that they got that minion miner. You know, they're doing a good job of rotating around the map, finding farm when they can, getting the back camps. How is that translating into items, though? If we look across, no one's really completed anything too exciting yet.
Well, there's a good reason for that. Everything is peppered from offense to defense. We got so much armor already on the fold here.
Not quite able to steal that one away, and Velocity don't even turn for the fight. They just don't want to pick one yet.
The two roams do actually have their fountains, and we did pick up a coat of plates here from Veins. He's finished that up. Ezidox, maybe not, but he does have 500 gold there in his pocket. They cannot be jumping Old School here. Now that's just, again, more pressure. They're going to try to push it out. Rotate is 3. They might find Kroll.
Ezidox does take a bit of damage there, but the thing is, you gotta remember now, the most dangerous period for Rain is over because Old School has Rose Offensive now. He's got that infinite escape to get away from any pressure that Aloha does try and put down onto him, unless the burst is really there from Dienzio. That said, you know, Dienzio does have a lot of damage right now. Maybe it could be.
Ezidox is coming up on that level 6 as well. Could we see an insta gauntlet? Nah, the wave's just not in position there. So more, ooh, okay. Joseph not quite getting that. Aloha will take home that cash, but a lot of 6 sins, a lot of heavy steals. We got some attack speed there on the side of Phoenix Rain, but it's a lot of, again, offense mixed with defense. We do now have that Sora Blade for Dienzio, so his farm's actually kicked in very nicely. 78 compared to the 84. Old School still actually leading that situation, but the bigger difference is the jungle. If you want to know where most of this cash is, it's the jungle. Aloha 45 compared to I Love Joseph sitting just at 29.
Yeah, we've got an Atlas Pauldron on Old School now as well, which you can see isn't really even enough armor to stop Dienzio from tearing through him right now. Dienzio able to just walk up with support from Veins and get a volley of attacks down onto Old School and Ezidox. Given that they're now a little bit lower, maybe this is Velocity's opportunity to get some more pressure into the jungle.
Now, the best is that they could have found a Kroll right there, and if they can 3-man that Kroll down very quickly, it doesn't really matter what the rest of Rain is doing. But Kroll, as you can see, he was off in his backs. He's now coming right back from teleport, so we will still continue to wait. We will just continue to build up our armors.
0 kills by coming up on 10 minutes here. It's really a very slow-paced game compared to so many that we've seen here at the North American Championships. Atlas Pauldron now onto I Love Joseph as well. They're going to be making sure that the attack speed of Velocity is just as slow as the pace of this game.
It's double Sora Blade now. Aloha has picked up his. We got a reflex there from Dienzio, and he can go right through that gauntlet now. So the gauntlet not going to be the biggest of deals for him. Shiver Steel is going to be coming out here from Old School, who does actually have an Atlas Pauldron on top of things. I Love Joseph as well. So double weapon means a lot of armor, and again, just like what we've seen with Rain in the past, they prioritize way more armor than offense early on.
Yeah, I mean, I think it allows for them when they've got heroes like Old School's Black Feather and
Too little, too
Joseph's
late.
Cruel to just take their time and build up stacks and get the damage later on. But yeah, they can't contest things like this gold mine right now. They're really just biding their time. They're doing a better job of biding their time, though, than Velocity did last game.
You know, Hammer's Velocity definitely on a different page this round. Like the different gear shift here from all those kills and crazy in game 1. Yeah. But now it's serious time. They are just kind of bunkering down. They're turtling up, and right now they're actually up by 2K. I mean, that's phenomenal stuff compared to the last game.
Definitely. They got to be happy about having a closer game, one which they actually have the gold lead in to work with. Old School jumping in here, though, might want to go for the fight finally. Dienzio the target. He gets stunned up with the gauntlet. He actually already used the reflex block, but look at this. Rain immediately backing away. That's going to be the Hellfire Brew. Old School can be burning down a decent chunk here. It's very difficult for Rain to really find the right opening, and yeah, absolutely. You have to be careful about going in too deep.
So here's the effect of all that armor, not enough offense. Nobody dies.
Yeah, even when Rain jump in, they can't really find good damage.
And I got to give it to Aloha right there a little bit as well. As soon as they saw the opportunity from Phoenix Rain to jump, Dienzio, immediate afterburn, kickback. Yeah, we did not have that reflex block for the gauntlet, but that kickback from Aloha just opened up enough space. The Hellfire Brew comes out, no problem, and everybody just kind of bounces off each other. 0-0 still. They might look for the rematch.
Yeah, Vane's jumping in here with Dienzio. Some good damage right off the bat for Velocity, but they can't keep the fight going. Aloha wasn't close enough to, for example, Afterburn as well. But now Turret actually getting some pressure here. Finally, Velocity able to push it that far up the lane to start hitting it.
Dienzio is sitting on 800 gold, a little bit more farm with this wave, and he might actually be able to finish up that Piercing Spear into that Bonesaw. If we see that Bonesaw sometime in the next 60 seconds, we might start going for a little bit more aggression, because now we have a little bit more of an in to some of this damage.
I feel like Dienzio is going to hit the power spike of the Bonesaw much earlier than Rain hits any of their next power spikes, barring, of course, Old School picking up the Serpent's Mask right this second. So
he has Serpent's Mask, and that Shiver Steel, but so does Joseph. So not only do we have double Pauldrons, but it's double Shiver Steel as well. If they can get an angle on top of Dienzio and the reflex block fails or they stagger it out, he's not going anywhere.
That is a very good point, and we do have the Bonesaw now, worth noting. Actually, a weapon infusion picked up. Aloha, he realizes that as soon as that Bonesaw was complete, that's the green light. That's the signal for Velocity to start things off a bit more aggressively. Rain, I think they spotted it out, though. They looked at the builds and said, okay, he's just hit that power spike. They have an infusion. It's a bit risky to go in here.
There's no crawl.
Old School trying to steal that away. He blocks the afterburn. That is perfect for Rain. Buys him a lot of time.
Are they going for a re-engage?
Afterburn not that long. They got to be careful about going too deep.
I was really curious to see if there's going to be a gauntlet. That's a perfect corner to kind of just keep everyone clustered in.
This game is a great break for my voice after game 1. I tell you what, just no action here. Aloha able to afterburn away as well. Dienzio not finding the damage, however.
Now, Aloha's actually still sticking on top of that weapon infusion as well. He did not pop it that round. So it's still that kind of back pocket ace that they have. And 3,000 gold, slow and steady. Again, you know, Hammer's Velocity doing well in terms of keeping up with their advantages. The bigger thing is once we actually crack this game, which way is it going to go? Will be Phoenix Rain not far enough behind and armoring up enough to kind of shut down Dienzio? Or will all that puncture from Dienzio actually matter?
Atlas Pauldron on Dienzio, so that's going to be even. He's now extremely hard to take down.
Everybody's weapon.
Yeah.
Like, we've seen 6 Pauldrons in these matchups before. These two teams, Game 5 was 6 Pauldrons.
I'd like to see a gentleman's agreement between teams just not to build any armor in the future.
With $15,000 on the line, you are not getting no agreement from me if I am in that seat.
I can't blame them for that one. So I want to ask you, if you were to put bets on who gets first blood in this game, who's it going to be? Because we're almost 14 minutes in now, still no first blood.
Well, based upon how everything is going, it's got to be Dienzio, because everybody's going to jump him, and then the rest of his team is going to protect him. And if you can't bring him down, he's going to be the first blood. Otherwise, he will be the first blood.
So looking at the nuance of how you play these fights, what does Rain need to do? Is it literally just jumping onto Dienzio, throwing everything at him? Hang on, we might find out in just a second. Velocity starting things off with Attack of the Pack. Vane's going in. Old School, look at the damage onto him. He's already so low. Dienzio does pick up a very early kill in that fight. Joseph going down as well. Rain, they made no dent in Velocity in the fight. What happened there?
So we popped that weapon infusion, and Aloha has that spear on top of a little bit of attack speed from the Blazing Salvo. So between the double damage penetration, that actually worked out well. They started things off by popping out the wolves, and you can see it there. They're going to chase right through the wolves to give them that vision, but now it's the gauntlet. The gauntlet's too late. It doesn't hit anybody. They've only kept themselves in there. I Love Joseph does get punted away, but at the same time, Blackfeather's already down. Kroll then drops very quickly, and because there was no real good situation there, as soon as they clumped up and everybody was in that middle of that gauntlet, that was the big key stun that Phoenix Rain needs. If they can get that stun down on somebody, they can blow them up. But if they can't, that puncture with now double Bonesaw is going to take them to town.
Gauntlet does so little in this matchup because the fact of the matter is Dienzio, he's not really kiting away. He's just sticking with his team, using his defensive items to stay alive. Look at this old school. He's taking so much damage. Dienzio will be able to rip through his defenses. He needs to be careful here, though, of Joseph building up those weakness stacks. Is it going to be enough? Joseph running around. He's trying to play tag with Dienzio. It's not going to be enough. Dienzio's still alive. Ezidox wants the kill. He's got blood for blood. He doesn't have the time. Oh! He's killed mid-jump. Dienzio stays alive. No kills yet for Phoenix Rain as Velocity look insanely strong in the second game.
This game is so drastically different than game number 1 because at the 15-minute mark, those Bonesaws are just doing well. Now, they did jump Dienzio. Look at Joseph and Ezidox. There's the Atlas. There's another Atlas, but they left Old School to his own devices. There was nobody there to peel or to defend, and Aloha, he has the damage in order to win that 1v1. Now, Dienzio, he just kites it out. They get one more here with I Love Joseph, and then Dienzio again he's the juke master right there. Goes up, down, left, right, doesn't matter. Even with that jump, the damage is done, and they are really taking Phoenix Rain and this armor, and they are tearing it to shreds.
They absolutely are. I mean, Velocity, they seem untouchable at this point. Dienzio did nearly go down, but that was such a beautiful afterburn in the middle of Ezidox trying to jump in. Here comes another fight, though. Old School knows he needs to make something happen right now. Dienzio is quite low, but from the fire is going to make him run away. Joseph going down, too. Ezidox can't do anything. This is all over. Velocity are untouched in these fights, and they're surely going to be able to push in for the win here.
I got to say that this Fortress pickup into the glaive, like the damage glaive, not roam, not tank, it's all damage with these guys. It is doing well. Old School still can't even get that kill. This could actually be GG, and that will now be game 3, 4, and perhaps even more potential after this, because this is no sweep.
Finally, we've seen what I would define as a flawless game where the kill participation was 100% for every single member of Velocity. Every single fight was a full-on 3-on-3 because they didn't happen until such a late point in the game. Velocity showing absolutely, without a doubt, that they can bounce back from what looked to be a pretty insane victory in Game 1 from Rain.
So game 1 was just a lot of kills, not quite a kill a minute, but like Joseph, he was able to get in and out. The damage was there, and they put Velocity on the back foot. This game, Velocity, they did not advance. They played it passive, and Rain let them. And they kept taking, a little bit of an invade here, a Kraken, later, but a gold mine here and there as well. And that started building up. And at the 15-minute mark, the difference between these teams are those Bonesaws. Aloha and Dienzio, they had the double sword, the double bone, and then even more armor on top of that. Coda plates, metal jackets, reflex blocks is almost across everybody in this game. But when you have, so much weapon out there, the situation for Velocity was just so much better this time because they weren't dropping kills, they weren't getting invaded, they were the ones holding own or doing better.
I think we've really seen the rise of Ringo doing well in late game during this tournament because it seems like the answer is not to kite away. It's just to stick with your teammates, stack on top of one another, and make sure that Dienzio doesn't take all the focus fire.
Well, the only kind of peel that the team had was the glaive afterburn. Past that, it's just Fortress. If Fortress can coordinate with the damage, those bleed stacks, the percentage health, just boom, done. Doesn't matter how much armor you have. That percentage health does work. And the Little Wolves, again, like the Attack of the Pack, that damage, that extra damage just did phenomenally well.
All right, so game 1, dominant to Rain. Game 2, dominant to Velocity. Our analysts surely have a lot to say about this one. Playoff Beard, take it away.
Okay. We have a series now. 1-1 Rome. I want to get right to what was one of the kind of hidden keys of this match. It was the blocking of the Atlas Pauldrons. So Rain, a couple of Atlas Pauldrons there. Dienzio and that team managing to block multiple Atlas Pauldrons with one block because of the timing on those Atlas Pauldrons playing a big factor in those fights.
Yeah, especially when you are going to go opt out and grab that double weapon composition, you have to make sure, like, Atlas Pauldron is probably one of your biggest threats. And that's exactly what they did. They knew exactly what to do. And one of the things I really want to highlight out here is the fact that Dianzio on that Ringo also grabbed an Atlas Pauldron. And this was something that T-Tigers didn't do when Kinetic was playing, was the fact that they were always diving onto that Ringo, and Ringo had a way to escape. He would just slow the attack speed, and he would just keep kiting and kiting and kiting.
Yeah, it's, you know, one of those things that goes unnoticed, that the timing is so tight on those Atlas Pauldrons if you can manage to reflex block it. One other big key, you think about that comp that Velocity was running, and you're like, why aren't they being super aggressive in the early game? But Rain's rotations were so perfect, it really, through a lot of that match, just didn't leave any openings.
Yeah, and that's the thing with these two teams, that they are both perfectionists. They're all mechanically very, very gifted. And with those kind of games, they all have to lead into the late game where mistakes mean more. And that's what they're doing, was that their defense was impenetrable. They were doing a fantastic job. And what we saw later on in the late game was that they were taking advantage of Fortress' attack of the pack. And what we saw was, we didn't see Phoenix Rain disengaging properly. We saw the Warhorn leading them away, but they weren't getting rid of the Wolves. They weren't kiting back. They weren't destroying them. What we should have seen was Ezidox gauntleting a way to trap them in with Wolves, to destroy them, and then re-engage again.
All right, Rome, I have to point out, even though Velocity pulled this through, Old School CS 143 at only 13 minutes. How does this guy do it?
Well, the thing is, Old School has always been a monster, especially when it comes down to CS. Like, this was one of the biggest things throughout the entire VGL. Phoenix, #1 in terms of CS, #1 in terms of gold farm. And heading into this, they have so many items behind their belt, but what they do lack is that early rotations, especially when they have aggression in their jungle. Like, Old School has to stay in that lane, even when Velocity was taking those gold mines over and over again.
Yeah, so now I want to talk about here the fights that Velocity won. What was the difference when they started winning those fights?
They were just picking off Old School first. They knew exactly what they had to do was, and the distance between them when they're initiating a team fight is something that you have to pay a lot of attention to, is when they're going in, they're not together. They're not clustered up. But exactly when the team fight starts turning around, when Old School and I Love Joseph start diving onto Dianzo, is when the whole team clumps up into one.
Now, for I Love Joseph, he played an aggressive early game hero in Taka with that comp. Then he's on a Krull, and it's a completely different story. Is this just a story? It's North America. It's about early game aggression and getting it done.
Yeah, I just don't think the Krull was quite working for them because, again, he was building really, really tanky. And although we did see some very good defense coming out from him, preventing Velocity from invading to their jungle, it just wasn't enough in the later game to continue with that damage.
Was there anything else for you that really stood out in terms of Velocity kind of withstanding the tide and pulling through in that match?
I think what for me was, I really liked Dianzio's positioning. He was trying to stay well clear of the fight, and although we did see Krull and Arden trying to get to him, what we did see happening is what Velocity always does, just kind of acts as a front line, trying to block every single thing for him while Dianzio outputs the damage.
All right, we're moments away from the draft in a critical third battle in a best-of-5 here. Rome, keys to the draft for you.
I don't know, I feel like somebody is going to try and prioritize either picking up that Blackfeather first or batting him out. Blackfeather is one of those huge heroes that has a lot of impact on your composition and how it's built.
All right, the Krull goes away. Does that suggest a particular comp that they have planned?
Yeah, with that Krull ban coming out, they're not afraid of him, but they want to make sure that Krull isn't going to go up their composition. I feel like they're going to grab a buff comp.
All right, so Scarf off the board, and they first pick the Fortress, rather.
Yeah, and it does seem like Fortress has been a priority pick because he's been picked up straight away in almost every single game between these two teams so far.
Ezidox really always there to help the laner when those ganks try to come in. And there's the glaive that could go either roam or jungle.
Yeah, and this is something that we have seen a lot coming out of them before. With the Adagio coming out, I think for Velocity last, they have that buff composition. Krull's not there, weakness stacks aren't there. They have that early game advantage, and Velocity will have to push it.
Rome, can they push that early game aggression when the other side, their rotations are so good?
Well, the technique here that you're going to see from Rain is that we will be having a lot of Atlas Pauldrons coming out, and Velocity has to find a way to negate these.
All right, so any final thoughts, Xingyi, on this pivotal match?
I'm excited to see the Glaive support pick.
All right, it's going to be fun. Glaive peeling all day long with the call. It's Action Jackson and Forecourt Jester.
I'm kind of surprised that we saw that Kroll being banned out. It didn't really do that well in either of the previous games, but Velocity locking in a composition they are very talented on. This is actually the same composition that got them to the finals in winter.
Yeah, well, Kroll being banned out, like, there's some fluidity you can actually do with the ban. So if you're going to be first pick, you could actually just throw a ban away. And, well, it's not exactly throwing it away in this regard. It does actually give a huge advantage to the first pick in terms of they might be able to just get their #1 uncontested because you know that they're just not going to let Scarf through. So Phoenix Reborn, not letting the Scarf through, have to now deal with this buff comp. And Fortress, again, Fortress Ringo, if they coordinate those damages, they got the little attack of the pack, they got the bleed and that percentage, it won't matter how much armor you have. That's a chunk of your health gone.
Yeah, that is a very good point. We are 1-1 in the grand finals right now. Velocity up against Phoenix Rain. Both of the games extremely dominant performances, respectively, for the winning team. So I wouldn't be too surprised to see this one be a bit closer. I mean, at some point it's got to be, right?
Well, I mean, it's 1-1. Like, somebody's got to win. So, I mean, yeah, we're just, if we do go all the way to Game 5, it will just be the qualifier #2 all over again. But we'll see if we get there. Right now, we do have to get through Game #3. And the comp from Rain, with this support, roaming Glaive, this is a huge, like, just jump comp. If they can get down Aloha, and he's going to be the big target, they're going to win.
He's got to be careful, man. Already taking a lot of damage from Velocity. You can see that Rain haven't had the opportunity to actually pick anyone just yet, with all members of Velocity sticking very close to one another, denying that chance.
Early game, I would really expect Velocity to hold a little bit more of an advantage. They got 2 ranged on their team, and Dienzio, if there's no Glaive ganks, he's just going to win that lane.
I think he should have the edge, that's for sure. Aloha here doing what we know him for, going for those back camps, but he's going to get capitalized on. Ezidox with the afterburn. Look at the damage from Joseph. Lots and lots coming across onto Aloha. He might go down here. Ezidox also falling pretty far, but Joseph can Kaku out. Now Old School's finally here. Dienzio, he's going to go down 2 quick kills for the 1, going the way of Phoenix Rain, and Veins has no easy way out of this one. He could quickly be following. It's not going to be the ace, but it's going to be all 3 members of Velocity falling to Phoenix Rain as they overextend a little bit too far into the jungle.
If Aloha had gotten the steal on top of that farm, maybe it would have been okay for him just to drop, but because he didn't, and now with Velocity just trying to capitalize on a 3v2, I'm just not too sure that they're going to be able to do any of that this early game. I would really expect them to just use the poke advantage that they have with 2 ranged characters and just continue to try to bully Rain, keep them on their side of the map, look for some of that early invades on some of the healing camps or the forward camps. Going that deep on top of a collapse comp like this, that's not going to do them any favors.
You can see Veins and Dienzio trying to poke out Rain a little bit here in the lane, doing some good damage onto Old School. Thankfully for him, he now has that on-point ability to give him a bit of a shield in these situations. But Velocity, I like the fact that they're staying together so much, but they need to either keep doing it or play more safe afterwards. Great poke on Ezidox, by the way.
Yeah, that's what they need to leverage here early on. If they can keep somebody low because of the poke, it's going to be very, very hard to commit on a 3-man fight. And going for that, sick invade, it's just, I don't think, going to be in the cards. They don't have the mobility or the survivability to go that deep.
Velocity do have a slight gold lead, regardless of the 2-kill advantage on Rain. They're sitting at 6.1 to the 5.9 of Rain. But, having those kills going across the Rain certainly going to put them in a good mindset moving forward after the fairly devastating Game 2 of the series.
A lot of the goal difference is just in the lane right now. It is Dienzio just kind of winning it out a bit. Old School's now off out of the lane to do a little bit of shopping, but he is dropping some CS numbers. So is this a 3-man rotation? Are they going to go up and look for Dienzio? Because I'm not too sure Ezidox is going to get the angle that he needs.
Well, with the scout trap popping there, Dienzio knows that Phoenix Rain are trying to make something happen, and Velocity immediately respond by sending all of their members up to the lane yet again. They do not want to give any openings to Rain in their armor to allow for these picks to come across. Joseph trying to make something happen. Oh, great afterburn onto Dienzio. Look at the damage. He immediately melts. You cannot miss position against the Glaive in this early game. This is what we expected from Glaive last game, actually.
You cross that mid line and you're fodder right there. Ezidox just proved that. Old School does go low, but he does not go down. And that's going to be another point here for Rain. So now Joseph, again, bigger burst. He is going to be going into that Soro Blade, so no tensions. It's just not really the patch for it, and he's just not doing well enough to make it worse. So it is going to be Soro. Old School, very likely after that Book of Eulogies, and he has a little bit of armor. What we've been seeing is Shiver Steals into Serpent Mask, and I think there's just no reason to stop that kind of progression path right here.
Definitely. I mean, velocity, something you got to realize against the amount of dive that Rain has, you're not necessarily going to have safety in numbers, right? You need the high ground advantage. You need to be by your turret in a position that's kind of fortified to stop them from just jumping on top of you and annihilating one person very quickly. As it stands, Dienzio, he's playing a bit further back, not pushing with his wave, even though he's got backup this time. Maybe learning his lesson from last game. They're actually going in here.
Yeah, they are. Look at him staying back.
Yeah,
though.
he's staying back, but the team is moving up a little bit.
Yeah, but that's a flare. Here comes Joseph as well. How many level 6s? Well, we got an next Retsu. Past that, it's just Aloha on that verse. And a triple melee up against a verse. I mean, that sounds great on paper, but Ezidox a little bit later on, if he gets that Crucible, it's just so easy to negate.
Absolutely. It's a very telegraphed ability. It has a long channel time before the verse actually pops.
Ooh.
So you can easily Crucible it if you have the wherewithal. But you've got to get that fountain quite early here. That's obviously what Ezidox is going for. He's not going to have the Crucible for some time yet as both teams move down towards the shop. Old School wants to start something off. X-Retsu onto the back line. Aloha the main target so far, but Old School quite low. He's got to back out. The Verse Judgment coming across. 2 stuns onto Joseph and Ezidox. It leaves Old School out to dry, but Aloha going to fall. Joseph, he needs to get out of here right now. He doesn't have it. Gold Miner is not doing enough to help out Rain right now, though, as Ezidox getting hunted. It's not going to be the ace most likely. Old School. Yeah, Ezidox just staying alive long enough, but Ezidox should be going down here. There's no easy way out. He's going to try and recall, surely.
Yeah, it's just not happening.
No.
There
Dienzio picking it up, actually donated to him, of course, by Vanes, getting the gold onto the right people. Nice fight, actually, for Velocity. This early on, when you do not have the Crucible, you got to respect the burst.
I have to really wonder if Ezidox with that Afterburn meant to hit Vanes with the stun. I have to wonder about that one, because Vanes just rocketed down south, but then it was just Damage City. It was between that Adagio and Dienzio on this Ringo that just kind of started getting some of those kills. So big team fight out of the way, and Velocity take a pretty good stab at it. So they will now maintain that lead, 1,000 gold or so, get a Gold Miner, who was actually activated from the Verse. The Verse activated the Gold Miner, who then just started raining down damage on top of Rain. So that was actually a really cute and cheeky thing there, and Hammer's Velocity got to be very happy for it.
Yeah, coincidentally, a very nice verse from Velocity. Maybe he planned it. Actually, that'd be pretty next level. I certainly could not do that, but we are at the Grand Finals of the North American Championships, ladies and gentlemen. These players are out of this world. Right now, Rain keeping quite close. I mean, I was saying we needed a close game here. This is finally looking to be one of them after the 2 kind of stompy games from
What, 0-0, 10 minutes in? Isn't close enough for you?
Well, when they eventually got kills, it was just Velocity getting kills.
Yep, absolutely, because they farmed just a little bit better. This round, though, Velocity still, they are maintaining lead, but it's not exactly a game-ending lead. We do have Old School on that Serpent Mask first. He's not going for that Shiver.
Yeah, Old School actually on pointing backwards, so it's very much off point. Not going to get the shield. Stops him from perhaps capitalizing on the fact that Rain did have people in the vicinity to go for a fight, but now they have grouped up. They might be looking for one again.
Yeah.
Starting to move down here. They're flared out. Velocity knows what is happening right now as Ezidox face checks the bush. Big damage attack back to Dienzio. He's stunned into the wall. Joseph on the back line. Could find him, but the verse gives him enough time to kite backwards. Joseph can't get the damage down. Old School going for it. He finds, finally, Dienzio, but Aloha still very, very healthy. Gonna pick up Old School. Joseph has to get out of dodge. And actually, with Attack the Pack hunting him down, Aloha knows what's going. He's healing up the Wolf to make sure that Joseph gets stunned up, slowed up a little bit. But Joseph, I'm sure he can get out of this one.
No flare. Aloha, do you know? He's just not going to bother. There's just no point. Even if you guys found, it's a Kaku, and now you're just wasting time when you could get a Gold Miner. So for fear of a Caster's Curse just before that fight, I was going to say Phoenix Rain shouldn't fight this. We have that Soro Blade, and Aloha picked up an alternating current before the fight.
Oh, Ezidox wants to steal. He finds it! Phoenix Rain come in, steal away the gold mine. Ezidox does go down, however.
He's
Old
happy
School,
with the trade.
Joseph, they can't make too much happen off the back of that. They've got to be careful of a push in lane, too.
In the terms of the offense, Hammer's Velocity definitely doing much better, even though Old School did go for that Serpent's Mask first. Joseph's still actually not with a tier 3. He's going for more armor.
X-Ratsu, Joseph just popping the fountain, making Fanes pull that sticky trigger figure back. Actually, that is going to force the back from Velocity. They don't want to commit to this one.
Well, for another 48 seconds, they don't have a fountain, so I can't really blame them. But this is going to give them a lot of time to go shopping, come back to the lane. It's not really going to get a lot of damage done on top of those turrets, and this is also an opportunity to go farming just a little bit more, because as time goes on, you got to be prepared for that 12, 13, 14-minute mark. So with 10 just about coming up and 13 kills on the board, definitely a different pace. All 3 games kind of running at a different tempo, but Phoenix Rain is still just trailing behind ever so slightly.
This is kind of the adaptation we were talking about. Rain showing they can do it just as well as Velocity. You're playing a very different style of game every single time, and that can be difficult. You know, that's a mental strain on you to readjust so many times in a row. If it does go to 5 games, of course, very, very challenging for these teams. We're going to be having draft in Game 5 if it gets that far.
Yeah,
swap
blind.
up. So it could be interesting as Rain here grouping up in the lane yet again with Velocity mirroring. Neither one of these teams conceding very much ground in that area.
We just don't have the damage right now from Rain to, I think, to go toe-to-toe. Between the Sorrow Blade and that alternating, I mean, you have to build either into the shield or the armor, and so far we're building into the armor to try to keep Dienzio at bay, but Aloha, I mean, he does have 2 of these kills. So far, 6 of the 7 he's been part of, and he's been a very big instrumental part of a lot of these. The verses have been on point. The alternating current just starts adding up damage and damage, and he's been healing Dienzio, buffing Dienzio through the roof, and that damage is no joke.
Absolutely not. What do you think Ezidox should pick up next here? We just saw him grab a few things, actually hang on, Old School.
It's going to be Warhorn.
Yeah, he's going to sprint out of there. Warhorn next? You think that's the choice?
Yeah, we got armor on the 2 carries. Him picking up at this late, I mean, they're going to be able to finish off Pauldrons before him, so we need some movement speed. We need to close these gaps and jump, which means you need a Warhorn.
No reflex blocks at all on the side of Rain yet, though. And
Joseph.
no Crucible. Sorry, Joseph. Yes, he does have one.
No, sorry. Joseph has the Sorrow Blade. He just picked it up now. So this puts him on a little bit more of an even playing field when it comes to that damage. But Dienzio has that Spear. And not only does he have a Spear, he has a coat of plates, which means that some of that damage is now going to be, again, even more negated, but he's going to be hitting harder for those that have built up those armors.
That could actually be very impactful in the next fight. We've got Shiver Steel completed for Old School now as well, so he's going to be able to stick on to people a little bit better.
Ezidox might go for a Crucible next.
Yeah, he just picked up the Reflex block.
Yeah.
He's already got the Dragon Heart, so I think, to me, that seems like the best option, because you've been able to close the gap most of these fights. The Verse of Judgment has really just been shutting you down.
Yeah, well, but if you can kill Aloha, you don't have to worry about a Verse. Unfortunately, that's just not
Death
happening
is
so
the best
far.
crowd control.
It is.
Am I right?
Dead damage don't do damage. That's something
Okay,
I will
so-
say again and again.
Velocity, they're starting off the gold mine here. Rain's starting to move down just
Traps
a little
and
bit.
traps.
They realize they're scouted out here. Flare coming across. Veins. Bit close for comfort.
There
but
it is.
Attack of the pack. Gonna turn this one around. Velocity wanting to go for some kind of a fight. Old School has that easy escape though with the Rose defensive right back towards the lane.
Not sure
Attack
who's in a
the
better
back-
position here.
Yeah, I mean, attack the back down for 100 seconds.
Yep.
So Rain has some space to work with.
Yeah, but they're not going to try to push it. I mean, Hammer's Velocity realizing that they don't have it. There's the Crucible from Ezidox. So, all right, we'll have to see. If they can't kill Aloha, and they're saying if he's going to live, we got to get a Crucible. But also the fact that he's living means that he's a bit more of a threat. So they're prioritizing Aloha over Dienzio here, despite the fact that they have very little shield.
Ooh, Ezidox just able to juke out of there with the afterburn. Joseph actually kite-tenning over the gold mine to escape danger.
We've actually buffed up. We do have a kinetic and a light shield there. So Joseph and Old School, they're kind of doubling down. They've got a little bit of armor here, a little bit of shield here. So if they can get those Aegises and then the coated plates, I mean, that's about as good as they're going to get. They're going to run out of inventory slots.
The metagame right now in 1.17 at the very least definitely seems like tank up. You know, that's how you deal with a lot
That's
of
how
damage
Rain
from the
deals
cross.
with it.
Yes. most
Not a lot of the other
certainly.
teams kind of go to this extreme that they do.
Rain certainly does push things to the limit. I mean, and we kind of saw that backfire in the last game, though. You've got to be careful about going too deep into that itemization.
Well, there was
lest
no
you-
pushing last game. It's all pretty passive. There was no limit being pushed. The limit was decremented.
Okay, so we've seen a bit of a stalemate develop here. Obviously, earlier on, lots of action. When does this get broken? Is it
Well,
right now with the bone saw?
It's 13 minutes going on 14. This is the time for some of those bigger items. So we have a few more tier 3s.
Uh-oh.
There's also
Old
Kraken
School.
on the wings.
Ezidox just using that afterburn very defensively, pushing Dienzio out of the fight. Joseph going in to buy some space for him as well. Everyone on Rain taking a bit of ambient damage, though. They were never really in too much danger. But now with them being a little bit lower, they've got to wait before they...
We don't have anything for infusions, at least not from Velocity. We actually have a lot of gold built up here from Phoenix Rain. They could double infuse and look to contest the Kraken, depend upon those infusions. If Velocity can catch them, though. But they're not.
It's only 30 seconds until the Kraken spawns. I feel like that is the stalemate breaker, because Velocity
That's
certainly...
why it's on the full.
Yeah. Velocity certainly are in a position to maybe get vision around it and really stop Rain from having free reign.
If they can get turret, that's actually a big safety net that's removed for Phoenix Rain.
I'm not sure they can with Ezidox here. That's going to be the X-Ret, so you can see already Joseph trying to get on the back line, but Dienzio kiting beautifully.
Loha,
Joseph,
Loha.
He's so very low right now. Fountain popped. Aloha still alive. Old School does finally take him down, but Dienzio too healthy. This is not a fight Rain want to keep moving on. The Crucible coming out is not going to do enough.
Oh,
Dienzio, oh, Ezidox, he's going to be going down here. Ace for Velocity. They pick up the first of the game, and just in time for Kraken to grace the battlefield.
If you can't kill Aloha, man, he will take you home and just absolutely just destroy you. So look at this. I mean, they do engage. You know, maybe they should have used a Warhorn. Who knows? But they get on top. Joseph already takes damage. Aloha into the turret, but they can't seem to take him down. Heals and Fountain just doing phenomenal. He even gets the kill down on top of Taka before he does drop. And now into this 2v1 situation, they just don't have the armor. Dienzio has the bone saw, and Ezidox doesn't hit Dienzio right there. So the turret is still going to be hitting on top of Veins. There's no swap out there, and Dienzio is just going to live right through it. They get some phenomenal damage down, and they didn't actually go for the Kraken.
Interesting.
Interesting enough, but you know, a solid lead in momentum, if not kills and gold. That story is actually still very even.
Yeah, I mean, it's only about a 400, 500 gold lead for Velocity right now, so they're not tremendously in the lead. Rain, I feel like they need to play their fights a little bit differently. I mean, if they jumped in together with Old School and Joseph on the back line as one solid unit, then maybe they have a bit more of a threatening presence against Dienzio.
It might have been something of an oversight, but I don't think Phoenix Rain really had... Well, no, they didn't. They didn't have any of those infusions. It might have been better just to fuse up then fight, but...
Oh, we're going to have another fight right now, though. Old School, look at this. Aloha actually taking a lot of damage this time, but here comes the burst. It's going to get blocked. Great Crucible from Ezidox, but is it enough? Aloha still the main target. He goes down first, but Dienzio untouched. He's going to wipe the floor with Rain. He should even be able to find Ezidox here as Veins leaps forward. Dienzio is impressive indeed. 13 kills to 8. Velocity starting to really push their edge here.
Dienzio's just an absolute monster. You can't bring him down between that Atlas Pauldron and his light armor and then a reflex block plus heals and Fountain. He is just absolutely riding this wave of momentum, and 13-8 is a good score to definitely sit on as a Kraken is going to be in the wings. So Phoenix Rain, they've lost out some of those turrets. Those safety nets are now gone, and Hammer's Velocity with this Kraken, they only have 3 turrets to crack, and their lead has developed to about 2,000 or so. Lots of infusions should be on the menu to complete. There it is, 5. Not quite 6 for Veins because he doesn't have the cash, but 5 infusions pushing in with a team that currently has the momentum, the items, and probably just the confidence to do this.
I feel like at this point, it's Velocity's game to lose, right? They really need to make a misplay for Rain to capitalize on and actually get kills. But we've seen a sort of unnerving amount of games where a team with Kraken pushes in and all dies in this championship. So then again, you know, Rain, they are hovering around here, flared out though. Velocity,
gave it away.
They're not going to fall for that one. And actually jumping forward here, Veins wants some damage onto Joseph. Ezidox onto Dienzio. Nice afterburn. Dienzio quite low, but here comes the Verse of Judgment. Joseph, he's chunked out on the side. Dienzio's still not down. Old School is finally going to get the kill, but look at this. Veins and Aloha easily able to take him down. Kraken untouched.
Look at Dienzio. He's so happy.
Yeah, he's feeling pretty good right now. I can't blame him. I cannot blame him, and right now, this push could be game-deciding, game-winning even, as Rain have 20 seconds on the death timers. The Kraken is going to make it so they can't coincide the death turrets.
Not even, like,
but I don't think it matters.
He's dead, he's done. He takes out the headphones like, yep, we're good. I don't even have to watch this. Sunglasses walk away, Kraken, big explosion in the background as the crystal fractures.
Rain, they're not even trying to defend. Very well played by Velocity. We saw a closer game this time, but they do come home with the win. They are 1 win away from becoming the spring champions. They were so close in winter. They want to take it home this time.
I loved how the Adagio last pick for Velocity. You can't say you see that one every day. But it split the damage. It wasn't a double weapon, and I very, very much doubt you're ever going to see a double CP in this series. But because they split it up, they split the threats, and they said, if you take out Dianzio, Aloha will kill you. If you take out Aloha, which they admittedly almost never did, then Dianzio will kill you. And that happened a lot. And then by the end of it, finally they killed Dianzio, and Aloha, full health, alternating current, no problem. He just cleans up. It's really hard to say who's the bigger threat sometimes between these two players.
Definitely. I mean, they're both so strong, and this is why the analysts constantly, you'll see Dianzio putting up crazy numbers, but then Aloha gets the MVP.
Yeah,
it's because in the background, he's doing a lot of work, and Aloha certainly this game, I think, was critical to the success. He was able to get those Verse of Judgments off, really make it happen for his team, and as I said earlier, this is now the potentially deciding match. The backs of Rain are against the wall. It's extremely scary for them, tough position to be in. We've seen, of course, previously in the series, them struggling. So I'm curious to see what our analysts have to say about that match. It could be all over after only one more.
All right, thank you very much. So, Rome, I want to dig right into it. One of the very interesting subplots of that match was Adagio and his Verse of Judgment. So really, they were just waiting till Glaive used the Afterburn, and then no way left to stun the Adagio, and there was no Crucible at 8 minutes in. There was no Crucible. I think they didn't get one until about 12 minutes into the match, a huge window of time when Rain was vulnerable.
Yeah, and this actually gave Velocity the first couple team fights, especially around the gold miner. When we did see that Adagio throwing off that Verse of Judgment, he did stun 2 people, and that was both of the carries. And I felt like as long as they were able to execute their team fights and coordinate where they were going to be in their positioning and how to time out the abilities on the side of Phoenix Rain, they had a lot of opportunities to really start cutting after. And we did see Dianzio. He started cutting one way, Adagio was cutting another way, and they made it work.
And speaking of all of that basic attack damage coming out of those two sources, another really interesting kind of surprising thing was the lack of an Atlas Pauldron to deal with that Ringo. He was basically just sitting on that back line doing whatever he wanted.
Yeah, and I think that was really surprising at first, but what we saw was him trying to get to Ringo, and Adagio would use his heal to slow them down, and Ringo was able to use his Trolling Silver to back away to safety, and then when that would happen, Adagio would use his Agent of Wrath onto Ringo, and then channel the Verse of Judgment. So whilst that was happening, they were, they used the Crucible, but the power of Adagio was so much that it would actually still take a lot of damage off, and then all Dianzio would have to do would just finish up the kills there.
Now, Phoenix Rain, they're the winners bracket team. They haven't faced this level of adversity yet in this tournament. Now they feel the pressure of maybe their tournament lives being over in the championship finale. Take me inside the heads of these young, incredible players.
I mean, back in Qualifier 2 in the finals, when these two teams first met up against each other, they did have quite a bad occasion when they did lose their mentality. We saw them, we could just see the emotion coming through, and they were beginning to make mistakes. And I would have liked to think that they would have learned from this. In the video, they know their own flaws very well. And I think certainly the support staff on Team Phoenix would have helped them with building a positive attitude.
Now, Rome, positive on the other side, just Ileb Joseph on this Taka has been so effective. Do you have to go as far as to take it away, or do you just focus on vision to try to mitigate the influence of that Taka?
Well, that's also one of the hard things, especially going up against the Taka. Taka is an assassin. He has that ability to really negate a lot of skills. He has the ability to really just maneuver and dance around the map, especially during the team fights. And Joseph does it so well. I have a feeling, though, Velocity has been doing an excellent job of targeting, prioritizing who they're going to target. And most of the time, they know that Taka's out of the way. They're going to make sure they time out Glaive's abilities, and they jump straight onto Old School, making sure that Old School doesn't get off of his stacks.
Now, the casters talked about this. What do you do with this kind of impossible decision of Dianzio and all of his talent, Aloha and all the work he does in those fights, and just where your focus lies is just completely based?
Yeah, and looking at last match, on the side of Phoenix Rain, they did have 3 gap closers. They had that opportunity for everybody to dive onto Ringo, but because of the placement on Velocity, they knew exactly what to do with the slow coming out of Adagio. They knew when to use it and how to use it so that Ringo could start putting on his twirling server, get that movement speed up, and just start cutting away.
Shingy, we're getting close to the draft in what could be the final match of the tournament. for you the keys to the draft in this pivotal game?
Yeah, definitely, I think so. And we've been seeing a lot of double weapon coming out from both teams. Well, we did see Velocity using a crystal and weapon mix there, and that actually took them to the victory, making some interesting counterplay decisions. And I think we should be seeing Phoenix Rain doing the same thing here and trying to mix things up a little bit, surprising their opponents.
If there was going to be a surprise in this draft, Grum, what do you think it might be?
Well, the composition that Phoenix Rain had last match, I honestly would have picked up that Taka and made Taka go roam, just due to the fact that I want my Glaive to be that heavy hitter. If you have Taka, you can just Kaku right into the middle of the team fight, throw off an Atlas Pauldron, and things would have really gone array for the side of like the pushing buff composition with that Ringo.
Yeah, something we've seen from Gabe Vizzle back in his Roam days playing the Roam Taka. So there are a lot of ways you can mix up these heroes and use them. All right, let's get into the draft. In this match, Phoenix Rain must win or else Hammer's Velocity are the champions. Scarf gone, Adagio gone, Fortress picked.
I like it every time that Phoenix Rain are able to pick up that Fortress first, due to the fact that it gives them that jungle pressure, and especially suiting that up with I Love Joseph, they make the most out of it. They make the most out of his strengths.
Velocity knew exactly what they wanted.
Yeah, jumping right in with that Black Feather and Glaive, they are going to be going for that heavy weapon dive comp that we've been seeing coming at them so much.
All right, so with this, Rain, they have a decision to make. We haven't seen a Sky yet in this series.
Sky's actually very good due to the fact that she does have that AoE damage. She has that burst in that early game to really counter up against this. However, with the Sky combined with that Fortress, they do have not as much synergy as they would like between the two heroes' kits.
That's true, and we see the Taka again. Do you like that decision?
Well, Taka actually works in really well with this, but then the thing is, Taka falls off very early when going up against a very sustained competition. So Hammer's Velocity, they need to drag this game out in order for them to win.
Arden rounds it out. These two teams are ready. Will Hammer's Velocity claim the North America Championship right here with the call? It's Action Jackson and Forecourt Jester.
Well, maybe third time's the charm for this composition. It certainly hasn't been doing too well in the finals so far, but this is a super important game for these teams. They would not pick something they're not, comfortable could win.
Well, you saw Hammer's Velocity with, their sister teams, their organization. There's so many people that just flood the stage after every game, so they're getting a lot of insight here. I'm a bit more concerned about the mindset of Phoenix Reborn, because this is a situation I've never seen them in.
That is definitely true. Normally, the series doesn't pan out in this way, but guys, this could be our last game of the grand finals of the championships. Make some noise for Phoenix Rain and Hammer's Velocity.
I think there's quite a few fans of both sides here.
Oh, absolutely.
All right, so Phoenix Rain coming into this one. A Sky makes her first appearance in this series. And I said it, I think, a little bit in a previous draft, as they continue to drown me out. That's fantastic. You guys are awesome. I fear for the life of the Sky, especially if Old School, who's going to be laning it, has a weapon blade in before a weapon Sky.
Well, it can help you with the CS early on.
It
so
absolutely can.
Maybe that's the idea here for Old School.
I've done it. I know
but
others have done it.
Certainly it could be a weapon power Sky coming out from Phoenix Rain, and that'd be interesting. Do you think it would go nicely in conjunction with I Love Joseph here?
Well, if you go Crystal, you're very, very heavily dependent upon your forward barrage. It's going to be your #1 spammable skill. It can be body blocked, it can be juggled, it can miss. Weapon doesn't not have any of those blocks.
Oh, Vins, look at that.
Oh, wow.
Just waiting, and actually Old School, he went in regardless, so taking a decent chunk of damage there.
Oh, that was a surprise factor. It's like, oh, wait, where did Vins come from? She knew he was there, but I don't think Old School was expecting kind of that bigger burst. Aloha doing the smart thing and getting that was back camps, but yeah. Old School, if he is going to go weapon, then they are going to be trying to target someone down, which makes sense. Old School has a Taka. Taka, what does he do? He targets down, he bursts. They need to add on top of that. There's so many weapon plays to go with it, so it is not going to be the Crystal, and it's the better choice, although it's a 6-weapon game again.
People just don't like Crystal Power, man.
And
gotta be a
Crystal.
hipster if you want to play Scarf right now. Joseph, he's getting collapsed on though. Look at this. He's going to have to Kaku out of there. On Point brings him out. That could be bad for Joseph. He might need to do something pretty miraculous to get away here. The Kaiten was great. The boots coming across, but On Point again from Dienzio. How soon until Kaku's up? It's come back. Kaiten, it's not enough, but they trade kills. First blood going to Velocity, but a return right away from Rain. What a crazy way to start off what could be our final game.
The best situation would have been that Joseph lived and got a kill, but the second best is that he takes somebody down with him. So absolutely fantastic stuff out of him. The dodge was fantastic because as soon as Aloha used the afterburn, he immediately went the other way. So there's not going to be any kind of kickback into his buddies. The only type of kickback he could have had would have been punching him farther away from the crews. So fantastic stuff from them, and that's what we've come to expect. You know, that kind of level of play and decision making into these finals.
You can imagine right now that with Rain having their backs against the wall, this is part of the reason why Joseph is tunneling onto this Talker, right? Such a comfort pick for him. He's done magnificent work with it so far in the championship. Only really had one struggle of a game on it, which was of course the last one. So he's confident he can come back and return to form with that signature hero.
There's another factor to that kill from Joseph. Early on, he bought double light armor. Without those armors, if he went more offensive, he would have just been a dead duck.
I think he would have died way before
he had
a chance to go back in there, for sure. So Joseph, Ezidox, and Old School right now starting to make some aggressive posturing towards the jungle here. Aloha is in maybe a bit of a risky position. He's got the afterburn, though, juking out Old School. That's going to be the indication to swap onto Vaynes. But look at this, forward barrage missing. Vaynes, he's very low. He does go down. Rain is able to pick up a second kill. They're off to a good start here in the game.
I'm rather curious that he either didn't have the cooldown or he didn't think to it. I was hugely expecting a Vanguard. As soon as we saw that afterburn, a Vanguard would have been fantastic. Old School, not sure he's going to win this dodge.
He is taking a lot of damage just from the basic attacks of Dienzio. On point, doing a good job of closing out the exchange. Also coming off a bit worse for wear, but Joseph wants this one. Dienzio thinks he's gotten the kill, but he's baited in. That was over-aggression at its finest. Dienzio goes down, a third kill to Rain. This is reminding me a bit more of Game 1, actually.
Aloha, though, he gets basically free access to all the backs there. He does take that healing camp on top of it, and the wave will be frozen out by Vaynes. He knows exactly what to do with that. So, yeah, Dienzio's down. Yeah, it's 3-1 for Phoenix Rain, but ultimately they're not getting a huge amount out of it. They are maintaining a gold lead, and that's going to be great for their mentality, saying, yeah, we're definitely more in control of this one, but it's such small advantages so far.
Well, I have to say, I'm pretty excited to see both of these teams trading blows so early on in what could be our last game because it just makes the excitement all the more palpable.
Aloha's going for a little bit of a round the bend.
I don't know if he's getting out of this one. Joseph spots him out right before he commits to the angle. Aloha's going to have to just try and take someone down, get some good damage onto Ezidox, but nowhere near enough. Easily picked up there, although in the lane, what just happened? Dienzio finding a return kill onto Old School. Velocity, they're trading a bit better than they did previously.
Yeah, that was a 2v1 there in that lane. You just do not have those escape options as a Sky. You can go forward, you can't very easily go back. So a 1-for-1 trade, as I said, you know, a little bit around the bend. If Aloha can keep two of them busy, then you got to do something with those other two. So Hammer's Velocity, they capitalize on the kill, and they don't come out so bad in that trade.
They do not indeed. So Rain and Velocity sitting pretty even right now, 400 gold in it for Rain. They're doing a good job of pressuring where they can. But Old School's got to be wary, of course, of if people are collapsing onto Aloha, there might be two people collapsing onto you.
Yep, so you got to keep that in mind. So far, everything is pretty solid across the board. 300 gold between the teams. As I said, it's just not enough of an advantage to kind of look for a bigger option here. Aloha thinking, yeah, okay, maybe I can get in there, get that gold mine. Hey, Ezidox was able to do it. Why can't I? But Death from Above, I think we'll seal it. And yeah, there's just not going to be a contest.
So Rain picking up the gold mine actually brings them back to even because they vacated the lane and gave a lot of time for Dienzio to farm when they went to take that. It is going to deny Velocity the opportunity of taking it later, so it, well, for a while it charges up. So Rain should be able to come out net gold ahead if they keep this up.
So much armor just, again, built up this early. A few fountains. Well, Vaynes actually has his fountain. I would not expect Ezidox is too far behind. Has 1,100 gold to go spend. So he probably has it waiting for him once he does get there. But Dienzio, you know, with that first Shiver Steal, he had it between the 3 and 4 minute mark. He goes straight into a Coat of Plates.
Oh boy, it's going to be a fight kicking off here. Old School does manage to get to the other side of Death from Above, but Dienzio chasing. Old School first to fall. Velocity really piling on the pressure. Ezidox goes down. Dienzio wants more, but Joseph a little bit too mobile. He gets to the safety of his turret, to that high ground advantage. Velocity, considering the earlier fights, though, doing a great job right there.
If Phoenix Rain gets
jumped. Gauntlet! They want Joseph real bad right now. He has no way out. He gives up. He goes down. It's going to be another kill for Velocity right off the back of a team fight. They're going for turret damage, too.
Joseph has armor, Joseph has health, Joseph has no reflex block, and we just hit level 6 with Veins. All right, great. Another kill to go into the Hammer's Velocity coffer there. But still, I mean, Phoenix Rain want to be the aggressors. They want to be the ones to start the fights, because if Sky gets caught, again, you can't jump backwards. You can jump forwards, but that's just probably into more damage. So Phoenix Rain, they got to just be a little bit more careful with their positioning on this one. And I love Joseph. I mean, he stuck around. I'm not entirely too sure what he thought he would do, but as soon as Veins hit 6, he capitalized, and fantastic stuff overall.
If Velocity get ahead, I think this game could be very difficult for Rain, because
Absolutely.
their composition is designed to be more aggressive, and Velocity, they have the ability to get around any sort of small amount of peel that Rain has. Deaths from Above used there to gate off the bush by the lane, but of course, Dienzio, he's got Rose Offensive. He just goes right over top of it and sticks to Old School. It's very hard to win fights from behind for Rain.
Some Sora Blades coming out, and Dienzio, when he goes diving, he's going to be bringing that Atlas Pauldron and the Shiver Steel to bear, which is going to shut down, at least temporarily, a lot of the Phoenix Rain retaliation, which means that they're going to have to split. They're going to have to try to coordinate past that buff. They got to get some reflex blocks. Only Old School has one. Ezidox did actually finish up his fountain, and now he has that banner. A little bit more armor for him on top of things.
Always going in, doesn't have the gauntlet though. Attack and pack popped in return. Veins very low, but Old School the target. Deaths from Above doing a good job. Aloha keeps him in the fight. Old School, he's gonna go down. The fountain sustaining up Velocity so well right now. Ezidox hunted up Aloha.
Joseph.
He falls.
Joseph.
Veins, that Joseph play completely kept alive his support, but now he's got to be careful. Dienzio wants more, doing some good damage. Joseph jumping back in. Dienzio now could actually be in some danger. Very low health. It's back and forth in what could be the final game here as Joseph keeps the pressure mounting.
No flares means that Joseph will live through that, and he did single-handedly curb the damage there from a 2-kill into only the 1, but Joseph, just fantastic stuff. That armor, again, just doing really good returns. He hasn't done anything else with it, but he does have that Sora Blade, and that damage was just enough to get the kill on top of Aloha. So, you know, blow for blow, 6 kills to 5, and the gold evened up. It still feels a little bit like Velocity have the upper edge. They are getting these kills faster in these team fights, but you cannot underestimate the stock of it yet.
Yeah, Joseph is really the saving grace here for Rain. He's playing these fights like I have never seen anyone play a fight as Ataka, but here comes the Gauntlet. Is going to start the fight. Old School stunned up in it. So much damage already onto him.
No.
Oh, Rose Offensive keeps the pressure on. Joseph, this time, he just needs to leave. There's no way of turning this one around. Goldmine likely to follow from Velocity if they want it, which they do. I mean, that fight, perfect Gauntlet from Veins.
Now, my eyes might deceive me on this one, but the Gauntlet stunned up Old School, and then he Surrey Striked, and it stunned him again.
Oh, well, we're going to have a replay of it, so let's check and see if you were right.
All right,
see the
here
Gauntlet's
goes
going
one.
down. 1, Old School. Where does he Surrey Strike to? No, he Surrey Strikes right into the middle, but he gets stunned up by something else. Man.
It's either the Afterburn or it's that Surrey Strike, but either way, it's just not a good fight for Old School right there. The double stuns just rendering Sky useless in that fight. It leads into that gold mine, and now Hammer's Velocity, I mean, they're starting to build that lead. And what have we seen in the last 2 games? If they get that lead by the 10 to 15 minute mark, if they're, well, if they're far enough ahead, they can end it.
As I said, Velocity, especially with this composition, have great odds here. Aloha flanking in a little bit, but Veins already so low that Velocity just want to play it safe. I can respect that they want to play it safe. Last championship, they came in second. They want first this time, and this could be the game for them. 2-1 in the lead in this best of 5. Here comes Rain. They want something now. Aloha, got to be careful here, looking for that perfect Afterburn. Finds Old School, but he actually knocks him onto the other side of the Deaths from Above. Look at Joseph doing great damage on the background. Old School still alive, kiting out. Veins very low. Can Dienzio do it here? He's got to get to safety, but he's so slowed up. Joseph jumps on. Rain, take a fight and bring the kill score to even.
And the kills at even. The gold almost. As soon as they actually push this in, if they can get themselves a turret, they're going to be in the lead on top of it. And there's not really too much Veins can do onto this one. He has the Gauntlet in 1 second. Will he actually get the
he's
return?
going on. Oh, he finds Old School. What? Insane play coming out of Veins. Also doing good damage to Ezidox. And actually, turret not going down. That's huge.
He kept it alive. He sacrificed himself, but he kept it alive. It's at half. Aloha's now going to counter push, and that is just going to be the end of that story. 8-8 for kills, and yeah, it's still just Rain trailing ever so slightly. We need to get more out of Old School right now. This is probably the worst he has done all tournament, all qualifier. He's 0-5-7, and he's just not living through these engages.
He isn't, but in that fight, the notable thing really, I think, was Aloha's Afterburn, knocking Old School to the wrong side of the death from above when all of the gap closers had already been used by Dienzio. That was a rough spot to be in, but hang on a second. Dienzio only just picking up a Serpent's Mask. He itemized armor way earlier. This means that he's hit a power spike now, and Velocity were already doing good in fights.
Yeah, if they're already doing good, and then you get another tier 3 item, wow, you're going to go from good to great, and that's how legends are born. So Hammer's Velocity, 8-8 with this extra little spike. It's 12 minutes in, no infusions, but any time now, basically. If they go down to shop right now, if they finish up, they get infusions, they have a huge momentum swing.
They really do. Old School, I want to talk about him again for a second because he has got the metal jacket now.
Dienzio has one.
He's starting to make his way to the point where he's kind of too tanky, potentially, to take down. But Dienzio picking up the infusion. They want to fight. Velocity going in here. Dienzio right on the back line. The gauntlet comes across. Old School does block it here, but look at Ezodox. He has to deal with Aloha. Joseph finds Dienzio on the front line, stops him from taking down Old School. Velocity are in full retreat right now. They went a little bit too deep and a little bit too little coordination, but Joseph very low as well. Fountain forced. Rain, they should be fine here. Velocity, they can defend for the time being.
Did those puppies just decide to take a break?
Yeah,
it looked like they did.
They're tired, man. You got to give them your treats.
All right, so no kills. The teams will bounce. As he said, a little bit of a fountain, a later fountain there for Rain. They weren't exactly in a lot of danger. And as soon as Old School got back to the safety of his turret, well, it looked like Dienzio just had to give up that aggression. That being said, they can still do this.
They're going for it again. Old School this time doesn't have a lot of defenses. He goes down right away. Joseph afterburned in. Perfect from Aloha. He's low, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Extra 2, he's killed midair. Aloha survives. Ezodox being hunted right now. Dienzio, he's got the Vanguard slow.
No way.
He's got another on point. Ezodox falls. It's an ace for Velocity. They are so close they can taste the championship.
Joseph has a spear. We got Old School on that spear. They are able to do some damage, but that fight, that rematch was just absolutely insane. Into the bush. I mean, Old School just so much damage. Yeah, we had a great death from above, but it wasn't enough to stop Velocity from doing the work, and Joseph just dies mid-air, denied the kill on top of Aloha right there, and of course Ezodox will drop under that turret. The turret is now removed out of this map as well, and all that cash, all this momentum, again, for Hammer's Velocity is looking very much in control of this map all of a sudden.
Bonesaw just picked up for Aloha. He's going to be like a nuclear missile hitting that back line. We've gotten fusions all over the place. Big swing in the favor of Velocity off the back of that last fight. Look at the gold, too. 3,000 basically from those last few engages.
And now this is the scary part of the game because Phoenix Rain are at the 15-minute mark. They're on the wrong end of this exchange, and there's a Kraken on the fold.
The Kraken has indeed arrived. Can Velocity close things out here, become the champions for spring? We'll have to find out as Rain actually starting to posture a little bit aggressively here. Velocity taking their time, making sure they're going to win these fights. They don't realize Kraken, oh man.
Now they do.
Surely. You got to deal with this, guys.
Yep, they're coming
Velocity.
in.
Okay, we're good. They might actually be able to keep Kraken
That was a two-man charge. That was only a two-man charge.
They bluffed.
They bluffed.
Wow.
It worked. They bluffed. The Kraken's still
Oh,
there. Gauntlet.
No, that's bad from Baines. Dienzio wants to keep the fight going, though. He's finding Old School on the back line. Joseph doing what he can, but look at Old School. He's melting right now. The Crucible, it keeps him up for the time being. He falls. Ezodox 2. Velocity. They've got the momentum to keep this going.
Flare.
Joseph, they spot him out. He's stunned. The damage is there. Joseph, oh, the reflex isn't enough. Velocity. Take another ace.
16 minutes in, they're up 14 kills. The pace has just gone through the roof. It's been turned up to 11, a turret and probably another to drop it, but despite the fact that there's no gauntlet, they just push it right down. And Old School, he's trying to kite around these walls. He gets the death from above. Yeah, it stuns up Dienzio, who just meets him on the other side of the wall, and by then Ezodox was already ignored. He was already low. He wasn't a threat. They clean it up, and Joseph, like the flare, they find it, the stun. He tries to dodge at the very end of it with the X-Retsu with that chitin, but it's just not near enough, and he drops on top of things.
Velocity, they picked up a turret off the back of that exchange, so sitting very pretty right now. 31.8 thousand gold to the 26.3. This could be massive.
Aloha has double coat of plates.
Wow.
On top of things, Dienzio says Atlas Pauldron coated plates, no problem. Again, like the weapon Sky, I appreciate the theory, but all this armor is just putting Rain down.
Dienzio, look at this. Rose offensive in. He is not using Rose defensive at all. Old School, the main target. Afterburn does find him. Joseph is miles from the fight. Oh, the gauntlet. What? Velocity, they take another fight. They seem unstoppable right now.
These gauntlets and Surrey Strike combinations have shut Old School down so many times. He is at 0 and 8.
Are they going for turrets?
Who needs to crack
Oh,
it?
Velocity, they want to end things right here, right now. Joseph, he's the main target. He falls. Velocity, you've got 15 seconds to work with. Guys, I think it's going to happen.
Here's the second.
Velocity, they
Get
are your spring champions. All right, look at these guys. They are so happy with their win. Who can blame them after performing so strongly as the new kids on the block in the Winter Championships to pick up the title just one championship later, to fight through so many tough fought series, defeat their sister team, Velocity. You can't blame them for being ecstatic right now. Dienzio, oh man, he looks super excited.
I can now truthfully say that we have a 13-year-old champion, best in game. Huge skill on this guy. I just tremble at the thought that it's going to be a 5-year reign of terror for him.
Oh man, he's only got up to go. But look at this playoff beard. He's taken the stage. He's going to have a few words with our champions for you guys, from all the casters. It's been awesome. Let's hear some words for our champions.
All right, first up, congratulations to Hammers Velocity. Let him hear it. I want to talk to Aloha first. You have just been named MVP of the entire championship tournament. How does that feel?
Bro, this is awesome. I can't believe we just won. Like, oh my God, this. I have no words. Like, Brazil. Yes, let's go. I love my team, and I will never leave them for nothing. We're the best.
Dienzio, it was a long road. You had to go through the elimination bracket. Tell me what this experience was like for you at such a young age.
It was a great experience, and destroying your enemies feels awesome.
You know it does. Now, you had to face your sister team along the way. Tell me what that experience was like.
It was a very happy experience to get to beat our sister team, who we always beat anyways. But no, but we couldn't have done this without them, though. So, thank you.
Now, an incredible rivalry has been formed here between the qualifiers and all of these matches with Phoenix Rain. Anything you want to say about that tremendous opponent?
They're a really strong team, and they should never give up. And they really have like a lot of. Talent, yeah, they have a lot of talent. Yeah. They should never give up. They have a lot of talent. Yeah.
All right, I think that is enough talk. You've earned this moment. Go claim the North America Championship trophy. It's Hammers Velocity. Congrats to Vayne, Aloha, Dienzio, the new North America champions. If you enjoyed what you saw here today, you have to tune in next weekend. We are live in Berlin for the Europe Championship. Will it be Team Secret? Will it be G2 Esports? Will we crown a new, different champion over there? So that is Friday, Saturday, Sunday of next week. And then the weekend following, we're live from E3 for the Vainglory Samsung Invitational. Some incredible teams flying in for that, including China's Hunters and the new VIPL champions Invincible Armada. TSM will be there as well, along with G2 Esports. So much more to come. I want to thank all the people who watched all weekend long. This incredible crowd. So many people flew out to this event. So many people drove out to see it. And to all of you at home, thank you for all of our casters, for this incredible crew. I want to thank you for watching. We'll see you next weekend live from Berlin.